Learn to be more like Rauban and just kill the sons of guns who are doing the bad stuff. Oh shit, that's it! Whoa! I didn't expect it to end there. Boy, it ends on such a sad note. I mean, they set it up though for a ton of extra content. So that makes sense. It's a good cliffhanger for the expansion. Number 2.
All right. I am a sad, pathetic coward, weak and unworthy of
my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
I'll kill the entire syndicate. That way there'll be no problems.
More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Uh-oh. I don't... Hell yeah, how'd you fun? Hell yeah. This guy's growing on me, especially since he always has sweaty half-naked boys in his office.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault.
Oh no. Oh, don't you worry. I had perfectly good reasons for all the crimes that I committed today. No, you left it?
Ditched your Magitech armor. Fool of a Lalafell.
Oh, come on. Fool of a Took. He's talking to a Lalafell, basically. Ahmed, you sons of guns and your references.
She's all yours if you think you can do any better.
He seems like a good guy. This is just... It's considered a bonus target? Interesting. Skill point, Minesweeper.
"'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings."
I think he's flirting with us. Oh my god, my little guy! He's just standing on the desk! Yes! Go run up to him! Oh my god! Talk to my minion, Hachifon! Tell him he's a good boy! Tell him he's a good boy!
I think Tony's turning Japanese. I think he's turning Japanese. I really think so. You know what's so funny, Tom? As I started reading it, I started getting into the groove of the song.
Yeah. Oh, this door is slightly ajar.
No, it's completely ajar. Oh, damn it.
What? 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 Oh, big guy break door.
No. You said this door is slightly ajar, and I was trying to make the pun, no, it's entirely a door. But I said it's entirely ajar.
Yeah. Nice thing about the sunglasses is that it hides how tired my eyes look right now.
Artists would need it.
Poetic, one might even say. Here, I'm gonna see if we can overwrite one of these saves. Yeah. I'm gonna see if we can rewatch that cutscene. I was trying to pause! I hate games that just like skip the cutscene as soon as you hit the start button. Cinematics. Yeah. Okay, this has gotta be... Oh, I'm a dummy. Well, I wonder how I could get enough force to pull out the cork. I don't know what could definitely do it. No idea. I wasn't paying attention. Speaking of which, oh, Daddy took his socks off.
Hey.
Damn, I thought people had to pay for that.
Yeah, no one's actually gonna see that.
The Android interface, or is the Google Pixel interface different?
No, just like
Check my pin donation request though.
Oh, that one's from you.
Is this a pin FF14 point donation request?
Ah, yes, delightful. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the contribution, Chad. And let's see, is it you, Tony, who got first? It's getting covered by the pinned.
It's always me, baby.
Of course,
it's
of course.
always me.
Even when you're not on stream, right?
Yep, definitely. There's probably definitely not a way to look that up. And we
Definitely.
We don't have to check that.
I hope you're all ready for more Dragon Age Legends, the gift that keeps on giving, as the people call
It's
it.
giving me a migraine.
You actually missed a decent bit last time.
I'm okay with that. I bet you I really didn't.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right, but like also more than you will probably expect.
Okay, lay it on me. What did I miss?
What did you last see?
Mm.
Were we in fucking the deep roads, or were we still in? Were you here at all last week? I fully don't remember.
Yes, I was here for like 4 hours last week.
Okay, so
we were in Orzammar. We're in the deep roads, going through some paths.
Cool.
And we were with our dwarf buddy, and we had met Sendis. I was here when we got Sendis.
Okay.
And we were like going down paths to like find, I think it was like the safe route to get around Darkspawn, but we weren't. I don't think. I don't really remember if that.
No, we chose the cut through the Darkspawn because it's faster.
Yes, that's. Oh wait.
So we're out of the deep roads.
What?
That's what you missed. We finished the deep roads. We killed the dwarf who. So the dwarf that we were following. Torvez.
He was a bad guy, wasn't he?
No, of course he was. Or Tovez, I think, is our buddy.
Yeah.
His buddy that we were hunting down. Went totally fucking crazy. Turned himself into a golem.
Oh, he became a shale?
Yeah, but he was like a big smithing golem. And was turning Darkspawn into golems and making a golem army, which is why the golems were so messed up.
Oh,
yeah.
That's actually kind of cool.
I know.
I'm sure it's boring in context of this game, but I think it's kind of cool.
It's probably the most interesting narrative moment we've had.
That's actually got some weight to it. I'm here for it.
And so when we killed him, we got through the deep roads and we came to Kirkwall.
I'm about to say, this is Kirkwall. This feels
Kirkwall.
They did a pretty good job of making this feel and look like Kirkwall. And
we made the one decision this game has ever had us actually make.
What was that?
And it's a narrative choice. So right now we are trying to find information about Lucas's
and we had to choose
whereabouts.
An informant. Is that what the decision was?
Yeah, there's 2 routes to go.
Okay.
Let's see. So one is going with the hell do they call them? Basically the underground, right? Like the people, the black market.
Sure, like the undercity bit.
The undercity, the quote unquote illegal acting people. And then you can side with the city guard.
Oh, interesting.
And both, honestly, were bad options because they're both like, well, we're bad people, but we can get it through bad means. And then the city guard is like, we're bad because we're a corrupted militant force. And so it's like, cool. Well, I guess I chose to join the guard.
Okay.
Because in theory, we can kill the bad guards and then get good information, maybe help the city. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of like you're presented 2 bad options.
Yeah,
and you just
it's a lose-lose.
You just pick a bad option at that point and see what happens.
I chose the bad option that sounded like it could have a positive outcome.
I'm sure it won't, but I like your optimism. I like your optimism.
Yep.
So, hey, do you remember when we thought, like, before you knew how long this game actually was? Remember when you're like, I think Orzammar is near the end of the game?
Yeah, well, we might be going back to Orzammar at some point.
Oh, and that's fair.
So, in that I did know, I'm pretty sure. I did do a little bit of, so now that we're level 32, I'm able to do the level 30 raids. So I did do...
On stream or
off stream?
Off stream.
Oh, that's right, because I streamed Sunday. So
you did a
that's why
Sunday
you missed
stream.
so much.
I was like, yeah, for you, like, either this game started picking up pace, or
No,
that makes more sense.
I forget. I'm trying desperately to have this game wrapped up before I leave for Japan.
Yeah, I think I saw. Do you have some? Was there some passport stuff I thought I saw in the in the kitchen living room?
So when you travel internationally, it's generally a good idea to have like scans or copies of all of your legal information.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just in case you lose it and you need to go to like the embassy.
Oh, okay. I was about to say because the airlines will not take the copies, but the embassy.
But if you can prove that it was yours and you have like some sort of supplemental information, the embassy can help you.
Do you have to
retrieve
get
it.
like I don't know if notarized copies is exactly how I mean, but can it just be like a plain old like normal scan? Or
I mean, the better you can, the better it is, right? But like that takes effort and money to get it like notarized, so we just scanned it and printed it out.
No, for sure. I mean, that's still better. Like that's not something I thought about when we went to Ireland, but that's not a bad idea at all.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good idea, right? To be prepared.
What's up, Jetstream?
Yo,
and
what's up,
Oni.
Joni? Oh, wow, I combined them together and said Joni.
Joni.
Jetstream and Oni. My Saturday is now complete. Mine too.
You're
Bye, guys.
welcome.
I'm not watching this anymore.
This is the end of the day.
End of the day.
There's
for
nothing
me.
left here.
I'm really done with this. I was telling Chris I took a nap before I came here, so that's why we're a little late today. This is more of a me one.
I was a little behind though.
Oh yeah,
to be
but I'll
fair.
leave my tiny little L. Normally I'll try and get here like 15 minutes before stream, just so we can get prepped to maybe only start 5 minutes late.
Sure, yeah.
Right? But I had to take a nap because I've had the busiest 2 weeks of new hire training at my job, and I've been working my ass off getting some things up and running and better for them. Because, you build something. I was telling this to Chris off stream. It's kind of like when you're building a game, right? You're like, oh yeah, this should work. And then you start like running it and it's working, but then those little things were like, oh, but that really didn't work. The information landed, but the practice I gave them was too hard. I got too spicy because I was like, well, this is real experiences I've had. And I was like, oh, right. We got to get them on training wheels first, and then we can like remove the training wheels.
Yep.
But some of them were good and we're able to figure it out. So I was like, hell yeah, man. Rock
That's
and
a
roll,
good
more
sign.
power to you. But no, it was a very, very busy 2 weeks, and I still have 7 more days of training with them. But that content we built forever ago, and I've had a lot of time to fine tune. The part that I was doing, I've had very little time to fine tune, so that was a lot. And so I've been very exhausted the last like 2 weeks.
I get that.
I've been like half a human. So last night I met up with some friends, actually close to Chris, and I did message Chris in case anyone wants to know.
I can't actually give him crap.
You can't give me crap. I'm trying to be a better person.
And I will say, Jen did perk up at the idea of meeting up with you. They were like, well, that'd be fun. And then, like, we were already planning on potentially, like, going out to Target and buying some stuff for, like, our upcoming trip. It's just, like, while we have free time. And then, like, Jen was like, I'm too exhausted to even do that. So
no, and that's
like,
totally cool. I met with a couple of my, you've met them before. My buddies Lee and Anthony. We all got together.
Yeah.
And because one of my favorite not my favorite comics, one of the newer comics I really like called 8 Billion Genies did a collaboration with Half Acre.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was a double IPA, and I am not normally an IPA person. I say that a lot. But their double IPA was super good. I was like, holy shit, this is tasty. I don't know what makes a double IPA more palatable to me than a normal IPA, but whew, good. But who? Oh, that doesn't sound like a me bean. But before we get there, Joni and the Pussycats. Yep, that's. I feel it. I'm here for a jet stream. I'm here for it. All right, give me a goddamn
Tony's got a bean.
Hey, thanks, Kodab. Also, what's up, Kodab? Enjoy your lurk.
Ooh, that looks like
a dead fish, I think, right? Or is that the it's not vomit. I'm pretty sure.
Or it's rotten egg, but it has the spots.
Yeah, it has the spots.
So I think it's dead fish.
Dead fish.
What's up, Godab? Hope you're doing well. Appreciate your lurk. Playing D&D, but got you
dead
on
fish.
mute. Nice.
It's very dead fish, but it's not as strong as the other dead fish I had.
Okay, so you lucked out.
Yeah, because it started off a little sweet, but not tasting like anything, and then the little fish aftertaste came in.
So it's like sort of recently dead fish, but
yeah,
not
I'm not
recent
loving
enough.
it. It actually makes it worse. I wish it was more pungent.
That's a very insane statement to make, but sure.
No, because then at least you're not like, well, because there's that momentary like, oh, it's not a, oh, it is though.
It smells horrible.
Yeah, it's rough. dead fish might. I think I would rather eat the vomit ones than the dead fish ones.
I think vomit's really not that bad. Maybe I'm weird for
No,
that.
I'm already on the train. You already know I'm on the train.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think vomit's that bad. I ate so many of the vomit ones that like it just tastes like normal. It just tastes like pizza bean to me. That's what it reminds me of. It kind of tastes like shitty pizza.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I mean, I'm on the same place.
it's
so,
good dead fish.
playing D&D, but you already read that, so we're good. It's good. I've been getting back into RuneScape here lately. This Jeff stream. You can play RuneScape on mobile. Wild.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I don't know.
I've almost downloaded it on my phone a number of times, and I'm like, no, Chris.
Well, you know, the thing is,
You can only play one MMO at a time.
I was never a RuneScape person because I did not have a computer that could. Well, I didn't have a computer I thought could play RuneScape back then. I'm sure it could have, but
it was
pretty
basic.
I had a pretty basic. I could just word process on the computer I had when like that was a big game.
I don't know, man. You might have been able
Maybe,
to.
but like at the same time, I had consoles. I was a console kid, so
I mean, that's
that kept
also
me
fair.
interested. Although whenever I'd go to like cyber cafes, I'd either look up that or Counter-Strike.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. That's right, guys. I used to frequent
Wow.
cyber cafes
I
sometimes.
never really did cyber cafes, and I always wished that I did.
I'll tell you, it's really not that great. I'd rather be at home playing the game.
I mean, that's fair. Well, cyber cafes, I think, are good. Well, they're supposed to be good for the people who don't have computers at home.
Exactly.
But the fallacy is that they're kind of expensive as hell.
Oh, yeah, it's not cheap to rent time out. Like,
No.
because that was like a special treat. I did like maybe 3 or 4 times in like my time doing it, and those were like special treat times. I get a bottle of balls, and I'd play either Counter-Strike or I'd play some MMO I couldn't play at home because I definitely didn't have a computer for that. You know,
Man, Counter-Strike is one of those games that I could never play because it would make me puke.
Yeah, it makes sense based off of my some of the experiences we had playing games with each other. I get that. I totally get that. I was bad at the game if it's any consolation. You know.
Probably would have been too, honestly.
I tried to log into my old account that had 99 fletching, but I forgot my password and had to start a new account. Ooh, that's rough.
100% the exact same thing that happened to me right before I got coerced into going back into FF14. I like tried to recover my old RuneScape account. It basically, I've figured that it was just fully gone at this point because it was so idle that they probably deleted it. So I made a new account, just started to play RuneScape again, and then people were like, yeah, Chris, we're gonna all play FF14. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll do that instead of RuneScape. And then everyone ditched me.
Hey, man. I've realized why spend money on things I don't do enough.
I mean, that's fair.
It's alright me reading comics sometimes. I'll buy all these books and I'm like, one day I'll get to them. And then because I've been so tired after work, I haven't been playing video games as much lately.
Yeah,
that reading is such an easy thing to do.
I see reading is more taxing than me.
But it's also like with comics, that visual pop helps keep me engaged too.
It does help. I totally agree with that.
And I just for me, comics are that's like my very chill relaxation time. That and
That's
manga.
your bread and butter.
That is. It just is. Like reading comics, reading manga, I can do that and like be good. And I love video games too, but I want to be more focused, especially because I'm playing through, like a dragon right now. And I like literally 3 times in the last like month, I have started to play. I play for like an hour, maybe 2. And so just late enough that I start to fall asleep with the controller in my hand, and I'm like, no, not for this, because if I miss a cutscene, it's so confusing. It's just you're like, what the fuck happened? Like, I was in a soapland bathhouse, and now I'm in a train yard. What?
100% happened to me.
You're like,
before.
where am I? It's kind of like there's that one funny meme where it's like when you skip the intro to a video game as for Fallout, it's like, what a ho-hum day, and then you're like, everything's broken and chaos reigns, and you're like, what did I miss? Let's see, I read that one. I swear when I get enough points, I'll redeem a RuneScape stream.
That'd be fun.
Chris would be totally about that.
I'd be about that.
The great thing is, it will happen in just like 2.5 short years.
Well, the whole point of the express lane is that we're actually trying to speed things up.
Express lane, yes. I thought you meant just like the normal, like, redeem queue.
No. Well, I mean, like, the express lane will just get the normal redeem queue like shortened.
Oh, that's fair.
That's why it became a thing.
Yeah, I guess I don't really look at because I don't really redeem much anymore. So, let me see. How does Fastlane work?
It's an extra life donation.
Oh, okay, and that's so like I
So
can donate what, like $20, 25, 30, 80, 90,
20 or 25, I forget.
Right, cool. Love that. And then so you just take now you can take anything from the queue at that donation and fast track.
Yeah.
So like, let's say for me, like I get $25, right? And I'm like, Yager, I want you to start playing Golden Sun: The Lost Age.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really next up on the list. That'd be
But I mean, you could choose that technically.
Let's say I see, I don't know, ooh, you're in the Fellowship of the Ring? I don't know if I saw that.
It's a one-off that Eddie redeemed
it.
because he wants to play it with me.
It's a great game. Oh my god, we have our Undertale Genocide run. I totally forgot about that. I have to make sure when we get close to that, let's queue up that time to really make that work well.
Yes.
Because I'm so excited to be very sad.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna be diabolical.
Oh, it's gonna be so bad. Ooh, that got me excited again. But if I drop $25, I could say, hey, Chris, I want you to do the Undertale Genocide stream.
Yes.
And you do it after whatever's already fast late.
It's whatever I feel like doing.
So if you're just like, you know what, I don't feel like FF14 today.
Correct.
I'm gonna pop into Genocide Run. I'm gonna Genocide Run. Ah, that's cool. All right.
And that's gonna happen at some point because we have 2 games currently in the Express Lane.
Are they both FF14 based or no? Oh shit! What else is in there?
There's FF14 Heaven's Word, and someone put Obra Dinn in the Express Lane. So
I see right here. I did.
Yeah.
You finally. Okay, one of them just says Express Lane in parentheses, and then I just saw you have an Express Lane section, so I get it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's. There's gonna be like 1 week where we just burn through Obra Dinn just because I feel like playing it, and I don't want to wait until we're done with FF14. And it's a short game, so it really is like not going to take up that much time.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
So that's also why, like, shorter games in particular, I'm like, I don't want this sitting in the Express Lane forever.
That makes sense. Let's see. I saw a title of a YouTube video. One player spent over 1,800 hours in RuneScape. That's like 8 months of playtime.
Woo, baby!
I mean, but here's the thing. I've heard of people putting 1,000 hours into a game, and I sit there and I'm just like,
I mean, if you like it,
yeah, that's all that matters. And I guess with especially with an MMO, right?
Yeah.
I can see if that content is still there, right? If content is still kind of coming out, but at some point I'm sure you're just like, well, I have 8 characters, and so I'm just kind of going through with all of these different characters. Yeah. For me, I feel proud when I get like 100 hours into a game. I'm like, I put 100 hours in that game. Go me.
I mean, same. Like,
you know?
that's like me every time I look at my play time on Civ. I'm like, holy shit. I can't believe I put that much time into a single game.
I should really, I bought Civ and I hardly ever played it. That's like $60, but that's also true for a lot of games. I shouldn't,
Although, to be fair, so I've got about 650 hours on Civ 6, but I bet you about 200 hours of that is my computer just idle with it open.
Yeah, because it doesn't.
There was a period. Yeah, there was a period at Phosphor where we were all playing asynchronous Civ games. And so I would just leave it up on my computer, and then when it was my turn, I would just take my turn.
You just take your turn. Yeah, I'm very curious because I ended up in our Fantasy Critic League, which again is the Fantasy League for video game reviews. What I draft that one Civ-like game that's coming out in like 3 days that I'm very curious about. Because like the early reviews not the reviews, but the early reactions are like, this game's kind of fucking wild and may or may not reinvent what a Civilization style game could do. So I'm like, this is kind of a swing, but that's what I like after winning a season and doing well enough most seasons. I don't like, some people like to win every season, and I'm down for that, right? But I also don't want to be boring. So I want to make some interesting calls. I want to say, let me draft something that maybe I'm not sure on, and maybe it'll be a huge success. Let me see what the name of that game is.
I mean, I think that's why you tend to play well, though, is because you do switch things up, and I think it always goes very well for you.
I will say, though, there are times where I've put money on something and I've lost the bid and the game ended up reviewing very poorly, and I'm like, well, that was a great missed opportunity. I was like, awesome.
It's a number of times where the opposite has happened to me, where I get it and then it wins poorly, and I'm like, damn it.
Great, Jake, thank you.
So happy I made this choice.
Let's see, the game I'm looking at, Aura History Untold.
Yeah, I don't know if I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
Huh.
I was very happy with how Crow Country reviewed, though. I thought it looked good. I thought it looked good.
I knew that team was good, but that was a completely new genre for them. They've never made a horror survival game. So
although
I was like, I don't know, but maybe.
I think my best pick of the year, because it went uncontested, was Balatro. Had
no clue.
That was the pick, and again, it was similar to like what I did with Aura, which I don't know how it's going to turn out because you never know. But I read, I think it was like
That's
rock,
not
paper,
who I
scissors,
meant to
shotgun,
pull
or
into
whatever.
you. Who the fuck?
And they were just like, this game is truly reinventing what a deck builder is. And I'm like, if you said that, you're one of the reviewers I generally trust a little better. I'm gonna draft that game. Draft it. And when I got like a 91, I was like, holy shit! I was like, yeah, baby, all right. I had a very good early year though, like having Tekken 8 on there. Prince of Persia did really well. Helldivers 2 killed it. I kind of forgot I even drafted Helldivers 2. Pacific Drive did well. Tales was fine. Tales of Kanzaro was fine.
Sure.
Banishers Ghost of New Eden did well. Balatro killed it. The Thaumaturge did okay.
Most of my picks have done pretty well too.
Yeah, but say and the ones that UFO one did real well. That UFO 50.
That was an easy win. I was I think this is gonna fly under the radar for so many people. And I'm like, there's no way this game is gonna be bad.
Yeah, but when you put the draft out for it, I was already full up, so I was like, cool. I stopped looking at things. I just had dropped the one game because they had said, oh, it's not coming up till 2025, and I was like,
sure.
Okay, cool. I was like, well. I guess that was just $5 I wasted, I guess. Well, $5 fake dollars, but hey, what's up, Kay?
Hey, what's up, Kay? How's your stream going?
Hey, right? What's the most playtime you've spent in any game? Replays
You're
count.
skipping stuff.
No, I read all that. I read Good, I Have Points to Save Up. I read Redeemer RuneScape. I read the 1,800 hours.
Yep. Never mind. You did read that.
I got you. I'm eating pie right now on my BRB screen.
Nice.
Ooh,
all right, but what kind of pie are we
that's
talking?
That's exactly what I was gonna ask. I'm like, I know you're on BRB, but it's important.
First of all, excellent choice in a snack.
Yeah, pie is
Second
always
of
a
all,
good call.
we're gonna judge you very hardly
on your pie choice.
Yeah,
absolutely. It'll all be judgment on the pie choice. But speaking of Jetstream's question.
Harshly, I think is what I meant to say, not hardly, but you know what I'm trying to say.
We're harsh. Nope, we're just harsh. We're harsh. That's harsh. Key lime. Okay, I fucking love key lime.
Excellent choice.
Love key lime. It's
Hell
one of my
yeah.
favorite pies.
Man, now I want some
call.
key lime pie.
Good fucking call. Ange absolutely hates key lime, and it's so sad. But she buys me key
Ange
lime.
is not real.
Yeah, I mean, but she also just doesn't like citrus. She's not a citrus person.
She doesn't. I don't think she eats anything.
She does. No, I hang out with her. She eats stuff.
Yeah.
I do hang out with my wife. It's crazy, I know, but she eats things.
Wait, people do that? Hang out with their spouses?
yeah. What is that? You don't just stream all the time and play Dragon Age Legends all the time?
I mean, it's starting to feel that way.
Do you ever get those fever dreams of like you're playing the game in your sleep? I'm sure you don't, but like you never know.
I'm trying to remember. I might have once. I don't think with this because my brain is kind of off.
That's fair. Yeah, I'll be honest. I really don't remember what we're doing in this game, except for we're still looking for Lukish, right? No, Lukish is the mage.
Oh, that's good armor.
Right? Is it Eaton, Keaton, Chitin, Coton?
Eaton, Keaton.
Eaton, Keaton?
We're looking for Lukish.
Oh no, Lukish is who we're looking for. And we're with Eaton. Iton. What the fuck is the mage's name? Isn't it like Iton or Chitin or no Caton?
Well,
the name of the
right
city.
now it's Tovez.
Not Tovez, but like who's the old mage man that like?
Viscount Ravi is the one who sent us on this mission.
Right, remember Viscount Ravi?
Lukish is the
mage.
The mage, and then
who's the Viscount's son? Did I figure that
Eaton was, I think, the kid.
And did he die, or do we still not know?
We still have not found him.
Cool,
I think.
Cool.
What do you think? Should I do the armor with more defense and less agility? I think I should probably do more agility.
Yeah, I feel like just be faster.
Especially because
game's already so fucking
the
slow.
Panzerung gives me more magic defense. This gives me more melee defense, but my melee defense is already 89%.
Yeah, I think you're fine. Yeah,
I think I got this from the raids.
Oh, you also saw 1500, so there you go.
Yeah.
Let's see. Limes aren't real; they're a myth. No, but yeah, sure. No, I'm kidding. Well, no,
Could
they're
be
really
true.
no. Chris is Twitch's #1 Dragon Age Legends streamer. Yeah, I mean, when you're in a field of one, right? Like, you are it.
We were joking a lot on Sunday,
Yeah.
especially because Za came in here and got us
very
talking
good.
about speedrunning. I was like, I could technically just log any time for the speedrun on this once we beat it, and no one will probably ever contest me. So that I could be the top speedrunner for Dragon Age
Yeah,
Legends.
the only person that might be able to contest you is this YouTube content creator that you have if they beat you out for
But
it.
I am still tracking my hours played, so
it.
although what disqualifies me is probably that I cheated.
You also kind of like accidentally.
But it's also built in, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think built-in cheats are fine.
I mean, plenty of speedrunners use exploits, so
Yeah, so I think you're okay. And again, death
that
to all
means
pitches.
that I could actually just cheat and get a faster speed run, and then be ranked twice in
could.
the speedrun website.
Could, but you're not going to.
Listen, all I'm saying is I expect a phone call from Mr. BioWare once we beat this game, commending me for my efforts.
No, Mr. Bauer is gonna call you and be like, "Why?
Stop it.
Why? Like, please, you're hurting yourself and all of your friends and your family."
That's true. That's true.
John BioWare, yeah.
What's the meme?
Actually, John BioWare is his brother. Yeah, this is actually Frank BioWare. Yeah,
Classic.
yeah.
Well, technically, this is made by EA2D, so
Right. Oh, so I'm sorry. It was Timmy EA. I always forget. Timmy Electronic and his partner Abelard. You know. Anywho, answering Jetstream's question from earlier, the most I spent time in any game.
Oh, right.
Replays count.
I mean, truthfully, probably Zelda: A Link to the Past. I've replayed that game the most in my life. It's not a long game, but it's long enough, and I muck around and I like explore.
With the amount of times I've beat the first Kingdom Hearts, I'm bound to just say that one purely just for like, I think I've been that one 4 or 5 times. So like, and a couple of those times I did like everything, or not everything, but a lot of things.
I mean, I guess Civ 6 would be up there for me. And
mean,
actually, maybe Skyrim.
And if we count like Tabletop Simulator, but I don't think we should count that.
Well, it'd be like the specific game, right?
Yeah, true. Oh, yeah, which I mean, I guess I could say Cabal then at that point.
You're not playing it, you're working. That's
Yeah, well, I mean,
very
we are playing.
different.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
it's almost a really good sword. But
Although I will say, I'm getting pretty high in my hours, even though I haven't touched it in a long time. Of what's that game that I played that's Marvel, that's made by Firaxis, that I can't think of the name of right now.
Marvel
Midnight Suns.
Yeah,
Got it. I'm already at like 100-something hours in that game, and I haven't even beaten it yet. So that one's probably gonna get there. Again, I don't have anything fancy. I don't have any games I'm like, I've sunk 200 hours into this. I think the most I've ever sunk into a game was about like 115, 120 hours.
Yeah, Skyrim, I put an unholy amount of time into that. So much so, and I still have not beaten it because I just kept getting fan-made like mods that add more areas and more quests.
Oh, I feel you.
I just didn't want it to ever end.
Do you think FF14 will eventually get high in your list just with the sheer amount of stuff you've done?
I mean, in terms of raw playtime, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think that's only going to be because the folks in this community are very adamant about me playing it, and that's okay. Like, yeah, man. Now I'm trying to think of like, because I did play RuneScape a lot when I was younger. I'm like, maybe I put a lot of time into that.
I did fall asleep while playing Armello once and had like 90 hours in that. Also because I fell asleep once and I left it up and running. Like just the main menu. And again, Steam counts all of that, I guess. And yeah.
I'm gonna figure out that one weird free MMO that I put like hundreds of hours into when I was younger.
Even PlayStation's like that too. Like with PlayStation, if you have like the main menu running or something, it will count that time, I think. As it doesn't count your hours like you actually play in the game. It's just more of, although no, I guess that no, maybe it's a little bit of both, because obviously your play time in the game won't always match, because if you die and have to reload.
Well, I thought PlayStation was weird about it too, kind of like Nintendo, where they'll be like, you've played roughly, 10 days.
Well, see, no, because on PlayStation, when you look at the, like, at least on PS5, if you look at the screen or whatever, it'll tell you how many hours you're currently at, like, with the game on. So yeah.
That's the one thing I hate about Nintendo, is that they just won't tell me how much time I put into something.
Yeah, because they will say something like, you put about 56 weeks in here, and you're like, wait, what? Why are you mathing it that way?
But even Steam, sometimes I'm like, they'll be like, you've played this game recently, and they'll be like, you've put a total of like 100 hours into it. I'm like, but how many hours did I recently put into it?
Oh, you
Tell
want
me.
that metric, yeah. Although I guess,
Nice.
Final Fantasy is probably getting pretty high, because I've beaten that game officially only 2 times. But the amount of times I have gotten like 20 hours into that game is also kind of disgusting. And then stop. So yeah, Final Fantasy might be pretty high. Persona 5 might be pretty high too, because I have literally started that game almost 3 times now and gotten about 40 hours in each time.
Damn.
And then because I get burnt out, and I'm like, I'm gonna put this down for a little while, and then it becomes 6 months or a year and a half, and I'm like,
Yep.
right.
Speaking of which, I finally beat Dad in Hades today.
Oh, yay!
I brought it up because it's been like 6 months since I played it.
Nice, man. Have you beat Dad before?
No, this is my
shit.
first time.
Is he like a secret boss, or is he like
No, he's
the normal final
the end boss.
Okay.
Raid Shadow Legends. I will never touch that freaking game ever again. So tired of that nonsense.
Let me see. Also, with this
Haven't beaten Skyrim yet. Technically, Skyrim doesn't end. Oh, really? I never did much of the main story quest. I did enough to get a couple of shouts, and I was like, good enough.
Great.
Let's do everything else.
And then I think I saw someone, Jetstream said, I haven't played A Link to the Past, but I loved
Link Between Worlds.
Link Between Worlds, thank you.
I
now
love-
know what LBW stood for. I was like, nope.
Link Between Worlds I thought was solid.
Okay.
I understand, I think, why folks would say nowadays that A Link to the Past is a little convoluted. Like, it doesn't do a great job explaining what you need to do.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like
My only contestment there is, I think that's only true for people who don't realize how important it is to talk to NPCs.
I see.
Because that's a retro game thing, right? Like, a lot of modern games don't really require it, or if it does require it, they make it very clear, like, hey, you need to talk to this guy.
Yeah.
A Link to the Past is like, and same with Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, is like, talk to people, because if you don't, you're never going to beat this freaking game.
And there isn't that I do like about that.
Yeah, I mean, once you understand that that's the expectation on the game design, the games become a lot easier.
Yeah.
And I was one of those, like, kids that I was like, I don't want to talk to everyone, this is boring.
Right.
So I just wouldn't,
Yeah,
right?
and they'd be like, I don't know what to do. And you're like, well,
Yeah, exactly.
And like you almost wonder, like, would it do a disservice to have a thing in somewhere in the game being like, have an NPC at some point be like, you should talk to people here because that's important, without totally spelling it out, but at the same time,
Yeah.
like, do you do something like that? Is that too like heavy-handed? Yeah.
Yep.
Do the games Chris QA tested count?
Nope, because that's not playing, that's still working. And I will die on that hill because as a QA of what, 6 years, 6-ish years
So
of
this game
work?
can't count because it's working.
No, because we're genuinely playing games on stream. It's different. It's not, when you're QAing, you're not playing a finished game.
No, because exactly, you're fighting bugs.
And you're also not playing.
You're breaking shit.
Yeah, it's a very distinctive difference because, like, I'm gonna spend literally hundreds of hours just, like, walking into walls.
Right.
Just to see if I can slip through collision.
So you can then
I can log a bug toward
and
it.
say, hey, I
Like,
did this.
That's not playing it, right? Like, maybe it's interesting when you're like more fun when you're like, how crazy can I get to like find ways
What
to
will
like
break this game?
get me into weird places that the designers never expected me to do.
Yeah.
Which is honestly why games like Ratchet and Clank are really easy to break, because you jump around so much and have so many tools in your basket that it's very easy to find out of bounds bugs. It's like when we played ukulele, and
Oh,
we just
yeah.
like often
Oh my
found ways to just
God.
like slip through the world. And
And yeah,
like,
we're just
"Well,
like above the world. And we're like, huh.
platformers are a real pain in the ass to QA because all collision code sucks. Straight up, there's no such thing as good collision in any 3D video game ever. It's all bad. It never works as well as it's supposed to.
It's all bad.
It's all bad, the whole thing.
And I think the Joshua say, did you read the you can still play Skyrim after the main quest line? Maybe?
I did not.
Okay,
but
cool.
that's good to know. Actually, I fully did not know that. Now I'm like, huh, maybe I should beat Skyrim.
You're not going to. That's
I'm too stubborn too at this point to start over. So if I ever boot up Skyrim again, it's been years. I'm gonna sit here being like, what was everything?
You know what you do? You just look at the next queue and then what the main quest is and say, you know what? I'm just gonna do it. We're gonna treat this like
Yes, but I also will have to figure out how to do things again. Also,
And isn't that part of the fun?
it sort of is.
Kinda.
That's the one perk of me not having done much of the story is that, well, there's not a lot of catching up for me to
There you
do.
go. Fusra, no. All right.
I had all those weird dragon dudes with hoods teach me how to yell, and then that's it. That's about all that's
But
happened.
like, did you just learn one yell? Because there's lots of yells you learn. I think.
I learned a couple. I think I saw some dragon attack a city, so that at least was one other narrative event. And I killed it, and it was fine.
Good for you, man.
It's been a while.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Fucking you, man.
Thank you.
On another note, today is Batman Day, National Batman Day.
Nerd.
It is I don't know if today's the official 85th anniversary because they call this Batman Day because it was like the seminal issue that like I think did shit with Batman. I don't know, but anyway, it's 85 years of Batman.
Cool.
Jetstream says that was still the beginning.
Yeah, okay, well, yes, that... It's true, a dragon does attack the city at the very beginning of the game. It was the second time then.
Or the 8th time, or the 12th time. In a game like Skyrim, dragons
I'm pretty
attack
sure.
a lot. All right?
Unless I'm thinking of Oblivion, because that's also possible. Oblivion's the only Elder Scrolls game I've actually beaten.
Yeah, I liked Oblivion. I feel like I was like
I also did almost every single thing there was to do in Oblivion.
still beginning.
I mean, that's still fair. That's probably
I hope
very
you're just
early.
really over leveled. I don't know if things like level up with you in that game.
They do. It is a dynamic leveling system, but it's not like 1-to-1 ratio.
Okay.
I'm unkillable. I've like, what do you call it? When you like
I
hit max,
cheated.
when you hit max level and then you decide to go back to level 1 and then you raise it up again.
Oh, that's something you can do in that game?
It's a thing that Call of Duty actually did with their like online multiplayer like leaderboards.
Yeah.
Prestiging.
So
I don't know.
basically, you're basically I already leveled all the way up, and you basically start back at level 1, but with all your stats.
I got, and you keep some of the perks that you get out of that. So you can still overlevel. Yeah, I maxed out my smithing, I maxed out my enchanting, and I maxed out something else related to
building shit.
making good weapons and armor. And then I maxed out my like one-handed fighting ability. And then I like redid the smithing like 3 or 4 times. I liked the smithing.
I just know you could do that. I thought once you hit max level, it'd be like, cool, you're as high as you can get. So it's interesting when you can get higher.
Yeah. I mean, you start back at level 1, so like when I do it, I can only make little iron daggers for a long time. But if you've got a good setup, you can kind of burn through it really, really quickly.
So what's the benefit to having the prestige levels then, or whatever?
Every time you level up, I think you're leveling up your like greater character level.
Okay.
And I believe you can get some minor perks that will be permanent also. It's been a while, so I can't really say with any kind of
Exactly what it
authority.
is. Okay. I remember Oblivion, if you maxed out chameleon magic on your armor, enemies could never touch you because you were fully invisible. Even if you're smacking them in the face, they don't even try to swing at you. That's funny.
That's pretty good. I never tried that one.
That's very funny to me. It's just, you're just like, All right, I guess I'm just gonna win.
In true Chris form, I don't usually do much with magic other than necromancy. I just make stick hit hard and then kill everything.
There you go. I think it's always fun to build someone really with beefy defense, and so that way when you're getting hit, they're just like,
oh yeah,
do anything to me.
Oh yeah.
Even my attack isn't super powerful. I'm just like, you can't kill me. It'll take a while. But I'll win. I will win eventually.
That's partly why I decided to go absolutely nuts with the smithing stuff, was because it's a dynamic leveling system. I was like, truthfully, I could level up a bunch of stuff, but everything else is going to keep getting more powerful, but they will never be better than maximum tier equipment.
Equipment, right.
So I was like, this is the safest bet.
As long as your equipment is still better than what they're doing, that makes sense.
And then of course I got mods that let me like smith arrows and stuff like that. Because you can make freaking a full set of dragon bone armor and weaponry, but you can't
smith arrows.
You can't make freaking
you can't
arrows.
Fletch.
You can't fletch, you can't make arrowheads. It's the stupidest thing.
That's so funny. The dynamic leveling in Oblivion was funny because you had to get a point. You'd get to a point where common bandits are decked out in Daedric armor.
Yep.
That's so good.
Yeah, I don't always love that system, but I agree that it needs to exist in some way, shape, or form to keep the game interesting.
Right, because otherwise you get into like the Pokemon issue of like, I have level 90 people, and I'm in the first town because you have to go back for some reason.
Yep.
And there are level 5 enemies.
Yeah, and it's not interesting to just walk around and one-shot everything, you know?
Yeah, no. At that point, you're like, all right, I'll use repels, I guess, and not get into fights.
Yeah. It just kind of feels like a time waster.
Yeah. You can in the Dragonborn DLC.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, I know there's a DLC for Skyrim. I just figured.
Oh, there's a bunch.
Things got modded.
I got at least a couple of the DLCs. I remember I did the vampire one.
Of course. Over here.
There was, I think, one other one that I had. And maybe I did have arrow crafting, fletching from it at one point. I just remember I also got a mod to do it. Please.
So anyway, in honor of Batman Day, I did some comic shopping.
Oh yeah. Did you get anything good? Did you finally get year one?
No.
We talked about it.
I got some things for one of the current runs called Absolute Power.
Nice.
I picked up a pretty sick cover for one of them because it had Batman, and I'm like, fuck yeah. I got a free comic book day prelude to Long Halloween, I think.
Oh, fun.
And that's because we picked up a Batman book. I got some other shit. But what I did this morning was Ange and I watched the first episode of The Penguin, which was great.
People seem to like it so far.
What's up?
People seem to like it.
Oh yeah, people are digging it hardcore. It's very good.
The only thing I know about it is that the actor of Penguin is like, I never want to wear that freaking suit ever again.
I know. Colin Farrell's so good though. He's so goddamn talented, and like it's such a great role for him, and it's so different than the shit he normally does. But yeah, that suit's nasty. Because he has an issue with his foot, and they showed in the first episode. Oh, horrid foot.
Well, yeah, isn't that like part of his like?
He has like a waddle
disfiguration.
thing.
Yeah.
It's a little different though in the Reeves movie. It's not so much like the '89 Batman where it was like, I'm a penguin-y man. You know, like how DeVito was.
Yeah. There are some versions of Penguin where it's like he's part penguin.
Yeah, and that's not like, this. Yeah, no. And Reeves is just the executive producer, but it takes place in that Batman world. And I really enjoyed the Batman that he directed, where Colin Farrell first played the Penguin, Robert Pattinson was Batman, Jeffrey Wright was Jim Gordon, Paul Dano was the Riddler. Really, really, really fucking good. But the first episode, incredibly good. I loved it. Great intro to that. Andrew was digging it too, and yeah, it was just a ton of fun.
Is Batman in that?
No.
Oh,
this is purely about, I think, Penguin making his play to become a big player in the crime area.
Oh, so it's like young Penguin.
No. This is like really, this takes place right after what happens in The Batman. Like what happens in the movie The Batman, those events finish up. And then, because Penguin technically works for a bigger crime family.
Is The Batman the one with
Robert Pattinson?
Yeah.
And Zoe Saldana and Colin Farrell
Okay,
playing the
okay.
Penguin. So it literally takes place right after it, and the Penguin technically works for the Falcone crime family.
Sure.
And I won't spoil the first movie. I know it's old now. Well, it's a few years old now, but just in case you haven't seen, you want to see it, go see it. It's a ton of fun. I liked it a lot. But there's a little bit of a vacuum going on right now.
Sure.
And so Penguin's like, okay, I'm gonna kind of help make this vacuum.
Wasn't that one of the plot points of the Batman?
The plot point at what it was basically that's kind of near the end was how kind of like midway through something happens where an important figure in one of the crime family gets taken out.
Yeah.
And it kind of puts things into a free fall, but then other events happen because of the Riddler that take a bigger beat, because it puts Gotham in danger at a full scale, so the crime issues don't matter as much.
That's right.
But yeah, the Penguin picks up literally right after that all happens, and Colin Farrell's kicked ass in the first episode.
Nice.
He was great, a lot of great acting from some other people in the show, so super good. And if you're into Batman stuff, it's really great. Even if you're not, you don't have to. Even if you haven't watched the Batman, they explain enough of the events that happen to lead up just in some newscasts. That just a couple of easy lines at the beginning to be like, this person's dead, this event happened in Gotham, and then you're kind of here.
Sure.
And that's all you really need to know to get into it.
Fair.
Which really works. And from what it sounds like, the person's world, who this is Matt Reeves' like universe for this Batman movie, he had said for the Penguin show, at least unless he's trying to put the wool over people's eyes, saying Batman will not be involved at all.
Well, I think it's more interesting that way, right?
Exactly.
Because then it just turns into a Batman show.
Exactly, and the whole point is it's supposed to be how Penguin is going to hopefully really like rise to a greater power instead of being under another family, probably just being kind of like we see him in the comics.
Yeah.
His own making his own outfit.
Yeah.
Instead of just being like an enforcer for someone else's, or like being like the drug like kingpin for someone else's. He can be his own guy. So I'm very curious to see how that shakes out. But first episode,
Nice.
killer, loved it.
Nice.
So highly recommend it. But yeah.
On the topic of things recently watched,
Yeah.
Jen and I watched. This was the first time for Jen, not for me. We watched Paranormal Activity last night.
I have never seen it. How did you like it? How did they like it? Excuse me. How did they like it?
So I remember liking it when I was younger because I saw it in theaters.
Oh wow, yeah, that would have been high school age, I think, for us maybe.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
probably.
I at the time I was like, I think this was kind of fun and like nice and scary. And then I feel like I remember like, maybe 5 to 8 years pass and people are like, it was kind of campy and lame, whatever. And I was like, I don't remember it being that like campy and lame. Like I remember it being kind of scary. And so watching with Jen, I was like, no, this actually I think is still pretty good. Like
yeah.
a lot better than I think a lot of folks
Give it credit
years in retrospectively gave it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure all the sequels were just total ass.
I hear
because
they're not great, but
it's one of those things where it's like you had a really good idea and
okay.
you didn't really know how to make it continue.
And also at some point, maybe you don't have to, but if
Right,
it makes enough money,
right.
the studios
It's-
are like, we need more of
it,
those.
It feels like if they did Blair Witch 2, which there was the remake which did poorly.
Yeah.
I never saw that one, and I should watch it just to get angry. But yeah, I think Paranormal Activity, like, it's clearly low budget. It does not have great writing and does not have great actors, but like, what they do super, super right is they understand good cinematography for building tension.
Yeah.
And they have fucking fantastic audio design.
Yeah.
I thought their audio design was top tier.
And sometimes that's all it takes, but again, it's one of those things where that movie made good money. And so probably the intention wasn't to make this a franchise, right? Or make it like
No,
movie
I
after
mean,
movie after movie.
Most horror movies are forced to be low budget. Like, they don't get funding.
No, yeah.
And so they probably were just like,
Well, and studios also like it because we don't have to spend a lot of money on this. It'll put butts in seats.
Well, for the most part, I mean, horror does not generally make much money in the grand scheme of things.
It depends, right? It depends because of how low budget it is. It's more like what you make on what you've spent.
It's
right?
the wild
ROA.
card.
Yeah.
It's the wild card because if it works, it really works, and if it doesn't work, then they don't lose much.
Yeah, they're not losing a lot. Yeah, it's all about that return on investment, where like it doesn't have to make a lot to be considered successful.
Yep.
Which is so interesting. And that's why they're so popular, though. That's why you see a lot of horror movies come out, because you're just like, it wasn't a lot of money to make. Until you get so big, and people are like, oh, now I'll put some production value in this, and then it becomes a real issue.
Yep.
Right? When they're like, ooh, let's really juice this guy up. Which I don't know if Paranormal Activity ever did that. They may have never really put a ton of money into it. But I know they kept churning out. There's a few of them, aren't there? I thought aren't like 3 or 4 maybe.
Yeah, there's at least 4 that I saw.
Yeah,
I was like, ooh.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, even if you look at the what's the oh shit, The Conjuring.
Jen and I are gonna watch that one next.
I've never watched that. I hear the first one is like solid, good, whatever you want to call it.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
And then from there, it just kind of sounds like this universe they built. It just kind of loses the veneer real fast. It just starts cracking, and
Yep.
It is what it is.
That makes sense.
But it still makes money. That's the whole deal. Annabelle made money for them. The Nun made money for them.
Yep.
And I even know the other Conjuring movies that take place in the same continuity. Not reviewed great, but again, it's still people came out. They're just like, because people are hoping they're gonna get scared.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and again, still speaking on things we've watched recently, we saw the Danish version of Speak No Evil. Last week, which right now there's the American, whatever you want to call it, American version, English version, that came out. James McAvoy really recently. It's getting pretty solid reviews. That one's fucked up. I don't know if the American/English version is going to be as fucked up, because generally their horror movies aren't. Right? But like this one, shit, that's fucked. And what's really funny is that the premise of the story, the creator, because Andrew's looking this up after we watched it, the premise of the story came from, like, our agent is nowhere to be found. This is worse than I thought. We recently learned that Coterie are meeting with a powerful merchant at the Capurk Mansion. They must have the Gyril with them. Oh, they must have Gyril? Yeah, Gyril with them. The mansion's in the city square to the northeast.
So the Coterie are the underground.
Yes, yeah, I remember the Coterie, the Gyril. I was like, wait, what am I reading? Right. But the creator went on, because the whole idea of Speak No Evil is this couple goes on vacation with their kid, and they meet, like, it's one of those like excursion trips where everyone's kind of all together eating dinners and shit together. Sure. And there's this couple that they meet who also has a kid, and they all kind of bond and get along for the trip. And then they exchange, I think, just this address information. And so they send a letter, and they're like, oh, you should come visit us for the weekend.
Sure.
And they are like, oh, cool, sure, we'll come visit you. And then chaos ensues, kind of. And I guess it was sort of based off of a real event that happened to the creator. He met this couple. He's like, they were really sweet. It's kind of cool. But then they sent a letter to be like, hey, you should come visit us, like, in our neck of the woods. And then the writer was like, I don't want to do that. That's like, I'm sure they're very nice people, but we literally only met you for a few days, and like they never answered. So it kind of became like his what if scenario in his head, like what if we did go, basically, which is kind of cool.
It was kind of fun.
When you find out what the twist of that movie is, you're like, holy shit. And unfortunately, there's a couple of twists now that we've seen the movie. The American trailer for their version, there's a couple of twists they kind of give away in the trailer that I'm like, man,
that's such a bad marketing practice that happens with horror.
But they don't give away the big twist. And so if they keep it the same, at least that one they didn't give away. Because there is a twist. When Angie got it, they were like, oh. And they don't make it very obvious, but they give you enough. I mean, they make it obvious. They don't totally spell it out, but they give you enough images that flash in front of you to be like, oh. And they never come out and just say it, which is even better because you put the words together, right? You're just like, oh, that's what this means. That's fucked up.
Interesting.
And I saw an article recently. I didn't read it because I still want to see the American version, where the director of the creator of the original doesn't like how the American version ended it, and I think it's probably because the American version ends on a happier note than the Danish version does.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Because most good horror movies don't end happy.
No,
but
yeah.
Americans love to just like be like, no, everything worked out.
Yeah,
kind
or
of.
like even if there's a lot of bad that happened, at least they made it out or whatever, right? So that's what I think. I like, but no, like I will tell you right now, I think it's on Amazon Prime, or maybe you have to have a sub to like Showtime or some shit. I don't remember where it's at. It's our Prime Video or something. Do yourself a favor. Just if you're into weird shit, and like I wouldn't call it horror necessarily. It's more like a thriller.
Sure.
And really the thrilling part, like. They do a good job building tension because you never know when something weird's gonna happen eventually, but it just feels like a normal movie for so long, like just a standard, like oh this couple get, and then there's these little pops of things, and then the last 10 minutes are insanity. The last 15 minutes insanity.
Okay, nice.
Very worth it though. So Speak No Evil. Check out I think it's Danish.
I think I have seen ads for that. Is that with the very like deranged kind of dude?
Yeah, and he's like in the American version, it's James McAvoy, so it's the guy who's like Professor Charles Xavier in the rebooted X-Men stuff.
Okay,
he's also in Glass.
I think it's exactly.
Split.
I have seen ads for. At first, I was like, I know the name, but I can't think of
and
what
then
it
the
is.
kid who can't talk, he's like,
oh, I didn't know that part actually.
oh, there's a kid who's just like going
Interesting.
in the trailer. Again, I'm just talking
sure.
about things that are in the trailer, not in the movie itself, because I still haven't seen this version. But what we did find out though is that in the Danish version, the couple who's like the crazy couple, they're actually a couple in real life that they cast. It's a real couple.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, huh, wild.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah, they had great chemistry together, so it
Whoa.
worked out. Drudge.
I think
It's like
that's
sludge, but
Shield.
yeah, it's a shield. A skull shield. It's like a bone shield.
I was looking at that.
But yeah, Speak No Evil, man. Really good time.
Nice.
Really good time. And literally, the Danish version only came out like 2 years ago. It's very new.
What the hell is this? Oh, maybe it is a shield because. Yep. Okay. That's not very good.
Well, I mean, it just doesn't have attack. That's one of the things missing. It has better defense and it gives your luck a boost.
Gives me
but-
range defense. That's not bad.
Oh, we don't get the plus 50%. The plus 50% dodge either, which that's kind of.
Not good enough.
Nope. I'm just saying it wasn't just like bad though, right? It had
It's
good
terrible.
qualities. It had good qualities, man. Luck, man. Get that crit
It looks
chance even
cool.
higher.
Oh, I totally could have kept it just for the aesthetic. Put it on my vanity shelf.
You are pretty vain.
It's literally I can change how my stuff
I
looks.
I know. I was here when
Don't
you first did that.
put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
I'm going to. El Diablo and the Magic.
But yeah, Paranormal Activity.
Still held up.
The end of the movie
Yeah.
is what they put in the trailer. And
No,
I'm like,
wow.
why would you do that?
Yeah.
I mean, they don't like show all of the ending, but it's like,
But enough. They show you enough. They're like, come on, man.
and I'm like, I was showing Jen a couple of other similar like found footage style horror movies.
Sure, there's a lot of those.
Highly recommend Wreck. I think it's an Italian movie.
Okay.
Thought it was Spanish, but after watching the trailer,
think it
I'm
was
like, I'm
Italian.
pretty sure that was Italian. Highly recommended. Wonderful plot. There's an American movie that is literally like a one-to-one ripoff of it. Like, it's insane how exact it is. And maybe it was, a licensed thing.
REC wreck.
Yes.
I did,
like record.
I did wreck like a car wreck.
Oh, sure, that makes sense too. I love that movie, and I'm gonna try to get Jen to watch that one with me too, because it's been a long time since I've seen it, and I remember really liking it. Yeah.
Let's say,
Yeah.
I think the original is from 07.
Yeah, and that and Paranormal Activity were made around the same time.
Ordering cameraman phones. Yeah, these last names look more Italian than they do Spanish. But
Yeah, I think it's Italian. It's certainly not English. I can say that with 100% certainty.
No, you're right on for that. Oh no, it is Spain. It is Spain.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Origin of Spain.
Nice. I wasn't crazy
Yeah,
then.
because they filmed it in Barcelona, in Catalonia.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Oh, pretty short, but that makes sense for. That's actually even a little short for a horror movie. It's a little under an hour and a half. Because normally I know horrors like tend to fall into like the 90-minute range, but that one's only like 80 something.
You just said it's an hour and a half and tends to fall in 90-minute range.
No, but it's under that. It's like 10 or 12 minutes under the 90-minute range. Because like normally like horrors will kind of go like 90 to like never. They don't usually go into the 100-minute range, but like 90, 95. So when you see them in the 80s, you're like, oh, that's fast. You're like
horror movies, I think, are usually on the shorter side.
They need to be, right?
Yeah.
Because like you don't want to
There's only-
overstay your welcome.
Exactly.
And at some point, the suspense just doesn't suspend.
It simmers out, yeah.
Unless you have a lot of buildup on the front end, I guess. Like if you just keep it very normal on the front end and you make a very long, like just normal feeling movie, and then you just throw it in, I guess that would work.
Actually, suggestion for a movie if you want that experience is fucking Robert Rodriguez's is it?
Oh, are you talking about not Donna, the one with Clooney and Tarantino, where it turns into a vampire,
it's
like because it feels like a normal movie for a while.
It's a freaking fever dream of a movie.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's Dusk Till Dawn.
From Dusk Till
Dawn. That's right.
That might be right. I want to rewatch it. I always forget kind of what happens in the later part of the movie because I remember the first half because I'm like, what an interesting movie about like
first Salma Hayek does
and it's an interesting movie because it starts off with basically these two guys trying to flee the United States and going to Mexico, and they like did something super illegal, so they're fleeing, right? And they're like not good people, so they hold up a family like hostage and force them to drive them through the border. It's incredibly violent and like very uncomfortable in that first half.
Yeah, that was almost 2 hours. It's an hour 48. That's a beefy one for like a horror movie.
But the like major twist, which is really the core of the movie, is they go to some like weird
like a strip club, I think, or like a burlesque show kind of
like a burlesque bar kind of place, and then
like exotic dancing is probably a better
maybe and then the sun goes down and it turns out it's a vampire bar, and then they have to hole up and fight for their life. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, well, and they made a show too, like they rebooted it as a television show like maybe 5-6 years ago, 7 years ago, 10 years ago, I don't know.
Interesting.
Time's a wild thing. But yeah, I mean, but the cast is very common for like the Rodriguez Tarantino kind of world, because you got Harvey Keitel, you got George Clooney, you got Juliette Lewis, Quentin Tarantino, Salma Hayek, Cheech Marin, Danny Trejo, which all of these guys pop in a ton of those movies. John Hawkes is even in there. I wonder if he's a smaller part, because he would not have been the actor he was, like as popular as was like at 10, 15.
Sure, yeah. I know most of those names. Not that last one though.
John Hawkes. What's a good movie? Like the first, because one of the first movies that he's like that I remember him like getting some good notoriety for was Winter's Bone, which was that movie that Jennifer Lawrence. I don't think she won for it, but she got her first like Oscar nod for it.
That weird space one?
No. It's very much a very real life movie. No, our other one got
boring.
Panned. Passengers was.
I don't even remember.
And that was one with her and Chris.
It didn't look great.
Whichever Chris he is. Chris Pratt.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
They were like, this movie's gonna be so good because it's got two really hot people as the leads.
Yeah, I mean that's kind.
That was the whole pitch. It's two hot people in space.
What they're going for.
Fucking ludicrous.
Yeah, it is ludicrous for sure.
The vampire bar movie sounds familiar. Yeah, from Dusk Till Dawn. I mean, look it up.
It's pretty popular. Yeah.
Robert Rodriguez is a very weird director.
Yeah, I mean he can be off-putting to some folks. He does his style. He's a very stylized creator.
Yeah. I often like Rodriguez, at least from the stuff that I've seen. I really still love Planet Terror. It's exactly what it was supposed to be. highly recommend that one.
God, Winter's Bone was 14 years ago. Crazy. That's where it was Teardrop.
I think it was called Planetary, right? From the Grindhouse.
Yeah, from the Grindhouse feature. Yeah, Planetary. I think you're right on.
I should rewatch that one. This the one with the lady with an assault rifle leg.
Yep. And yeah, Robert Rodriguez was the director, and then Robert Kurtzman and Quentin Tarantino were the writers for that. So.
Oh, I didn't realize Tarantino wrote for that. I know
he acted
Tarantino,
in it too, which he's not a great actor, but you know.
No, he's not.
It's just...
Tarantino also wrote and directed the other half of Grindhouse.
Yeah, because it was like a double feature. All I did was
yeah.
a double feature, which was Grindhouse. Because it was Planetary and Grindhouse were the two.
No, the other one was...
Was it not? No, I thought it was.
I don't think it was. I think it was like Death
Oh, yes.
Cab or something like that.
What is that? That's like the Grindhouse. Death Proof.
Death
'Cause
Proof.
I think it was literally called... Hold on.
Which that one was fun too.
Because I think... Oh, Grindhouse was what the thing was like... The double feature was called.
Yes.
The whole thing was
yes.
Grindhouse.
Because it was Grindhouse style films.
Yeah, the two movies were Death Proof and Planetary.
Yeah. Also, people might not hear you super well when you talk away from mic.
I mean, you know,
but you're also loud.
I gotta
so.
look, so it's gonna happen. It's the normal experience.
That's
right?
true. It's true.
I'm about to say,
no one's complaining yet, so.
Exactly, man. I'm never worried. They'll hear me. If they'll hear me, hey, man, that's okay.
They're like, finally a reprieve from Tony. Right. He's talking off mic.
The reviews aren't particularly great for those movies, but you know they are.
That's a great example, though, of like, yeah, those aren't movies meant to be reviewed well, though.
Yeah, right.
Like they did exactly what they were trying to do quite well.
Yeah,
and so if you're looking for I don't know, like a cleaner, more polished Grindhouse style film.
I mean,
that's exactly what they promised they would deliver, and that's exactly what they delivered.
Oh yeah. Tarantino's a big old weirdo, though.
He's a big weirdo.
He's a big foot boy. Loves his feet, man.
Pretty sure he's weird beyond that.
Oh yeah.
But
Oh yeah. And I also I feel like I'm glad that he's kind of I think he's getting close to wrapping up his film career, which I think is good. He has a lot of great movies in there. There's a lot of big movies he's done that have been really important in cinema, right?
Yeah.
A lot. But I'm also kind of glad that he's not I want to keep making movies forever. He's I want to enjoy movies forever. I think he has a big film brain. I think he knows a lot about cinema, and he has a passion for it.
Mm-hmm.
But, not all his movies are fantastic. Most of them are good.
I mean, he certainly has a better track record than a lot of other acclaimed directors.
Well, and even, look, if you look at Robert Rodriguez, Robert Rodriguez doesn't really have the world's best track record either. He's very hit and miss on his movies.
Yeah, I feel like
fun.
he's more niche in the reality of...
Yeah, in that world, Tarantino was the more famous of the two.
Yeah.
But they worked together a ton.
Yeah, they've got similar tastes, I think.
Oh yeah. He's also a wild man.
Jen and I were talking about what's his name? The guy who did Sixth Sense and...
Oh, M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah. And how,
that dude also hit or miss.
He was pretty good for a little bit up until, The Village or whatever it was called.
Oh,
and then after that, it was a steep decline.
Well, you know what's interesting? I feel like the Shyamalan experiences, he sets up a good premise, usually. There's a solid premise there, but he never sticks the landing. Because if you read a lot of his a lot of reviews about his movies, it's started off great, and then it just got lost.
I think the best example of why I think M. Night Shyamalan is mostly ass, although I've heard he's having a return to
Not
fame.
really, no. No, he's just making movies that, again, have a solid premise.
Okay.
But then don't stick the landing.
So I think it's the interesting premise, but he does Lady in the Water, I think, is the perfect example of why I think he's bad.
Just boringly. It's a boring fucking movie.
Lady in the Water he does this storybook style characterization and roles.
Yep.
Consistently. That's his whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
And Lady in the Water is him being I'm going to do it, and I'm going to be self-aware about it, and I'm going to subvert it, but it still sucks. him trying to even subvert his own model didn't actually make it work.
Yeah, and again, that's where like I think Homeboy has good ideas.
Yeah.
But he just needs somebody else to like rein him in, or like maybe he just needs a writer, right? Like, you know, man, come up with the roadmap. You can have a great roadmap, but not have the good points fleshed out in between. There are some people who are truly like, that's a great idea, and maybe you can direct it, but maybe you shouldn't write it. Maybe you should get a co-writer, somebody, anybody, just to tell you, maybe don't jump the shark here, buddy. Because like we were watching that movie Old a couple years back, and it had such an interesting idea to it. It's like the way this island kind of worked is if you like crossed over this one thing, all of a sudden you aged, and it's like, whoa, crazy, okay. And then it just kind of lost itself, and we're like, well, that got really uninteresting really fast. And even with this most recent one, Trap, it sounds like the beginning is incredible. It's like this kind of like this, like it's a concert movie, but it's also got like these kind of cool little thriller elements. And then as soon as like I guess the moment changes, you're just like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, dude. And so it leads me to believe like I think he has ideas in there.
Yeah. Also, what's up, Lindis? Yeah, we're still going at it.
He just needs to bounce it off of somebody. Somebody.
I think you're right.
Somebody has to stop him, because I think there's a good idea.
One sec, because this might auto-dismiss.
Good to see you in one piece, Gyral. Thank you, playa.
That's us.
I need to follow up on a few things, but meet me near Lowtown soon. Oh, will everyone's favorite Varric be there? He better be.
Oh, that would be kind of fun.
We're going to Lowtown, man. Yeah, great roadmap, terrible at the fire details. See also Dawn Trails MSQ.
Main story quest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
We Need a Silent Hill Gamer, a movie directed by Hideo Kojima, looks at PT. Player.
That's us.
That's us.
At this point, I'm actually surprised that Kojima has not gotten into like just dedicated filmmaking, because he clearly loves the idea of it.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if he's actually good at it, though. Like, it's one of those things where it's a very... Ooh, thank you again, playa. Gyro learned that Lukash was investigating in Kirkwall. I know this is not news to you. However, we also discovered he was last seen in an old abandoned building in Lowtown. Follow the marks on this map. You should be able to find it. Good luck. That was weird.
It's because we didn't have any combat in between.
Oh.
Let's get going. Lowtown is this way.
Thanks, Sendis.
Playa, Tovis, good to see you.
There in Highmount, I'm glad you and Isolde made it out of the deep road safely.
Thank you for helping us. We miss Orzammar, but at least we're together now. Who is this?
It was good to see you two. Try and stay out of trouble.
Quest complete! Stones can be cruel sometimes. Let's go. We must continue our journey. I didn't realize that was him saying it at first.
I didn't know either. All right. That was a lot that just kind of happened there.
It really was.
I was just like, talk. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, go that way. All right.
So random.
But yeah, like I want to believe it. Maybe that's just the optimist in me wants to believe that M. Night like has an idea for something, and I think it's like what you're saying. It's always that level of subverting the subvertible, or like how do we make a twist on this? Like, and there's some I'll agree are just absolutely ass. I think Lady in the Water is a great example, and what's the other one? Devil, I think that's what it's called. That's where it takes place in an elevator.
Oh,
I think it's just like I feel like the idea sounds interesting. A movie that just takes place in an elevator. I'm like, yeah, it's interesting, but also, sure, like it's interesting, sure. And again, I think like there's some good ideas out there, and like even when he came, like, because then he has things like he did, you know, things like Unbreakable early in his career, and you're like, oh.
That one's great.
Fucking right. And then he came back and did Split, and Split was fucking solid.
I totally forgot about Unbreakable.
Yeah. Well, Unbreakable's old.
And that's
Shyamalan,
Bruce Willis,
though.
man.
That's old Shyamalan. But then he came back and did Split with McAvoy, and it was fucking solid as hell.
Okay.
And Split's great. I also recommend Split. McAvoy does some great acting in it. You have a younger Anya Taylor-Joy in it. Super good, in my opinion. I really liked it. And then they did.
Is that the lady from the chess show?
Yes.
Ah, nice.
Yes.
Cool. I'm starting to remember people.
Yes. And also, she is young Furiosa in the Furiosa movie that just came out. Yeah.
Saw a lot of ads for that one.
It was solid. It was
Yeah.
good. Yeah, I liked it. You know, Chris Hemsworth had a good time playing a bad guy, and I'd love to see Chris Hemsworth play more bad guys now. And Anya Taylor-Joy, solid job. You know,
Sweet.
She embodied Furiosa, I think, quite well, and yeah,
Nice.
It was a fun time.
Yeah, good.
But then he did that like follow-up movie after Split that was supposed to combine the worlds of Split and Glass, and I think it was called, oh, I'm sorry, Split and Unbreakable, and I think it was called Glass. And I hear that was rough.
It's not
I
surprising.
heard that one was rough, which I'm so sad about because both of those movies on their own, I guess, stood up pretty far. I mean, obviously Unbreakable is Unbreakable, and Split was really good. And so the fact that like this like third installment into this sort of trilogy was just kind of ass.
I've gotten 3 of these.
Panzers, I know you keep getting them.
I mean, I'm happy for it because they're worth 1,500.
Yeah, it helps you keep adding 6 people to your party. I'm also glad you're like just stocking your party to the gills just to make it go faster.
Yeah, well,
That's
now
so cheap to
now
do.
we're making so much money that it really is trivial. And maybe we didn't do this on Saturday because I definitely started doing this, or I definitely did on Sunday. I'm buying from the store EXP boost potions now.
Is that why you're getting all those crazy like EXP bounces that happen? I meant to ask you, but there's something that was happening where we'll go like 10 XP, but then we'll go like 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
It probably is, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it gives us quadruple XP
Oh, fantastic,
from every fight.
dude.
And that's one of those items that in the Facebook version of this game you'd have to spend real dollars
money.
for.
Like that right there was like a bunch of XP.
Yeah. I mean, it's always done that every single combat, but like it's just more now, I think.
Yeah, wild.
Yeah. So yeah, it costs 10,000 gold of in-game currency, but I think in the original it required the crowns, which was the
Money.
like special
Right.
currency. So yeah, it's that's gonna help speed things up, and it's not cheating, so I'm down for it.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Oh, by the way, I kept meaning to tell you, I read all the issues of that bad Dragon Age comic. Don't know if you made it all the way, but the artist gets switched partway through, and it starts
Yep.
looking better.
Yes, it does start looking better. It starts off looking.
Real bad.
It's the Orson Scott Card one, right? Because that's the one I'm thinking of. I'm pretty sure it does switch art though partway through, and it looks better.
Well,
but the writing is still. Well, not that
him.
one.
Not him. No, I know they're still making
that
Dragon
one
Age
is
comics,
a
though.
fully like stopped story.
Ah, okay.
Think so. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's imagine like you're trying to make a full story that would be like 10 volumes long for a Dragon Age like fantasy comic.
Sure.
And then try to truncate 10 volumes into 1 volume. And it just
Why though?
everything is just like there's no justification for anything. It's all breakneck speed decisions.
I wonder if they're trying to like get something. I wonder if it's like some kind of in between stories so it makes sense for like.
It just feels rushed, honestly.
Yeah.
Like Orson Scott Card is definitely not like a everything that he does is a hit.
Right.
But it felt like he just was given like write this in a month.
Yeah, right. Like write all this shit, and you're like, okay, I guess you're gonna get what you're gonna get then.
Which actually ties into something I've been thinking about with Dragon Age as a franchise as a whole. I think, and this is not me saying that things are bad.
Sure.
But there's a strange consistency that I'm seeing, like even up through to this game and all the books and like the comics, like everything, even the show or the movie, although the movie was actually pretty high quality. But like there's like YouTube content like Warden's Fall, that was a machinima thing. So I think EA spread an insanely wide net. They reached out, contracted dozens of different creators of different
Right.
mediums, and I think EA did not give them much money. I think it was like
Probably
hey, you'll get clout by working on this franchise, but we're not going to pay you much. So I'm seeing a very strong consistency, even with like some of the core games, right? Like DA Origins was really good.
Yeah,
but
it's
even
not issues.
that game
Oh,
was
yeah.
kind of unpolished in a lot of ways.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! It's buggy.
And it was an incredibly vast game that was like the quality was spread really thin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it worked out. It's the right setting for to make that choice.
Oh yeah. But I mean, you can see moments of just being like, man, is this game just gonna crash on me all of a sudden? Because
but then you see the DLC where it's like, oh, some of this feels like a little bit like Awakening. We were talking about this on stream, and like kind of feels like it was a little bit rushed.
Oh yeah, dude, Awakening.
Yeah.
There's some. I remember playing it when I think you and I were talking about. I was like, I thought my game was gonna crash multiple times because it would just start freaking out. Or I think I told you the error I ran into because I went the wrong way on the map.
Yep.
I had the same cutscene play a couple times. I lost out on the character and I had to double check and restart some bits.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then playing through DA2, there were a few moments where we were like, a lot of this kind of feels a little bit rushed. Like there's not as much like banter from characters. Like it starts to feel over time that even the games start getting lower budget.
Yeah.
And like DA2 was more polished for sure.
Oh
than
yeah,
one,
absolutely.
But it was also spread way less thin, and I think that was a very deliberate decision.
Yes.
So my point is, I think Dragon Age as a franchise is kind of a good example of EA doing exactly what EA does best. Trying to make a lot of shit and trying to make something really big on as low of a budget as they can get away with.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then I hear Inquisition's better than 2.
Yeah, and I've definitely heard that too. And like I said, I still really like all of this stuff.
There's still a lot of fun games, but I mean, it's also okay to say this shit feels rushed.
All of it feels like it was kind of
almost,
like I think the biggest budget was Origins for sure. And
Inquisition might be close though.
Well, up until this point.
Yeah.
I think Inquisition was definitely trying to be the next big hurrah because they can only go low budget for so long before people start ditching.
And I think with Inquisition, I think what I've heard and even what I've played through is sometimes there's a lot of vastness that can feel a little empty.
Yeah.
Right? There's some nothingness, but there's still enough interesting things happening, and the conversation pieces, I think, a lot better in Inquisition from what I recall. Like, when you're walking around, at least your party members will talk a lot more.
Sure.
So it gives you a little bit more to do, or at least that's what I recall. It could just be some rose-colored glass, and we'll play through it, and I'll be like, oh, I'm absolutely fucking incorrect. But from what I remember, it's just that there's a lot of stretches where there's just so much to do.
Sure.
But then there's just these vast areas of just like, well, there's not a lot to do here, but I have a lot to still do. And there's a lot of like things you're juggling with timers. Like, oh, you can send, you can like do this war mappy thing and send people to do this shit, and like after an hour you can do more, and you're like, oh, I gotta manage all these different counters. So okay, cool.
What EA does best is BioWare a Madden dev now. I mean, sort of.
I don't know if it's now. I think it's kind of always, right? Like,
I mean, like a fantasy game in like Fantasy Madden.
Fantasy Madden. I mean, look at Mass Effect, even, right? Like Space Madden, right? In a way, it's like, hey, we're gonna do a 1, a 2, a 3. We're gonna do an Andromeda.
I actually think Mass Effect, at least 1 and 2. I think Mass Effect probably had a higher budget than Dragon Age did.
Yes, I would agree because there weren't. While there was some like weird like quirks with the game, there weren't things like, oh, if you go the wrong way, you're gonna break everything.
To be fair, I think Mass Effect, though, as a whole, was a tighter scope than DA was.
Yeah.
At least the first game. And even to counter myself, like, the first Mass Effect has a lot of, like, you can explore the planets, but it's, like, basically nothing.
No, like, when you hop into your little buggy and you go around, you're like,
it's kind of a waste of time.
It's just kind of empty.
I still kind of love it.
And then I think in 2, they dropped some of that because instead you like mining things in there instead. I'm like, yeah, I see why you did this. I get it.
But yeah, point of the matter is like, it's really just an observation that I've made with this series so far, and I think it's really interesting because this is chronostream 13, and it's we've definitely seen like dips in like budget here and there throughout as franchises kind of go. Like Silent Hill's a great example where Silent Hill 1 through 3, reasonable, I mean, still a horror game budget, which is generally pretty low.
Yeah.
Then Silent Hill 4, definitely clearly different dev team, but maybe still okay budget. And then after that, it's just a licensed out property, and so you get like crazy variance in quality. Which mostly was all pretty moderate to low quality at that point. And like Resident Evil, another great example where it's like, it's pretty okay, and then sudden crazy low dip, not from budget though, just from bad choices.
Bad choices, right?
And then they like do a total 180, and then it's like, bow, wow,
Yeah,
very
back in
good
the
quality
stratosphere
again.
Yeah.
And like, so we've seen like all these different trends between franchises and a lot of the decisions that they
and
make.
that's so common. And like I said, so many things. If you look at stuff like, no, that's more of like player taste. If you look at like your Final Fantasy stuff, you see all that kind of wackadoo like shifts. I don't think it's as nearly as steep because I feel like at least in terms of like quality, they tend to try and keep it tight and good enough. But then you look at something like your 15s and you're just like, yeah, really pretty to look at, not a lot to do in there. And then they like, or you look at your 13s and you say, yeah, a lot of story, but again, not a lot to do in here. So it's just interesting to see how like a series just,
But that's why with Dragon Age, it's the only franchise we've seen yet that has spread this wide of a freaking net.
Yeah.
Like Resident Evil came close, right? Because Resident Evil has a lot of movies, they have the books. Another ambush, of course.
Turn around now, outsiders. You're not welcome in Lowtown.
Good talk. And Resident Evil probably has more like non-game media than Dragon Age, right? But Dragon Age came out the fucking gates with it.
With everything.
Like literally the books came out before the games did.
Yeah, no, it's
And so for a game franchise, it's an insane strategy that I don't know if I've ever seen with anything else.
And clearly EA was experimenting, right?
Yeah,
They're just like, hey, what happens if we do this? And like, and it won a fan base, right? Like, there is a very and it's a large fan base. I would not call it small. I'm very curious about Veilguard because I've already heard a lot of chatter about like people don't like how the Kunari look now, or at least that one specific Kunari character.
I actually have kind of high hopes for Veilguard because I think
they took time.
I think this one's going to be the highest Dragon Age game, and it's going to be the most focused.
Yes.
And I actually think that the franchise will really benefit from that.
Well, I kind of hope, and maybe this is just more of a Tony thing, right? I'm okay with certain things coming to a natural conclusion.
Yeah.
If this is the end of the line for the series, great. But I'm just curious.
Yeah, fair. Howdy.
Yo.
I've been a really long walk, not because of Tenzin being social.
You were gone this whole time?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Because, so there's this older guy who lives on Farragut? Yeah.
Yeah.
The one right behind us. And there's like a blue house if you go. And I've talked to him before. He's like Mexican older guy, so sweet, was social, and he was out today. So he always says hi to Tenzin. He's like, oh hi baby. It's so cute. And then he just ended up talking to me and telling me all this shit about his life and
wow.
Yeah, and I was like
chit-chatting with their neighbor.
Just chit-chatting.
Wow.
But I learned like he tries to help a lot of people get here from Mexico.
Oh, nice.
That's super cool.
Every time he goes there, he like brings a bunch of money to give away.
Oh, that's really sweet.
He was also talking about so his wife passed away from a brain tumor, but
damn.
She outlived her prognosis because it was in the back of her head and they took it out, and afterward he does a lot of businesses. So, like, he just like buys and sells houses and shit. And he just stopped businesses and was like, I'm just gonna stay home with my wife.
Whoa!
13 years.
Holy shit!
Wow, damn.
Well, that's a long prognosis. That's a long extra amount of time. Holy cow!
So I think he definitely gives me the vibe of he's like a sweet older guy who just wants to talk to people. So when someone listens,
he lived a full fucking life.
Oh
Good
my God.
Lord.
He's such a sweet guy, but I was like,
That's really cool though.
I was like, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm aware that the time is going, I'm gonna be late to hang out with friends, but I'm like, well, this is kind of nice.
Nah, you know what? Sometimes you just let it go because then you just learn about someone.
Being really patient too. So I was like, once he was like, okay, I want to
go,
then
you're like, all right, time to go. But wow.
His name's Go-Go, and it's like, wait, I'm bad at pronouncing it. It sounds really good. I'm like bad at pronouncing it.
Yeah, you're good. No,
But
it's
he's like a super sweet dude.
Aw. Well, that's cool.
I feel like I've probably seen him before, but I don't know if I've talked to him much.
Yeah, he's looks good for his age. He's like got like short white hair and his nice big beard, and like he lives in that house that's close to Ashland. And there's always like a bunch of cars in front of him because he like also buys and sells cars.
Oh,
like, he's got like a garden in front.
Homie does a lot. Dang, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's rad. I love interactions like that. It's always like, because you never know what you're gonna learn, and like.
He's telling me like
cool
helping
shit.
people. That's like his
Oh yeah, dude.
and, like,
I'm on board with that.
and then with his like businesses, he's like, it's not on the street. Like you can't buy and sell drugs. You can't do that. It's like just buy and sell houses.
There's a whole ethical debate there too, but
yeah. Oh, that's maybe when you're in with older people, you know, there's always that chance of like, all right. That's awesome.
That's funny
That's
though.
awesome.
But yeah, it was fun talking to him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Well, I'm glad that it was a positive experience. I'm like, I hadn't realized that you were gone that long.
Yeah, because it was just, watching stuff, quiet stuff, and then you're like, hey, I just got back. It's like, oh shit, that was a while ago.
Yeah, I remember hearing you leave.
Oh, there you go. Oh, I'm running the watch.
Bye, Tony.
I'm just like, yeah, all right.
Tony just walk out of here.
Walks out, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't know how much y'all could hear from that, but Jen was basically saying like they ended up chit-chatting with one of our neighbors, and he was kind of like giving Jen the life story, but sounds like a very sweet older man. I love that. I got some good neighbors. This neighborhood's weird too, because I've lived in Chicago for a decent chunk of time now. God, since what, 2011? Is that right? No, since 2013. So more than a decade, which is kind of crazy. But this is the first neighborhood I've lived in where I feel like I genuinely have a relationship with a ton of my neighbors. Like, I kind of like bumped into people here and there in my other neighborhoods, but I don't know, like never really chit-chatted with folks much. And like here, like I know most of my building neighbors. I know a bunch of the neighbors like in the houses surrounding me. It's kind of nice. I'm not a very social guy in like outside of stream space. So I blame Tenzin for meeting a lot of people, but oh shit. I didn't realize we had another wave. Yeah. Take this guy's stuff.
No. Do you have any garbage you need me to take that while I'm over here?
Nope.
Alright, fine. I want to help you.
Yeah, I don't need you.
I don't need you. No, I'm
I'm definitely excited to get to Inquisition though. Ready for some nicer, higher quality Dragon Age content. Oh, that's the ale party guy. Son of a gun.
Who's in an ale
It's a dwarf that can use his mana to have an ale party, and they just all heal.
I want to have an ale party. That's a cool theming. I love it.
That's a dwarven mage for you. Well, dwarves can't use magic in this, so.
No, I love that. No, I think that's a great. I think if you want like a dwarven healer, it should be like something more alchemisty or smithy, or or make him a brewer, right?
Yeah. I mean, debatably, the dwarves are actually very magical in Dragon Age, but hey, thank you for the resub, Tev. 60.
I have entered a new generation of gaming. Anyone for some perfect dark?
I was absolutely thinking of making an N64 joke with that because it's 64 months. Wow, I still have a hard time reconciling in my brain that I've been streaming for this long. But it's even more difficult to reconcile that wonderful folks like you, Tef, have been sticking around for and supporting the show for 64 freaking months. It's crazy. It's maddening. But thank you, Tef. I appreciate you.
I'm trying to think what month I'm going on now. I don't think I'm that high yet.
No.
Because Tef is like OG. How do you see how long you've been subscribed to somebody for? Isn't that right?
If you click, I think the subscribe button, if you're an active subscriber, I think it'll tell you your streak. I mean, I can certainly pull that up too. I can export that data,
So curious.
which is the only way I know that's the only way I can figure out how long people have subbed for the chrono votes.
Yes.
Thank goodness for exporting CSVs out of databases in Twitch. If they ever take that away, I'm going to be a real sad boy.
I'm also up to 45 gifted subs altogether.
45, wow.
Just throughout the whole life, but that's not that great.
That's... Okay, but think about it this way. 45 gifted subs, you're spending about $5 per gifted sub.
Yeah.
That's not a trivial amount.
Okay. Aw, somebody thinks I'm wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely I do. That's
Hell
never
yeah,
even
Tef.
that's never even been a question.
Yeah, Chris just talks behind everybody's back after stream. I'm kidding. Absolutely kidding.
No, I only mostly talk behind your back on stream.
It's really fair.
or after you leave the stream.
Oh, yeah.
Like, all right, screw that guy.
Yeah, not the lame-o is gone. Boy, this is the only game I feel like, oh no, though, Bravely Default is kind of that, where an hour and a half of game time feels like we've been playing this for 6 hours.
Yeah, I'm hitting that point where I'm like, I don't know what is more infamous in my mind. Like, by the end of this game, which will be more infamous.
Oh, I think it'll be this one.
Well, you weren't here for Hitman Sniper. And Hitman Sniper, still to this day, I think is the ultimate test of fortitude for me. It was a fun game until it was one of the worst experiences I've had on stream.
It's one of those things where it's like, you know, man.
Like, that was the game that made me be like, maybe I shouldn't play mobile games on stream anymore.
No, I feel that. And like, and here's what I come down to. I know you have your goal, right? But I like enjoying things, and I'm, you know, you do what you need to do. But it's just one of those where it's like, life's too short for me to play things that, like, if I feel like I've experienced enough of a game, right? And I'm like, yeah, I got the feel for you. Then I'm also okay with, like, you know what? Let's look up what the story notes are for this, and
I respect that.
Yeah,
I get it.
It's just one of those where it's like, I'm willing to live so long of a life that I want to make sure that I fill it with, you know, I've played bad games, I've read bad things, I've watched bad things.
Oh yeah.
But like, boy, I can stop. Right, I can stop it.
I mean, trust me, the closer I inch toward 35, the more I think of exactly that.
Yeah.
And yet, the other side of the Chris brain is like, no, you have to do this.
Yeah. And that's why you always have your friends be like, no, but you don't.
Well, here's the thing. I enjoy the test of fortitude that comes with a game like this. Like, I think it's kind of a weirdly enjoyable experience.
As long as you're having fun with it, I'm glad somebody is.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what.
It's what it is it's the exact same part of my brain that likes completion style gaming.
Yeah.
Like, I like 100%ing my games.
Yeah.
And when I have a goal for the stream where it's like play every game in a franchise, it's the exact same part in my brain that tickles where it's like I like completing it.
And like can we ever go anywhere without having to fight a whole army?
Boy, Tovez, I feel that, man.
We're having fun? Yeah, you know we are. We are.
Fun enough.
We fucking are.
Oh, maybe that other random dwarf was from the side quest that we started in the Deep Roads. I thought we'd have to go out of our way to find it, but it looks like it's resolved.
Hey, look at us. Resolving things, I guess. But you know, I totally get it. I don't have completionist brain. I want to experience your story brain, right? Like, I want to just, if I can, and that's why, like, I'll even, like, sometimes if I'm like, okay, I know this game is big, what are the side quests I need to find to flesh out the story the right way?
Sure.
If I want to make sure I get that full experience. Because there's somewhere a side quest, right?
Yeah.
But I also get that. There are certain games where I know I'll have fun 100%ing it. Like the Spider-Man games. They're really fun. I think they've done such a great job of web slinging that makes it fun to go around. And if it wasn't fun, I wouldn't do it, right? So I get it. And like, I kind of want to for Like a Dragon. I don't want to do these games, but I know there's so in Yakuza, they've introduced in, what is it? Is it the second game? No, the first game. They have the Millennium Tower that gets built. It's a big fucking tower that goes on this lot that's based off of the prequel game Zero, right?
Sure.
And I think in Like a Dragon, there is like a final, like, kind of like huge dungeon that's like an optional dungeon where you go through all the floors of the Millennium Tower, or whatever, and fight people probably. And I kind of want to try it because I like these games a lot. And I don't normally do that in games. Normally, once I beat the main story or the DLC that comes with it, I'm like, cool, closing that chapter.
Sure, that makes sense.
But I'm really enjoying these games, and now that I'm finally getting caught up, and the next game doesn't come out till 2025, which is the Like a Dragon pirate. I gotta look up the name of this fucking game. It's such a silly name, and I love it.
You've got Builder's Brain like MGS5 or Fallout 4. Okay, sure. That makes sense.
Okay, wait, here's what it's fucking called. It's called Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. That's what the full name is. And just
absolutely maddening.
Goro Majima in a fucking pirate costume is... These guys are nuts. I'm so interested, though.
Have I talked yet about how we might actually open up chrono voting pretty soon?
I saw it in the Discord. We haven't talked about it at least today.
Yeah. I mean, because Ratchet and Clank, we're kind of getting through it really quick, and I think officially we might open up voting as soon as we start the PS4 era. But I don't think it's going to take very long to get to that point, which is kind of exciting.
Hell yeah, dude. Sorry, my brain stopped for a second there. Oh, it's coming out in February of 2025. I have less time than I thought. Fuck me. Although, you remember how I made that joke about all the time about 19 inches of Venom because like it's so funny? There is a collector's edition for Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. For you get like a 9-inch Goro Majima with one of the editions. And
9 inches
like,
of Goro Majima.
I want 9 inches of Goro Majima because it almost makes me laugh more because like Venom is like, you know, a symbiote, right? So having, you know, having
right,
those inches of Venom.
And it's all, yeah, I mean, 9 inches of Venom also like, I don't know, it doesn't sound as like...
If I say 9 inches of Goro Majima, that sounds like he's about to...
That's 9 inches of a human being.
Yeah, like we're saying, good for you, buddy.
Also, hi Cookie Man, welcome on in. What a time to pop in.
It's a blissful dimension.
That was an Elden Ring clip, I think.
Yeah, it was an Elden Ring clip. I couldn't hear it because, like, the Dragon Age
yeah,
was
Dragon
a
Age
little
is a little bit loud right now,
Yeah.
I think. But welcome on in, everyone.
Hey.
I hope you all had a wonderful time with Cookie Man. What are you playing today? Wait, is my shout-out broken again? Oh.
I think so, because this shout was given to Cookie Man.
No, but I didn't do the other proper shout-out.
Which shout do you have to give them? The slash one or the...
I'm gonna freak out if it's it breaks every couple of months, and it makes me so angry.
Cookie Man says it was pretty quiet. It was an item that made my character burst into tears.
Okay, I was trying to figure out what it was. Oh, you're playing Astrobot!
I hear that game is great. Oh,
it's playing in the clip.
hell yeah. I'm down. Oh, well, we know what game this is fucking from.
Oh yeah, it's something we're gonna see in like a year over here.
Like 2 years, we're gonna come back. Oh yeah, baby. Some Undertale. I loved this fight.
Although we might not see this fight in our playthrough. I don't think this fight happens with the genocide.
No, I don't think so. We'll have the what's his face fight. We'll have
Sans.
Sans. I fucking love Sans. I should get Sans tattooed on my ass.
We've got a genocide run in the roster.
I am so.
We did
focused.
do a pacifist run though a long time ago.
Man, just looking at that clip, I'd be like, what the fuck is Undertale about if I just saw this as my first intro to this?
Did we do it?
Yeah.
Dude.
It's still a pretty hard fight though.
That is the moment I had a very similar reaction to you on my stream when I beat that fight. It was so late. It was like 2 in the morning, I think, when I beat that fight, or 1 in the morning, and I was just like, I can't beat this tonight.
Oh yeah. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you all had a wonderful time with Cookie Man. Please go follow Cookie Man if you haven't been over there. Cookie Man's an absolute delight. And welcome on in, folks. What's up, Knock?
Cookie,
11.
What's up, 11?
Hey girl, Cookie raid. It was a bulbous head in the clip. Yup. In the first one. Nice. It was pretty quiet. It was an item that... Oh, sorry.
We read that. We did the Astrobot.
I've heard Astrobot is delightful.
It's a gem, and the controller feedback is unreal. Ooh, that's cool, 11. Fuck yeah.
I gotta get Astrobot. I've heard nothing but wonderful things. People have compared it to like the Sony version of Mario Odyssey.
Hell, fucking yeah! And I just love all I just love the parade of PlayStation characters I've seen in there.
Oh yeah,
including my Yakuza boys.
And there's Ratchet and Clank in there.
And there's Jack and Dexter.
Jack and Dex, yeah,
dude.
Our boys.
I'm so focused in this clip. You gotta be. That was my first playthrough.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, mine too. That's how I did my first one. So good. And then I also.
It's a great feeling. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That might be the game of the year. Really? All right, Cookie.
Baby,
yeah,
baby.
Yeah.
I gotta get my hands on that delicious sauce.
Like you walk through this acorn and they get specific feedback that feels what it would feel like. Whoa.
This is why I love what did Nintendo call it? HD haptics or something?
Oh, the haptics. Yeah. I think you're right. It's HD haptics.
I really hope this is a trend that continues with controllers because I think it's really cool. The 4K rumble,
head is dancing dragon head hat. Oh yes.
Nice.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely, I'm so here for it.
Well, welcome on in, everyone. If you haven't been here before, we do chrono streams. We are running through every single Dragon Age game in chronological order, and that includes the weird stuff. The weird stuff, like the Facebook game that I'm not sure if people really knew it existed. It only ran for a year.
I'm sad that I know it exists now. No, I'll be honest. This is not actually that bad. It's
only bad because of its length.
Yeah, it's just because it's the same thing. And there was not enough of a change in pace or story. If there was more story, I'd be okay with it.
That's 100% been my argument too. Although
we've talked about that.
If we were playing it on Facebook, it would actually be bad because there were a lot of things that were like, you have to spend an insane amount of real dollars to like make reasonable progress in a short period of time.
Yeah, I'd hate that.
Yeah, I'm really happy we get to play this version of the game.
I feel like that would be one of those things where if that was the it's
how on earth are you playing this? So this is actually one of the coolest things.
Yes, I will agree with this. What you're about to say is pretty fucking rad.
When they shut this game down on the Facebook servers, the dev team was, I guess, just allowed to make a standalone version of the game and release it. And for a while, they even let you export your character and your save data off of Facebook and put it in here. It's crazy. I've like in all my time in game dev, I've never seen any team get that kind of luxury.
Cool. It's kind of fucking cool.
Yeah, like even a perfect example, which I'm not really allowed to say a ton, but like even the dev team on Rumbleverse, like the game that I worked on, like we really wanted to make a standalone version of it, and there's reasons why that can't happen. Right. But like, you know, there's no partner that was interested in doing that, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen a live service game get that kind of treatment, and I think it's really freaking cool that this game
awesome.
did.
No lost media in these parts, right? It's cool.
Yeah.
You love the ranting this game allows you to do, Tony. You have to admit at least that.
We do get to ramble a lot.
We get to ramble a lot. We get to rant. I do love a good rant, Knock. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I think this is why I still would put this game higher on the list than Hitman Sniper.
I think I'm here, though, too.
Well,
you have another person
it's not just the chatter. It does help.
Yeah.
But Hitman Sniper, I had to actively focus, and like that's a skill-based game.
Yeah.
This game, I can kind of be brain dead and click a lot.
Yeah, right. Like,
and so if I'm gonna put 100 hours into a mobile game or 100 hours into something like this, like I would rather put the 100 hours into the brain dead game.
Dude. No, I get it.
One of those rare happy news stories
yeah.
regarding game preservation. Yep,
it's
absolutely.
It's wild, and like I think it is cool, and I wish more people did that. I think it would be nice to have that. So yeah.
I can't imagine Lowtown getting any less dangerous, so be on the lookout for trouble.
We're always.
Here's 2,500 gold. Let's go find Hagen.
Which I know Hagen. Yeah. Cool. I don't know either. So great. We'll not know together. We're good at that.
This guy.
Who the fuck? I love
so we're looking for Lukesh or Hagen. So I guess we think Hagen knows. Oh, yeah. Wait, is Hagen part of the?
He's just like a bad guy because it says defeat and deal with Hagen Mortrim.
Yeah. Okay. He's part of the coterie then.
Oh yeah.
And so Hagen's gonna know where Lukesh is. I think that's the idea.
All right.
Get some of that. Sweet sauce. Actually, you know what? I think the game's starting to slow down a little bit, so we're going to kill it and play a different game now.
Yeah, right. I'd load up some Final Fantasy 14.
I did almost click it. They're right by each other in my windows.
Right. Got a dash. I got work in the morning. I'm sleepy. Best be getting off. I hope you have fun poking or whatever you Facebook kids do these days. Thanks for the shout out.
Thank you so much again for the raid cookie. I hope you get some
cookie.
nice sleep, and I hope work tomorrow goes well.
Yeah. Have a good one. Thank you for the raid. Again. Raid again.
Raid the game.
Again, the raid again.
I'm not going to worry about making more potions. I can do that off stream.
All right. Want to learn some random Batman facts?
Sure. Well, actually, I think we're about to have some narrative.
Oh, thank you, God. Let's do it. All right.
As soon as I get
I'll be
this-
Hagen-Bagened over here.
Hagen bacon, baby.
I'm going to try to bring pokes back.
Forgot about the Facebook poking days.
Sweet dreams
Oh,
are
man.
made of these.
I kind of forgot about that too, especially because the poking dog pile was a real thing in my friend group where one friend would rally everyone to poke one person. And so that person would suddenly have hundreds of poke notifications.
Awful.
Hey, thank you for the contribution to the FF14 Stormblood Challenge.
Hagen-Bacon?
Hagen Bacon.
Hagen-Bacon. We're surely in Lowtown now, judging from the smell. Let's get to the building and find Lukish.
Getting a little Lukish in here.
It's a little Lukish in here.
Looks like lots of people have just passed through here. Be on the lookout for trouble.
I smell trouble.
Just because we're in Lowtown does not mean your life is immediately in danger.
The bandits are coming out. I'm ready to crack a few heads in.
Well, I guess I was wrong.
You know, man. Remember, if you're poor, you're dangerous.
That's exactly what they're saying.
That's, you know, just all. Don't ever forget. Which, you know, I think that's a talking piece of certain politicians I don't talk about here. But poor equals dangerous, I guess. Whatever. That's why I deleted my FB account. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. You're not really missing anything leaving Facebook behind, to be completely
Can I
honest.
share a clip for Batman Day? Thoughts you on Jetstream?
Yeah, you technically might already have the auto permit
able to, but-
because you've got VIP. So unless I didn't do my job, you should have an auto permit because VIPs get to post links for free, and you don't have to get permission.
I did just in case, though. So there you go.
That's fair. We'll never know if I did my job or not now. Just want to ask anyway. Yeah, well, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. It's a short.
Ah, yeah, do we want to watch it?
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. You can still be clicking this button while you're watching this.
I guess that's a good point. Should I, like, do a little...
Oh, I mean, or that might be hard, though, with, like, the volume and shit, so maybe...
I mean, I could mute the game.
Also fair.
Shit up. Shit
They
up.
would say shit up, and I'm like, interesting.
Shit up.
Shit
Oh, wait, I
up.
don't want to do that. I want to add a source.
I'm gonna add your source.
Add a window capture.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're doing.
Browser. Existing source.
A Berser.
Browser. Okay.
Whoa!
Here, we'll do.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, it's a vert. Oh, like that kind of short. Okay, okay.
Interesting.
There we go. Make it a little bit smaller. There we go. Sweet.
Hey, look at that.
If there was a Batman villain that called himself Batman, like he's new to Gotham, and
it's funny.
And Batman's like, "What's your name, villain?" And he's like, "I'm Batman." And then Batman has to go, "Well, no." Well, no, you can't do that because I'm Batman.
No, I am Batman.
Okay, well, has no one told you?
No, I'm new here. I just left from. I just got here from
Cleveland. If there was a Batman villain,
That's good. That was good.
That's
That was
very
super
good. I think I might have seen that short before, but I'm still happy
that's
for
a great
it.
Short, man. That's a great fucking
Thank you.
short.
Thank you for sharing
that. That's really fucking good. I've seen conversations about like do superheroes, you know, like because they can't really trademark their shit, so like anybody can just go around and say I'm this hero, and that's the kind of shit that really.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
Well, no, you can't really.
But, no, dude, I just love the art though with like Jim Gordon, like the GCPD being like, so what's going on here? Interesting. Oh, what was I? Brain just stopped working.
Yep. There you go.
That's been tangible to say.
You're in the
and
flow
I
state now
lost
for
it.
Dragon Age. Then
I know.
no brain.
I lost what I was gonna say, and it had something to do with what we were just fucking talking about. But it's gone. It's gone, and I'll never come back.
Was it Dragon Age related? Was
No.
it Batman related?
Probably, and it's gone. Oh, it's superhero related. So they joke about Batman with the space, right? So in Spider-Man comics, you know, Spider-Man, the way his name is, it's Spider-Man. There's a hyphen.
Right.
And one of the things they'll do in the book every so often is if a villain like says Spider-Man and they don't put the hyphen, he'll be like, you know, I don't think you're saying my name right. like I just.
It's so meta.
There should be like a it's Spider-Man. You know, it's not Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man. And like it's one of those things where I'm like, that's really fucking funny, and that's my kind of meta humor. I like a Spider-Man.
Very fourth wall breaking, but like in a tasteful way.
Right, because kind of like in real life when someone's like almost mispronouncing your name, but like they're not totally wrong. Dude, do we arrest this guy? Yeah, it's all one word. Exactly. And it's so funny in the Spider books when they do that. But yeah, it is. If you look at it, it's Spider-Man, right? Or hyphen man.
That's funny.
Yep.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, dude, it's great. It's really fucking great. And like, oh, it's such a great little call when they do it. It makes me laugh. And I'm like, that's what's up. Whenever you do a little word play, I'm here for it. Right, Tenzin?
I don't know, guys. I'm kind of bored.
Okay. Alright, so random Batman fact for you all.
Ooh.
Let's start with number 1.
Batman is made out of bats.
Yeah, that's it. 1, you can learn Batmanology at university. Curious about how Batman manages what he does? The University of Victoria in Canada offers a curriculum on whether it is possible for the human body to achieve and tolerate what Batman can do. From training to his diet and intelligence, this course by Dr. E. Paul Zare presents all the trivia you need to know about the Dark Knight's superhuman capabilities. If you're not a Cape Crusader, though, that's a tall order. Yeah.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah. Donate and dip.
It's a great...
Thanks, Snake.
Hey, thanks, Snake.
Push the dono dip.
That's a great example of a college course that would be fun, but will do absolutely nothing to service your career. Unless you put on your resume. I did, once upon a time, I was told that my 1 college credit of snorkeling was an interesting foot in the door to a conversation.
It literally can be, and...
It never came up, but they thought it was a good idea.
Well, here's another thing. Like, with something like that, you never know, depending on what your career is, where having that knowledge is just like, cool. You're interested in writing? Well, now you know all about the ins and outs of this person's thing.
That's true, actually.
You know? I mean, there are things you can do.
There are real jobs that are like a Batman historian.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I mean, look, and this guy is literally teaching about Batman, and that's his job. That's part of his job.
It's true.
And if it fills the requirement for your class, for some, like, elective credit, and you're just like, you know what, I want to do something that's a little mindless.
Oh, sure,
fun.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point, too, right? Like, sometimes not everything has to be so hyper-optimized in school, nor should you necessarily be forced to be that way, right? Like, sometimes you should be allowed to have fun. That's like my community college experience where everyone's like, well, you should be trying to get your associate's degree, and I was like, I don't give a shit.
Well, I want my associates because it's going to make my school cheaper for the next step, right? Like, I got my associates because my credits would transfer no matter what. They can't pick and choose.
Yeah, and for my school, it literally would not have made a single difference. Right,
exactly. So, no, for me, it's like, because what universities will do, if you don't have that associates, they'll look at your stuff and they'll say, we'll pick this, we'll pick that, and you have to redo X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
So, I could never do what Batman does. Yeah, me neither, man. Well, not.
I think most of us couldn't.
Oh, Sticks is not dipping, just laying in bed and playing Paper Mario.
Yeah,
hey,
fair. Well, I hope Paper Mario is going well.
Yeah, you can donate in paper.
Snake, who's your Paper Mario companion of choice?
Ooh. I hope it's Gort.
I think it's OG Paper Mario.
I hope it's Gort.
Which one's Gort?
No, Gort's not in Paper Mario at all. I'm talking about Gort from...
Oh, I was like...
from Fantasy. Is that Fantasy? From,
my brain went straight to like...
Force.
That must be one of the future Paper Mario games.
No. I was being a real piece of... Oh, Cooper's great.
Yeah, I like Cooper.
When Gort gets unlocked, it will be him. I was really gonna just keep saying Gort. I was gonna kind of keep an Abbott and Costello routine going until you're like, oh, okay, there's a Gort, yeah.
I really shouldn't have forgotten because it's such a long-term joke.
Yeah,
now.
it really is, yeah. I've only unlocked 3 right now. Oh.
The building is to the north around this corner. I hope Lucas is still there. That's that top-tier writing. This way.
They also give you a very big box for that. Clearly, they're just like copy-paste the box.
Yeah, I love this shit. It's so good.
I've only unlocked 3 right now. Very cool. Is
God,
Gort
nice.
the Yoshi? Ooh, you could, but that's not until Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. I don't think you get a Yoshi in...
Do you name the Yoshi?
I think you get the ability to. I'm pretty sure you can name your Yoshi.
I mean, I suppose you do, like, see him get born.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd come out the egg being like, my name is this.
But I think Yoshi is only in 1000 Year Door. I don't think you get a Yoshi companion in...
Not in OG.
In OG. Unless they did something different with the remaster or something, but I doubt it.
Oh, yeah. I guess I didn't even think about that. Well, no, that's the remaster's 1000 Year Door.
No, 1000 Year Door is the second. Well, oh, I'm sorry, you're right, because they didn't do the remaster of
Correct. They
OG Paper
have
Mario.
not.
OG Paper Mario was just on Nintendo Switch online.
Yeah.
Right.
Which that's the exact. It's emulated.
It's emulated. Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
It's not a port.
Yeah.
Because a port would be a hell of a lot better.
Once you said that, I'm like, oh yeah, no, you're 1,000. Yeah, you're 1,000%.
Well, I for a second I was like, wait, am I crazy?
No, you're not. No, my brain stopped working.
That's
like
okay.
It does. I can't wait to be done with some of my Yakuza stuff though, so I can finally pop in Paper Mario on my N64. I now have and play. I was checking out.
I'm a little surprised you haven't done that already.
Well, I mean, I'm in the middle of another game. I cannot break focus.
I'm sure Angie's sitting here being like, what a nice gift that was.
Oh, she knows what that gift is to me.
I know. I'm
she's
just
a
kidding.
yeah, I know. She's a, yeah, no. Although, oh no, I shouldn't say that on stream. That would be more of a joke for us later. I'll tell you
sure.
All I will say is that somebody was like, and this is not a funny thing that happened here, but someone was like kind of like harassing her in her comment section for a couple of things. But it was a profile that was just made. For a little while. And so she reported all the comments, they all got removed, but she took screenshots just in case anything would come from it.
I mean, that sounds like someone who gets banned regularly and then makes a new account.
We flipped it into a joke very fast for ourselves, and now now I have a new pet name for Ange that I will not say on this stream, but it's very funny. It's very funny, but I cannot say it here, and I almost did because that would just be rude to her. So I won't
that's fair.
But yeah, I did the Playboy part, not the detective. Well, I missed something. What?
Because you better believe in Dragon Age, the TTRPG. I will be reprising the role of Gort
if invited to play.
Oh, that was Nock who said that.
Yeah, but what I missed from Nock's I think I missed that for Nock. Or we said something. Sometimes I do that where we're talking about something and then I've already forgotten what we said. Oh, I did the Playboy part, not the detective one, talking about the Batmanology because Bruce Wayne is a Playboy in his world, right? The Bruce Wayne moniker is Playboy. I get it. Yep.
Yeah, I thought that Nock was talking about Batman.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, but my brain for a second was like, the Playboy part, what are we talking about? But yes.
Recruiter, you did a semester in Batmanology, so how good of a detective are you?
And then it was I did the Playboy part, not the detective one. That's funny.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
That was a good setup.
That's why you shouldn't jump around. Got him. Called him out.
Hey man,
I got him, everyone.
Get read. That's what's important.
Eventually. They don't have to be read in sequential order, but they'll get read.
It makes it more fun.
It's true.
And then I don't have to worry about scrolling.
Mostly true. We scroll sometimes.
Yeah, but then you have to scroll up and then it loses you off of here.
Let's stay off the roads. We'll be less likely to run into large
let's
groups
just
of
stay
bandits.
on the road. Fuck it. We're gonna run into bandits anyway. Let's go on. No, I want to go on the beaten path.
Let me go.
Let me go on the beaten path. Let me beat my path. All right. Next Batman fact, because I need something to do.
I should do the business side of Bruce Wayne and try to run $1 billion mega corporation.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, that's what I thought the class was initially trying to be. Is like, a business class, like how to run a business like Bruce Wayne?
Well, they may talk about his intellect for sure, and that would have to be some level of business acumen, but if I'm not mistaken, I think he leaves a lot of Wayne Industries to Lucius Fox to handle.
Oh, he totally does. He's just like, I don't want to
because
deal with
he's
this.
just like, I'm Batman, so
Yeah, I'm Batman.
Lucius, you're also gonna run the business, kind of, and you're gonna make my tech because, you know, I need someone to do that, so I don't have to do it. I'm also a genius and I could do it. I need to delegate.
To be fair, it also is dependent on which era of Batman you're reading.
Exactly. Although I think in the current stuffs, I don't know if Wayne Enterprises is even around anymore. It might be like now Fox Enterprises, because I think Bruce lost like his claim to the Wayne Enterprise.
Interesting.
I don't know. Things in comics change all the time.
Yeah.
So, next Batman fact. Kevin Conroy was the longest running Batman. Several actors played Batman, but Kevin Conroy was in the role for a whopping, not whooping, it's a whopping.
Is that the
whooping.
late
He's
90s, early 2000s Batman?
He is the animated voice for Batman.
Oh, Kevin Conroy. Oh, okay, now I know exactly what you're talking about. His beautiful, beautiful voice.
I know. R.I.P. man, what a wonderful human he was. But Kevin Conroy was in the first role for a whopping 30 years before his untimely death in 2022. Starting with the legendary 92 TV show Batman the Animated Series, the actor had a long-lasting portfolio as the voice of Batman, over 15 video games, and more than 13 animated movies and around 15 TV series. That's quite a resume, Kevin.
Yep. Oh yeah, he did a great job with that role.
Oh yeah. Oh, you also R.I.P. Kevin Conroy. Look at that. I didn't even see that on the screen. Yep. R.I.P. man. What a wonderful human being. And even Hamill, I think he's done playing Joker. He was like, Kevin was my Batman, and I can't be the Joker for anybody else.
Yep.
And I think that's the way you do it, you know?
A lot of stuff to sell. A lot of garbo. A lot of trash. All this nonsense I've collected. You know, if I'm going to criticize anything about Dragon Age as a whole...
Not just sell all? Oh, you mean as a whole?
It's just, as a whole, like the entire franchise, so the inventory management is sucked in every single one of the games. Every single one.
You know what's really
so
funny?
Far.
I don't ever really pay attention until I have to. I'm like, I am out of room, and this is annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pain in the
butt.
butt.
And like you said, it's not because that's the problem in a lot of games where you're like, I'm out of room, but they make it easier to manage your inventory. This game's like, fuck, I don't know, you have inventory. You're like, oh, okay. Tan fox elf ears. Pale fox. They spell fox wrong, but that's, whatever, it's fine. The devs probably didn't care.
That's exactly right, Tony. You got it.
I know, right?
You figured it out.
You don't have to tell me I'm right. I already know.
I'm rich as hell now. Look at this.
I mean, you're kind of.
I can buy EXP potions for days.
You buy 2, right? You say they're 10,000 a piece.
It's true. I could buy 2.
Yeah, but I say don't say for days, man. You got 2.
For days. Well,
days.
It technically is days because it goes for 24 hours. So
24 hours of game time, or nice.
Of in-game time. Well, in-game time is actually computer clock time. So because it's a Facebook game, so
right. But now with this version, is it based off of time players?
It's based on my computer clock.
Oh, so just keep resetting.
So I could just like pause my computer clock and the game will never advance. We'll never be able to make potions ever again.
Oh, true. Yeah, it has some problems. Kevin Conroy is my Batman.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Have either of you seen the animated feature Batman Ninja?
No, but I know what you're talking about.
Is that a newer one? Or is it like
a couple years old, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I don't know anymore because it could have been last year. It could have also been 14 years ago. So I really don't know.
Fair. I'm fairly out of the loop on most things superhero.
Well, and I am when it comes to love animated things. Obviously, I love cartoon stuff. I love watching them. But there's so many friggin' movies that happen that like my brain is just like, yeah, a lot of noise out there. I'll probably watch it eventually when it's randomly on somewhere. I decide I need to watch it.
At this point, I'm like, I will watch it when someone inevitably makes me do a Batman chronostream, and I'll have to read every comic, watch every show, do the whole thing. It's gonna happen at some point. I'm actually surprised for the chronostreams that no one's voted yet. I don't think a single person has voted for... Well, actually, we did get a vote for Batman 1 or 2 times. So, okay, I'm lying. But there's not often franchises that are, like, not game franchises first?
I think it's hard because there's just so much content that I think people are like, I don't want to vote for something that it's going to go on for, like, if it's not a game franchise I care about.
Sure,
or if it's
sure.
Like, I like one piece of that franchise, right? Like, people might be like, I love the Arkham games, but I don't care about that 90s Batman game or whatever.
Sure.
They're going to be like, I don't want to vote for that because he's not only going to do that, but he's going to read all the comics. And, for some of us, it'd be like, oh, fuck yeah, man, read all the comics, hell yeah.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
The problem is that, like, literally you'd have over 1,000 Detective comics to read probably at this point, because that's one of Batman's books.
Oh yeah.
You'd have the mainline Batman books.
Oh yeah.
And the reboots have happened with a few of those. Luckily, Detective Comics never stopped their numbering, and they're I think they're about to hit 1,089 for their issues.
Yeah.
So there's a lot,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
There's a lot, and I think some people are like, meh, some juice is not worth that lovely squeeze.
That's fair. Yeah, and I guess Star Wars was the other one. So there's been two franchises. Star Wars and Batman are the only two non-game franchises that have gotten votes. Star Wars, I've had to think about that one a lot because I'm like, should I read all the books that have been decanonized? I'm like, man, I feel like I should because truthfully, even though Disney decanonized them, I feel like spiritually no one has decanonized them.
True. It's up to you, man.
I mean, I also only have so much time, so I can set that goal, but it doesn't mean it's gonna happen. Like, I'm still working my way through the Witcher books.
Right, I think that those could be more like donation goals, monetary donation goals, or point donation goals. Like, hey,
Sure,
you want me to
sure.
read all the books? Like, for Batman, I would probably recommend, I would say the comics, that should be a goal of some kind, not like, I'm just gonna read all the comics.
For sure. I only ever set
certain
goals,
ones.
though, if it's something that we can do on stream. Like, I don't know if there's value. I mean, I guess y'all can tell me, but...
Well, I guess you do all the reading stuff on your own, right? You wouldn't have to, like...
Usually, I mean, we'll do reading streams sometimes, but that's been, like, point challenges. But I don't know how much people really love that.
No, good. Then as long as you're not doing it on stream, I'd be like, man, reading 1,000 comics would get really boring. It'd be cool to do like a couple of series and like get like either the DC Infinite app or something, for like a month and be like, let's read these big storylines and click through them and that'd be a good time. Although I know there's a bunch of weird like streaming rights with how you do comics. Really, you shouldn't really be showing it, and I've definitely stretched that when I streamed a few times, and I was like, "Ooh, should I be doing this?" 'Cause it's like
it's all weird though. Like it's technically,
also,
it's still technically true for games. Like even the legalese around that's pretty vague and cryptic. Like the only thing that we have right now is that we've been doing it for so long that we have a better case about against like that right being taken away. You know. But technically speaking, like the only reason we get away with like streaming games is because it's technically transformative in how we're experiencing it and sharing the game. But you can make that same argument with like reading a comic, but there's already so many like actually required license uses for things like audiobooks. Where there's already a precedence that, well, we already have the system that handles reading. Yeah. And so that's no longer transformative in a fair use way. Right? Like, that's where a lot of the legalese gets so weird.
It's so weird. And it depends if they just go after you, then you'd work at that ball. You get the cease and desist, you're like, great, I'm done.
Yep.
That's enough. I think 2 or 3 years ago is when the Batman Ninja movie was made. I saw it televised, and it was a glorious fever dream. Knox says, the Amiga Batman game was epic.
It probably was, actually.
And then Jesse says, okay, like, have you seen Batman and Robin? It's got George Clooney. Yeah, we've seen Batman and Robin.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the old school.
I grew up on those. Yeah, the Schumacher Batmans.
Yeah.
What a time.
Schwarzenegger, ooh yeah, baby.
What a time. Looked it up, and Batman Ninja was 2018. Okay, it's not like super long ago, but still longer than you'd think.
Listen, the COVID era has only been a year, right?
Yeah, no, that's it, man. It has not been 4. That's for damn sure. Almost 5.
Get more again? I swear, I've clicked her like 10 times and I don't see her. Because that would explain it. I thought I did that.
Well, you fucking didn't, Chris.
I did not.
I like Batman and Robin, but mostly because of Schwarzenegger.
I love
you know.
I love Schwarzenegger. He's such a terrible actor.
He's not great.
But I still love it. It's such
He's
a
not
fun
great.
time.
Those movies are rough as hell. I loved them as a kid. I'll always love them for nostalgia purposes. They're campy. They're a ton of fun. They're awful, and I love how awful they are. I absolutely love how awful they are, and I will never regret watching them. I don't know if I could ever go back and watch them again. Maybe at some point I'll do it for some fun. But what terrible characterizations of like that's an awful Mr. Freeze. Like that, for a lot of people, that's what people think Mr. Freeze is like. But homie's a genius.
Oh yeah, no, he's very
He's a
smart.
genius with also such a sad, tragic life.
He is a genius in that movie and does have a tragic, at least, life event.
It just doesn't. They don't act it out at all. That's all.
No, it's very truncated, and you know, Schwarzenegger doesn't play the genius very well.
No, I'm not saying that Schwarzenegger may or may not be a smart guy. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's just,
he seems
he
seems smart until he talks about how video games cause violence, but
yeah, you know, because it does.
He has some very strange bad opinions, but
yeah, well,
he's a fun actor.
Yeah. Right, Tenzin? I'm sleeping. Please call again later.
Please call again later.
Who has had as many one-liners as Schwarzenegger in Batman and Robin? Yeah,
I mean, in their entire career, even, right? Like, Schwarzenegger's whole career is basically setups for one-liners.
Which one was the one with Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee Jones? Was that Batman Forever? Because Batman and Robin was just Freeze and Poison Ivy, right?
I think it is Forever, yeah.
Yeah, I think Forever. I always get them all mixed up in my brain, though.
Tommy Lee Jones is great as Two-Face.
Oh, he was nuts. Again, that's a talented actor who, like, if they want to do a more serious take on Harvey Dent, I think he could have also have done that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he did it great as the camp, and just the ridiculousness of, like, the coffee being, or the acid or whatever being thrown on his face.
This is the building marked on the map. It looks abandoned, but we should check it out for clues.
Oh, we don't have to.
There's nothing in here. What's that?
We got trouble, bandits. Your group is too curious. Leave Lowtown or face the consequences.
Okay. How about no?
Yeah, how about no? Oh my god.
The line though of "there's nothing in here" is about as
yeah, I know, right?
synonymous with this game as I could have gotten.
But that "how about no" is very Austin Powers of you, Dr. Evil. How about no?
I forgot that's where they came from.
Well, and because the D&D podcast, Nat I listen to right now, they've been really about that. How about no?
How about no?
Well, for a little while they were, and one of the people on the show, Emily Axford, watched, or maybe she was just joking about it. It's always hard to tell with her because I can never tell where the comedy bit ends, and like, cause she doesn't really know a lot about movies. Like, in all honesty, she really doesn't. Yeah. So I can't ever tell, which is so funny. But she said she watched Austin Powers 3, 2, 1 instead, like she went backwards.
I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put it past. She is a maverick human being.
She is, and so that's why I feel like, you know what? That's also Allie Beardsley like levels of
both of them are the two most chaotic D&D players I've ever seen. But I think they're both really funny. So
in very different ways.
Oh yeah.
But like, and they're both very good game players. That's besides the point. So yeah. Oh, and it was Batman Forever. Okay, cool. And look at that portrayal of Bane. Oh my God, yeah, Bane was in that one in Batman and Robin.
That's definitely one of the worst portrayals of Bane.
I mean, also though, let's be real. I don't care what people say about Tom Hardy sucks too. All right, like in friggin' Dark Knight Rises. First of all, because and they also got it wrong in Batman and Robin. But again, you see what we're dealing with in this one. The fact that they went with Tom Hardy, a super white dude, to play Bane.
Yeah.
When Bane is supposed to be like Latin of some way, shape, or form. That's like important to the character. Also, kind of it influences that luchador look a bit.
Yeah.
Or at least if it wasn't an OG thing for them, it's become the thing, right? And when Nolan was making that movie, that was already a thing.
I mean, that movie was the weakest of the entire trilogy.
And like, really, when you look at it like as the weakest, right? Like, it's not that bad of a movie when you look at it in that terms. But I just hate what they did with Bane. Bane just kind of like sucked.
I didn't I genuinely straight up just like did not like that movie.
Yeah, I was not a big fan of it, especially after like how good Batman Begins and The Dark Knight are.
Yeah,
I fucking love Batman Begins, by the way.
Begins
I think
so
Begins
good.
is my personal favorite out of the three, but Dark Knight is fantastic, right? I'll never.
I like them both quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know which one I truly prefer. I think I'd have to rewatch them in current day.
I think part of it was I really enjoyed some of the mysticism with Raish and like with Liam Neeson. I thought Liam Neeson had a really good portrayal, but obviously like you can't deny Heath Ledger's Joker or fucking what's his face's Aaron Eckhart's Harvey Dent.
Oh yeah, he did do a really good Harvey Dent.
Now, what I really need to see in a Bat thing,
what's your alignment? Chaotic.
Yeah, right. Isn't Bane a luchador? Yeah, I mean, and he's inspired through luchador, so I think he's always been.
Yeah,
but they
at
make
least
more of a
in
point of it.
Pretty much every other portrayal I've ever seen Bane, he's a luchador.
And like, Bane's such an interesting character too. Again, most of the Bat rogues
he's also supposed to be a very intelligent character.
Yeah, very intelligent, not just dumb muscle. But when he like does his venom juicing, he doesn't think as well at those points. Or when he gets really raged, he kind of gets a little more hulky. Right. But yeah, he's supposed to be very smart. I didn't mind what's her name playing Talia al Ghul though. Who played Talia in Dark Knight Rises? It was Marianne Cotillard played Talia. I thought she was a good Talia. That was kind of cool. But yeah, but no, Aaron Eckhart, great Harvey Dent.
Oh, we greatly outnumber you. Leave while you still can.
How about now?
How about now? Scott Zippet.
Oh man, I forgot about Seth Green.
Yeah, man.
Boy, he was a guy of that era.
Fucking love the first Austin Powers movie.
Oh,
even the second one.
The first one though was like iconic.
First one is iconic.
I should rewatch
Ange
those.
loves the first one too. And we watched it a few years ago because she's like, "You watch Austin Powers?" I'm like, "You like it?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh fuck yeah, let's watch Austin Powers."
It's been a long time since I've seen those.
How about no, you freaky Dutch bastard? Yeah. How about no? I didn't even watch Austin Powers. Oh, it's so
I mean,
good.
Mike Myers is he's a really funny guy.
I mean, he's always been so good. It was just so unfortunate because like The Love Guru tanked his career. That movie,
I forgot that's what did it.
Oh
for him.
yeah, that was the end of the Mike Myers like career. And I mean,
too bad.
here's the thing though, rightfully so for doing that fucking movie. If you make that movie,
yeah. I honestly didn't even really look at it.
It's a bad movie. It is.
It seemed obviously bad, yeah.
It's kind of like, I don't know how Adam Sandler survived You Don't Mess with the Zohan. Like, although I guess he kind of went into obscurity for a little bit himself and kept making his shitty movies. But
I think after that he went more into writing for a while and directing.
You Don't Mess with the Zohan was rough.
Yeah, I didn't see that one either, but also because I was like, this looks horrible.
It's fucking awful. That's what we saw after my senior prom, and fucking
boy,
awful.
Oh boy, what a choice.
Maybe if you have a comeback arc like Brendan Fraser. Yeah, I mean he might. I mean he's back to doing things. They've already announced another Shrek movie. And then like he came back for a little bit. Like he was in not Inglourious Bastards. He was in one of the Tarantino flicks as like a small bit part, which was kind of cool. But I'd love to see Myers kind of come back. I think he'd be also really great in like television, you know, like you look at like how Steve Martin and Martin Short, you know, with Only Murders in the Building, which another fantastic show.
Yeah, I gotta watch that show. I've heard nothing but good things.
The two of them and Selena Gomez, they make a great trio. They're truly entertaining.
Jen loved that show.
Yeah. It's a great show, and like even with each new season, even though like you know they're always solving some kind of murder, they still find fun ways to make it different.
Nice.
And this season's no different, and they've got a great supporting cast this season. And every season they do. Like in the third season, they have fucking Meryl Streep, right? They have Paul Rudd. You know, they get some really fun friggin' actors to do shit. Nathan Lane's in the first season, and I'm like such a big Nathan Lane. Oh, I didn't even in the second season a little bit. They do a great thing where they just blend really like kooky hijinks, but then with just these really great personal moments. It's just a blend of. I love that show. It's probably one of my current just favorite television shows that's new.
Nice.
So
I gotta watch. It's the vampire show.
Oh, not the remake of Interview with the Vampire for that.
No,
you're talking about What We Do in the Shadows.
What We Do in the Shadows.
And like surprisingly, she wasn't as into it as I thought she would be. But there's certain characters she fucking loves though, and there's current episodes she really liked. But then we kind of stopped. She's like, yeah, it's funny, but I don't know if I'm feeling it the same way. So I was like, I want to keep watching it though, and so I might have to go back into it. So
yeah, I'm so behind on my shows. Dimension 20 has really ruined my catching up on shows schedule because now instead of all I watch is Dimension 20.
But they're so good.
They're really good.
And, like they're so different.
Our buddy Nathan just subscribed to Dropout, so now we'll finally get to talk to him about Dimension 20 also.
I know. Yeah, I've been a little behind on Dimension 20. I think I was telling you all last time I started watching The Seven, which is about the 7 maidens from Fantasy High.
Yeah.
And it's very different because it was at the time when they were, I think, promoting that digital app that you could set up like characters and boards on, so they played everything on there.
Oh.
Yeah. So they didn't have minis and stuff. And I'm guessing it must have been some kind of partnership. That had to be the reason they did it for this. Or sometimes they just, if they have a few play shows going on at once, they do one different thing for one of them.
Sure, yeah.
It took 3 episodes, though, for them to get into legitimate combat.
Wow.
Yeah. They did a lot of narrative play, which has been great. Rolls. They've been rolling a ton, but it's been mostly for narrative reasons.
Sure, yeah.
So yeah, the first combat was about 3 episodes in. Like they had like a mini-ish combat.
That's not a bad thing necessarily.
No, but I was just surprised. All of a sudden, I'm like, wait. I mean, is this the first real combat? I was like, I think it is.
Depending on how old that one is.
It comes after sophomore year.
Yeah, which is still fairly early.
Yeah, it's like the 8th or 9th season of Dimension 20, I think.
But I think that's pretty, like, that's early enough to where it's a little bit before Brennan starts getting on his, like,
ooh, killer dress.
Nice, you're wearing your Squire dress.
Yeah, it looks so good.
Nice.
Dang. Yeah, I must say, the hair looks really great.
Where's your sword?
Thought about
that would have been good.
I wanted brighter silver.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ooh, there you go. Looking great. Hell yeah.
Okay. Love you.
Bye, Jen. Jen's like, wow, leave it, huh?
I'm just gonna lay here on the floor, but look very concerned for a little bit.
And sad.
Time for cosplay, Jen? Nah, it's just a dress that we have a new like nice thrift store, I guess.
Oh, you're talking about that clothing one. Yeah.
And Jen took me there the other day, and of course I didn't really find anything for me because I never do. But they picked up a dress that I was saying looks kind of like a squire's dress.
I can see that.
It's this nice like long blue, and it has this.
It's a great blue. I do like that blue a lot.
It has this killer. Like black mesh.
Yeah, that black
kind of
mesh
ties it, but it's got this like almost
really cool.
chainmail like look to it.
I like the second you said Squire, I just like, yep, I get it. Like you said Squire, I'm like, 100% that makes sense.
I was like, I love the vibe.
I feel like Jen, they're so good at like putting outfits together like that, and like it just works so well. That's how I feel about Ange too. Like she's again a different kind of style, but like two like styles that just work out where she can just find some shit and like.
Yep.
I'm like, how do you do that, man? Like, that's not how my brain functions. I put a t-shirt and jeans on or shorts. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine.
Well, I'll hold that. I think that most men's fashion, like, we really don't have a variety of options.
And that's because if you look at men's fashion through history, right? Our shape never really changed. Like the form, like hasn't really transformed all that much. In the last like 100, 200 years.
In the last few hundred, for sure.
If you go far enough back, we're all in like tunics and shit, and like, you know, like.
I mean, all I'm saying is like back when we had poofy shoulders and poofy pants, that was the most fun we could have had.
Yeah, man. I don't mind the modern day silhouette for men. Like whatever. And now we're at point 2 where I think people are playing with like flowy open clothes, right? Because you see plenty of men who are, I think for the most part, you know, like cisgender and like whatever, like, and straight even, you know, wearing like more flowy things. Like a lot of people are doing a little more of that, like, you know,
which is sort of funny because I'm taking the opposite approach where I tend to wear a lot of very tight clothes.
And that's another way to do it. But like, we're starting to see things that, like, you know, people are like, well, that's not like what a normal person normally wears. Like, well, no, but like, there is no normal. There shouldn't be, right? Like, you should wear what you feel like you want to wear.
Yeah.
And so it's cool to see like, you know, a lot of men nowadays trying to break some of those friggin' stereotypes and be like, yeah, I'm gonna wear something that's open and flowy, and I'm gonna wear something that, you know, maybe cuts down a little lower down here and show off a little more of, like,
we're definitely starting to get better about it.
Oh yeah.
My issue is that I can't explore in black. No one right now wants to make black clothes.
I mean, you know,
everything's got to have color.
Yeah, color's great though.
Color's great if you want it. I don't.
I mean, yes, I get it, but I'm sure there's a thing out there you just have to look for it, right? You have to like.
Oh, I have.
I mean, I feel like I don't know if like thrifting is gonna be the option. I think it's more like you have to go very online and be like.
I have.
Boutique.
Trust me, I have spent a lot of time doing.
What blows my mind is that black is such a common color. Like, I am shocked that there are things you can't find.
It's
in black.
It's very difficult to find consistently like just black.
I'm gonna tell you, man,
clothing.
I love pops of color. I try because I used to just be very scared of, like, for me, and this is just me personally. I was just like, I don't want to play with my colors too much. I want something that's dark and deep and like earthy because I like those colors. But then like I got like a couple of yellow shirts and I was like, oh. It's like, I kind of like yellow. That's kind of cool. I tried a pink shirt on. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, why not? And I'm just like, man, yeah, fuck, dude. I want to get some shit that just has some random fucking stuff on there for me, right? Because I didn't ever really explore with, like, what I wanted to wear. Like, I'm not comfortable enough. I don't want to wear something super flowy. That's not my style. But I appreciate the hell that people are just like, I get to wear what I want to wear and I don't care. And that's fucking rad.
Cute Rolling Stones, Painted Black.
Yeah, right?
I mean, like, I sing that song to myself all the time, so it's a good reference.
You can always just dye your clothes, just buy white ones. I'm sure you can buy white or pink and just...
I could. Well, here's the thing. If I'm going to be paying boutique prices, I'm like, I don't want to have to modify this.
No. I guess, but you said you're looking for tighter. Like, what kind of style would you want to, like what you're seeing in current color trends, like, what are you looking for?
I mean, I don't mind looser if I can get it in a style that I think is interesting on me.
Yeah.
The reason why I wear a lot of tighter clothes is because I'm a smaller guy.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The moment I wear anything that's like reasonably loose on me, it makes me look smaller.
Yeah, you swim in it.
Well, that too, but like it, like if it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that is just a good way of putting it. But yeah, it just makes me physically look smaller, even if I'm not like fully swimming in it, you know? Whereas if it's tighter, then I don't know, people don't like perceive me as, and I'm not even that small, but it makes a big difference. I think that's half because I'm just skinny.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, I like wearing a mix of things. I like having things that are loose fitting. It depends on what I'm doing, man. If I'm just want to be comfortable, I'm all about loose. If I want to be, if I go out, I'll toss on some tighter things, especially as I got more comfortable with my body. I'm like, oh yeah, like, because sometimes I wear something that's baggier, but then it'll make my shape even bigger looking.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Because loose can do both, right? It can make you look smaller, or it can make you look bigger.
100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There are certain shirts that I wear that, like, they give me a little more room, but then it just makes me look more like I'm a giant potato.
What the hell just happened?
I don't know, but the music got weird.
And our experience bar disappeared. I think we leveled up, but did it bug out? I'm so confused. I hope the game did. Oh, there's the experience bar.
Okay, no, it just glitched.
Has it always disappeared when?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I don't. That's the sound that it normally makes when a player character or like one of our party members.
I think you did level up, right?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe.
Or the game just didn't like this.
But that's the sound it makes when a party member dies. But
alive.
Nobody died. I guess we'll find out. Unless I killed the guy that we've been looking for.
Oh, maybe.
But that would normally be the final wave. Yeah.
Yeah. Why would it be like?
Huh. But anyway, what about goth clothing? So that is a very good question because that's exactly the question. I have tried so hard to find good goth clothing outlets for men, but there's two major issues. One is that most goth clothing places that cater to men, it's very like teenager or like shopping mall goth.
Right, right.
Not,
like your Hot Topic Spencer.
Yeah, it's not what I want anymore in my mid-30s. Most, if not basically all goth clothing outlets mostly cater to women though.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not like I can kind of make it work. It's like, no, they're very, very femme.
Right.
And so it doesn't really leave me any options either.
Right, and that's not what you're looking to dress into, right? Like that. If you're like, hey, I'm down with that, right? He's a slippery little shaft rat. Let's get him.
Maybe he did show up and he just like dipped out in that.
Yeah,
what a
maybe.
weird moment.
It all happened so fast.
Huh. But yeah, if I could find a good goth clothing outlet or like boutique store or whatever, I would be a very happy person because I don't mind wearing t-shirts and jeans, but like sometimes I feel a little generic and I wish I could wear more interesting things.
Yeah, I feel you. That's why I like wearing like my flower shirts. Every so often I'll have like my dad gave me that one that one of like the white kind of shirts that has a bunch of little blue flowers all over them, and I'm a big fan of that. Because it's not my normal. Dark spawn
throwing knife. Wow,
and that attack is heavy.
And I get
Stamina
agility.
Goes down, but 50% dodge. That might be the one.
Yeah, I don't care about stamina.
Good, dude.
That's just more hearts. That doesn't matter.
That's good. My usual attire is plain black cap, black jacket, black SWAT pants, and black combat boots. So I'm with Chris.
Yeah. And like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no. I like, for me personally, I like having more color in there, right? I like to vary it a bit more, just because that's me.
Yeah.
I like having pops of color in my life,
And I don't think there's anything wrong with color. It's just wearing color actually makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's totally fair.
Simple as that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, for a long time it made me too, and I was just like, and then at some point I was like, but I want to wear stuff with color in it. I like things that have color. And that's what it comes down to. You wear what you like, right? If you don't like things with color on them, like you don't like wearing things with color, then don't fucking do it.
Yeah.
Right?
I feel like the closest I've gotten to like good, nicer, like adult clothing that still feels like goth enough that I can definitely get in like just all black are Henleys. I like those.
Oh yeah, Henleys are
like
solid. Henleys are solid.
A couple of buttons
yeah.
and that's it. But that's it. Like I will never wear a polo for the rest of my life ever. I hate polos.
Yeah.
I had to wear it as part of my uniform at Subway for 8 years.
Makes a lot of sense. You don't want to wear them.
I can't do it.
Makes a ton of sense.
Which is a shame because they would otherwise be kind of a nice option.
Yeah, I like polos, but they're not my favorite thing to wear too. That's like my if I'm being like lazy, like not casual, not dressed up, but like I need to look a little bit more like we're going out doing something, I might toss a polo on. But like for the most part, they're there.
I have too many associations too of polos with like, I don't know, preppy or rich dudes.
Yeah, but also I mean, who gives a shit, right? Take it back and do it, make it yours.
I mean that's
all it comes down
that's
to,
fair.
right?
That's
like
absolutely
with anything,
fair.
it's like, yeah, fuck it. Then show them that you're not. That's gonna be their issue to mess with later. But my thing is that work is also very common. I also equate a lot of polos to work because most of the clothing we'll get from work will be something that's a polo or like a t-shirt. So like I'm just like yeah, polos are fine, but not my. I'll wear them. I can look good in them.
Yeah.
But
I like full button-down shirts though.
Full button-down shirts definitely on my list. Henleys are great. I do like just also straight up long sleeve shirts. I love long sleeve shirts. I would wear them a lot more, but it's always too freaking hot. Yeah, during the winters when I usually do it, maybe like that fall. But once it gets down to like 50-ish, then I can comfortably. I'm also a big hoodie guy. I like tossing a hoodie on. There's some nice hoodies out there.
Hoodies. Hoodies are really hard for me to get that fit.
Because you're so small.
Most hoodies I really swim in.
The size is hard. Yeah, no, I totally feel that. But I've got a couple of great hoodies. I like kind of like doing a little bit of that nerd chic though in my stuff now, especially because I didn't wear it much as a kid. I had some of my nerdy clothes as a kid, but like I love nerd chic. If I could toss some pops of like I really want to get into those Roosevelt shirts. If I just wish they weren't $70 a pop.
Sure.
Because it's one of those where like you don't really realize it's nerdy until you're looking at it.
Oh,
and I love those
yeah.
kinds of shirts where you're like, oh, it's like a bunch of little emblems. You're like, oh, Wait.
No, I
and
love
then
that.
Like, it's the Jolly Roger from One Piece. Yeah,
Yep,
or the Straw Hat. Or
it's like my Yoshi Aloha shirt.
Yeah, right, exactly. I love stuff like
which
that.
I wore when my one coworker came into Chicago, because that's all he wears are Aloha shirts, but they're all Aloha shirts with guns. He's a Florida guy. He loves his guns. But we have a good relationship, right? I really like working with this guy.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
when he came into the office, I rallied everyone
To wear Aloha shirts.
to wear Aloha shirts, and I of course wore my Yoshi shirt, which is an Aloha shirt with little tiny Yoshis and giant fruits. It's a very cute shirt. And he was so fucking happy. He was just like, wow.
Everyone has them. That's cool. Those are the fun things to do, man. One, I see, let's see, my work is super casual for clothing. Oh, no, wait. My everyday is khakis or Dockers. Nice,
Yeah, I mean,
for sure.
and solid choice.
And then, yeah, Justin my work is super casual for clothing. I wear a t-shirt and jeans. Oh, yeah, no, my job is crazy casual. I just mean more like my job when they hand out like free shit for us for swag. If it is clothing, it's like polos, and I'm like, cool. So I have a few parts down polos sitting at home. But oh no, I literally can wear this to work. This is me at work.
Yeah.
We used to not be able to wear shorts. We would have to do like what was it? We had to donate to like a charity if we wanted to wear shorts for the summer. But then it was just getting so hot, and like
they're like,
we should
well.
probably. We also always say safety is our #1 core value, and every time we don't do something safe, you guys give us a hard time. We're like, well, yeah, no shit. Like, of course. And so now, because of just like, especially with like we're only in the office 2 days a week anyway. They're just like, just have fun. We don't give a like, as long as you're not like coming in naked, or you're not coming in like.
With like inappropriate stuff.
Inappropriate, right? You're not like
yeah.
booty shorts in it up in here, right?
Yeah.
No, I tried to wear my juicy pants once, and they sent me home.
I'm surprised the CRM place I worked at didn't really care. I wore t-shirts there, and they were like, yeah.
Dude, there's a lot of corporate that doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, corporate has definitely, like, depending on your levels, right? Like, a lot of corporate, they don't really care.
Yeah.
Unless you have like a business meeting, that's the only time they
maybe
like.
if you get high up on the chain, they'll start to care.
They'll start to care when it's important, right?
Yeah.
Because like even our like COO or CEO, they've just walked around in jeans and a t-shirt if they're on meetings that day, right? But then it's a meeting day because they'll be a little more chill and stuff. So Roosevelt shirt. Oh wait, hold on. Due to my UV intolerance, I only wear long sleeve stuff. 90% of my skin is covered, so that makes sense.
Fair.
Sometimes you have to dress for the things going on in your life. So
absolutely.
It makes a ton of sense. Roosevelt shirts, yeah. So it's RSVLTS. I think is how it's spelled.
Oh,
but it's
like
Roosevelt's.
it's the brand.
Yeah, the brand is Roosevelt's, and they do a bunch of nerdy shirts.
I've definitely seen ads for them.
Yeah, they're really cool, but they're like $70 for a button down. Their t-shirts are like 30, and that's not that crazy compared to like some of those, because some of those like shirt a day companies, you're paying almost $20 for a shirt. So at that point, I'm like, well, at least yours is licensed, I guess. So
that's
like,
true.
cool.
That's true.
But yeah, no, their button downs are expensive, and there's a few I've eyed. Like they have a really cool Spider-Man one with the Spider-Man pointing at each other all over it. And I just
that's
love
pretty
that
good.
meme. Yeah, it's so good.
Also, what's up, Ribs? How you
what's up,
doing?
Ribs?
Hope your day's been treating you well today.
I see people work wearing Dragon Ball and Naruto stuff all the time at work. Oh yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
The amount of times I've worn like my Captain America shirts or my Martian Manhunter shirt or my One Piece shirt. The only one I don't wear to work, I think it might just be pushing the boundary a little bit, is I have a Son Goku shirt where he's a baby who's naked with his tail, like he's just a naked baby with his tail. And I was like, that's the only one I don't wear, because I'm like, they don't show anything.
Anyone who doesn't understand, though, like if they don't know the reference, they might think you're a weirdo.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's a shirt that's only for when I'm at home. And Ange hates that shirt. She's like, I fucking hate that shirt. So I think it's an ugly looking shirt. I'm like, I got it for like $5.
Sometimes though, I agree with Ange, and I think it's very funny when I agree with her.
Yeah, like it's not a great shirt, but like I got it. Like I literally like when we went to go see Dragon Ball Superhero, I didn't have any Dragon Ball shirts. I was like, that's so weird. We went to GameStop and they had like a 2 for $15 thing going, so I got my Master Roshi shirt and that.
Yeah.
And I wore the Master Roshi shirt when we saw it.
Nice.
Because all this is just Master Roshi. But she hates it, so that's why I wear it though. That's how it's just to piss her off. I'm like,
heading home for my little birthday party, and I have to share this crazy cake that came to the table. We'll post in the Discord. Ooh.
I love cake. Actually, I'll shoot for my phone. Oh, or you can just do it there.
Pull it up here. Whoa! Whoa! That's crazy!
Wait, Chris, zoom in. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I'll open in browser.
Yeah, open in browser. Wow. Okay, that just got real big.
Whoop,
okay. Oh no, that's good. This is good. This is good. This is all I want to see. All right. So let's look at the bottom.
The base has got all this like white chocolate chips.
Almost
and, like,
feels like Buddy the Elf's
Those
idea
nerds?
of like what a bottom of a pizza would be down here. There's like a Buddy the Elf pizza on the bottom, and I'm super here for it. Yeah, there's lemon heads. It looks like nerds, sprinkles, some kind of like the bottom looks like some kind of like almost like a frosting and icing.
Yeah, it looks like waffle.
And there's waffle. There's definitely waffle.
With piped icing or something.
Yeah, piped. Oh yeah, piped icing. Maybe cotton candy. Is that what the pink, or is that also more? Maybe it's because it's so zoomed. And then there's a donut. That'd be more waffle. No, that might be a donut. I can't tell that piece. Then you got the rainbow cake. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
With what looks like not the fruit by the foot, but the Sour Patch. The Sour Patch kind of fruit by the foot looking one. Like when they have like their like version of like a long chewy guy, and then a big ass fucking waffle cone on top to make it look like an ice cream with sparklers. Holy shit, Ribs, that's crazy.
That's awesome. Yeah, sprinkles and nerds and,
it's cotton
lemon
candy.
drops.
Okay.
God, and ice
Holy
cream.
cow, you got it all. Yeah, dude, I know my shit.
Yeah, it looks like Belgian waffles. Yeah,
Yep.
for folks who want to see it, swing by the Discord.
The Discord and look at our food prawn section.
But thank you for sharing that.
That is cool, Ribs. Hell yeah.
I hope you had a wonderful time, though. And thank you for sharing that with us, because it's really cool to see too.
That also looks like such a chill bar. Like I was, it kind of reminds me of a standard like kind of sports bar, chill bar kind of people just go to have a good like a solid time. You know, it's a solid party. You know, I probably go there and buy a Miller High Life in a bottle because I no longer get draft beer because of my industry. So yeah.
Yeah.
I don't buy draft much anymore because people don't clean their beer lines.
And now we know what you look like. I wanted to ask, but I wasn't.
Yeah, we were sure if that was you or the friend or not. But hey, yeah, now we know what you look like. You know what we look like. If I'm ever in, you said you're in New York, right? If I'm in New York now, I'm like, oh, I know that person, right? Because obviously there's only like 5 people who live in New York City, so you're not ever worried about,
Slightly intimidated by the cake. I mean, that's one of those ones you look at where you're like, I don't know how to eat this.
Yeah, but I'm also
super
what do I do? Here for that. Like that looked incredibly crazy, and I feel
it's definitely
like
the craziest cake I think I've ever.
I'd want to
try other than
some
like
of it.
those like people who do like imitation cakes.
Yeah.
Those people are just a whole different.
I kind of miss that part of COVID where it's like, oh, everything's cake. I do miss that. That was
a time for sure.
That was a time. There was everyone's making bread, everything's cake. Yeah, luckily I had friends. Dude, yeah, that's awesome. This is also my plug. Watch out for draft beer, okay? Make sure people clean their goddamn lines because beer lines get gross, and that's why you see some people who are in like the parts industry.
That's true for literally anything though that has any kind of fluid line. Like,
oh yeah,
this is like at Subway. Like, this is why I won't get soda fountain drinks. Soda fountains are disgusting.
Disgusting.
Especially don't get the ice in soda fountains. They can't clean it.
Oh, if they don't clean those ice machines or like
they're so difficult to clean that almost no one cleans them.
And
the nozzles on the soda fountains at least
you can at least clean that.
But people are usually lazy about it.
Because you can just it's a quick little snap down.
But people often don't do it, especially like Subway that's run by teenagers. Like
Marcus was too, but we had to that was part of like the opening stuff was you.
Yeah.
Well, we had a cleaning crew. They cleaned all of it, and then we just hooked it all back in.
Yeah. That won't stop me from drinking beer, though, Tony. You can't stop me.
No, buy bottled beer. That's what I'm saying. Get it in a can. Get it in a
fair.
bottle. Although I still drink draft. Last time I was out, one of the local breweries right around here called Half Acre. They were doing an 8 Billion Genies beer. It was a double IPA. I fucking hate IPAs, but goddamn, that double is good. The Dippa, man. The Dippa is where it's at.
The Dippa?
Double IPA.
Okay, thank you. I was like, I'm gonna nod along and pretend like I understand what you said.
I should have made up what that meant because my buddy said it. And I was also like, huh. He's like double IPA. I'm like, huh.
It's Sure is a name.
Also, great time to plug 8 Billion Genies. Great comic. Making an Amazon show at some point. They literally got like greenlit for an Amazon show like
that's cool.
a month after the first issue released.
Yeah. Need to boot the PC somehow. I can't join Discord in from the Twitch app.
Oh.
Unless the link is expired. That does happen sometimes and I don't realize it. No, okay, it looks like it should theoretically work. But thank you for saying something nonetheless. Good tip.
A good tip.
Didn't even think of that. I mean, Tony and I both worked in food service.
Yeah, and like I
worked at Subway for 8 years. You worked at Marcus
for like 7 years, which is a movie theater. But I'm in the parts industry.
Yeah, that too.
Now, so I'm in restaurant equipment parts, and boy, some of the things you get, and the story I'll always remember from one of my coworkers is she was on the tech team. She got a call from Buffalo Wild Wings, and inside of, for beer lines, there's a tubing. It's like it's just a clear tubing.
I know this story.
But they called and they're like, yeah, I need the black tube. And so she's a parts ID person. She's like, well, let me get your model, serial, whatever. So she's looking it up and she's like, yeah, these things don't come with black tube because sometimes a chain will do something special to make their chain be special.
Yeah.
And then they're like, well, no, here it is. And she's like, oh, no, that tubing's supposed to be clear. And it's just because they never cleaned their beer lines. They never cleaned their beer lines. So maybe if you're going to a local place, maybe they'll be a little better because it's their own shit, I'm hoping. Like, if it's like, like I trust a brewery. I feel pretty good about a brewery.
To be fair, this is something a health inspection is supposed to look at.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So it maybe depends on your state or even your city sometimes.
Yes. Yeah, but I feel like with chains, it's I
don't know, man. They almost shut down my Subway multiple times.
I mean, Subway's been shut down a lot, I feel like, too. The one in Lombard was shut down like 4 or 5 different times.
But they almost shut us down over very trivial, easy to solve things.
Unless it's just one of those things that isn't on like the list of like.
I guess that's possible, but it really should be if it's not.
Or it's just one of those commonly missed things by health inspectors. I don't know.
Could also be.
But she stopped whenever she go to Buffalo Wild Wings now. She does not order draft beer, and so for the most part, like when I go to a place, I'll get a draft beer. But at B-Dubs, I'm like, oh yeah, High Life is good. Or if I've never been to the place, I'll be like, yeah, just what do you got on bottle? What do you got in cans? Yeah, going.
See, I'm lucky in that most of the beer that I like, they never have on draft because no one buys them.
No one buys it. No one buys stouts. And also, I agree with you, Tef, on black IPAs. I am really not an IPA guy. I'll drink them if it's like, if someone I know brewed it or whatever or anything. But I've had some IPAs that I don't mind, but generally speaking, that is my least favorite. That'll be the last one I go for.
I feel like I'm the weirdo because I feel like people either love IPAs or they really don't care for them. And I'm the only one that one of the few that I've known of that's like very in the middle, where I'm like, I won't buy it if like I have better options, but I'll get it if like the only other options are bad light beer.
Yeah, I don't want to drink it, but I will drink it for those occasions, right? Because it's a specialty beer, I'm going to drink it.
I genuinely enjoy it. It's just not my first choice.
There's just something about it that just doesn't sell me the same way. I'd rather have a Pilsner at that point. I'm just like, even though they're not, because sometimes a nice light beer, man, there's some good ass Pilsners out there. Yeah, you could have your
I hate
your
light
wrong
beer.
opinion, man. And you can.
I'll drink my dark lagers. That's the only lager that I'll enjoy.
Lagers are solid.
I hate lagers, but dark lagers.
I'm pretty open on most beers. I'm also not huge on some wheat beers. There's a couple.
I can tolerate wheat beer actually.
There's just one Goose Island one that I had that it had a soapy taste to it.
Yeah, sure.
And I think it was just the way they brewed it, because other wheat beers are fine, but it kind of has a little bit of like a soapiness to it. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. The things I've like, it is gross, Ribs. It is gross. No, I had the same with Metal Snake last time. I couldn't. Oh, okay. So it was a Discord thing for now, or a Twitch app thing maybe. Tess says I could also see somebody doing their own repair with the wrong kind of tubing. That's also fair. I'm going to take a guess on this chain, because the chain specifically, they probably, because all that money comes from corporate, that's probably more of a laziness thing. But I could see it if it was like an independent restaurant or something, or, something a little smaller. Absolutely.
Sure.
I top out at about 35 IBU. I too like the malt.
Nice.
Yeah. No, my favorite beers are probably like, well, I love Gosas. I like that little bit of that kind of soury, you know. I like then the GOSE. I don't know how you say them. GOSE. I think Gosas.
I don't know.
There's kind of like beer for tacos is a Gosa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's a nice like light beer.
Yeah, I like those. I like sours a lot. You give me any kind of sour, I'm usually really happy with that, especially in the summer. Sours for summers.
Sour's the one flavor profile that I just genuinely don't enjoy.
That's really fair. I don't blame
do
people for it. I like my sours because like the way it cuts through.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. I totally get it.
And then I'm big on stouts and
porters.
Porters, thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll drink those anytime of year. Really, even sours I'll drink anytime of year. If there's a good sour on tap, I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's try it on draft or, you know, in bottle. But fuck yeah, let's do it. That's because I also really like citrusy things, too. Like,
Sure.
I'm just a big citrus boy, which is so funny because Anne's just so not a citrus person. Like, obviously, like, yourself like lemon and shit, and, like, she's not against limes, but, like...
Only crazy people would be against limes.
When the flavor is all about that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
But I'm like, nah, man, hook me up. I remember what was that one beer? They're pretty alright. It was like something Traveler, Curious Traveler, something. And they're like a grapefruit beer, and that was wild. Something
interesting.
Traveler, yeah. But you give me anything, I'll try it. And sometimes there'll be a specific beer I like just in that style, right? Like one of my cousins, she's a brewer. And her brown ale is fucking incredible.
Yeah, her brown ale's great.
Incredible. She's just about to she's brewing it again this year, soon, which I'm really, really excited about.
She gonna bring it to Hopleaf again?
I hope so. I don't know if they'll do another tap takeover, but that was a good time. I was just talking about that because I was at another event that she did a couple weeks ago, and she stopped me and she's like, I just want to say, like, you come to almost every event I do. And I was like, yeah, man. I'm like, I'm going to support you. She's like, no, it's just really sweet because there's people in like my family or in like the family that we have both kind of joined up into that don't show up to these things. Why is that?
Oh, it's this.
Oh. I'm guessing. I'm gonna take a guess, and was it Papa Boris?
It sure was. What's up, Boris?
What's up, Boris?
Anything with Danny DeVito, I feel like just makes me cackle.
DeVito's great.
I get it.
I'll just be so bummed if anything ever bad comes out about DeVito because I love that dude. He's like all around been such a good human being. I know like him and Rhea Perlman like the end of their relationship and everything, but I don't think it was due to like infidelity. I think it was just more like we're calling it quits. But I know the two of them were like incredible to the actor that played Matilda. Like they basically took her in for all the filming. Yeah.
He's starting to look pretty old these days.
I mean that's part. I mean that's one thing. I'll be very sad the day Danny DeVito passed away.
Absolutely love. I want it. It's everything.
But yeah, no, DeVito is just one of those guys where I will be sad, and that's a very common story where people like to, when they talk about actors who've had to really work to get into their craft. DeVito is a common person brought up because I think he went on something like almost 1,000 auditions before he got his first thing, and it was just like one of those deals.
Yeah,
so.
That makes sense.
I really like an amber or Irish red. Those are solid too. A good multi-lager or a
amber ales. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Schwarzbier, is that say
Schwarzbier? Yeah,
or dark beer that's not too hoppy.
Yep,
for sure.
I've been getting really into Schwarzbier lately partly because I have a German coworker who brings me to German places when we hang out. Because we sometimes get drinks after work, and then I just like keep finding myself in German like bars and in restaurants.
Yeah, we warned you to turn around. You won't make it out of Lowtown alive.
Okay,
I believe you.
I gotta see the new.
Beetlejuice. Yeah, it's on my list too. But we're seeing a bunch of like the ones that we're thinking aren't gonna be in theaters long first. Like tomorrow, we're seeing that Strange Companion, Strange Traveler. What the fuck is that one called? It looks like a really good thriller. That's like. But yes,
we were talking about Batman earlier. Now speaking of DeVito,
Strange
the
Dark.
Penguin in Batman Returns. Yep. Oh, we've come full circle.
And I was talking about the Penguin earlier today because of the show Penguin, and Colin Farrell's wonderful as the Penguin.
I should give it a shot. I actually wonder if Jen would want to watch Penguin with me too, because every now and then Jen's like, yeah, Batman's cool.
Okay, personally, I liked it. I thought it was a great first episode. Me and all my comic book buds were super into it, and the reviews have been good for it. And I think there's a great intensity to it.
Nice.
One of it's like the first 10 minutes had me hooked. And I was like, maybe because we're comic book people, maybe, but I was like, I think I got really hooked when a certain character shows up a little bit deeper into it, because she just comes with this ferocity, and I'm like, whoa, okay, very good, I'm here. And then Colin Farrell just does such a good job playing like this, like sort of like snakish, like I don't know, human. He's so good at like being so squirmy and like playing the fool part almost just to get ahead.
Sure,
you know,
sure.
he's really good at playing that in this, and yeah. No, but there's some great moments of levity, which I think are just so important in anything. I feel like people forget that like good doesn't always just mean dark and like I feel like people always get grounded confused with like grimdark, where like grounded is like you need levity to be grounded. We're humans. We like having light moments. Like you can't have.
It also depends on what you're trying to do, to be fair, but I mostly agree.
But there's something that rings hollow, though, if all it is depressing, because that isn't life, right? Even in the worst of moments, just people. Like, and this is just a common thing. You find something, even if it's in spite of yourself, to laugh at. And that doesn't mean ha 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 comedy funny gold, but just like those moments of just like almost smiling at your own misfortune.
Sure, yeah.
Right? Like, that's a very true thing in life. And I like, you know, we all do it as people. That, like, again, it just be like it's something in comedies, right? You can't just always be like, everything's funny. Like, there has to be moments of realness, right? There has to be moments of grounded things that also happen, because you need to keep people in. Yeah, gallows humor. Exactly, Taff. Exactly. Shout out to Bemidji Brewing. The favorite microbrewery has an espresso porter. Espresso porter is really good. That thought was awesome, and I'm sad that I haven't found it in the same store since that first 6-pack. Shout out to Bemidji Brewing in Bemidji, Minnesota, by the way.
I love Bemidji, Minnesota. Dude. I had a friend that his family owned a lake house up there, and I used to go we would drive up there every single summer for a long time.
Would you just spend like a long weekend,
such a
or was
cute
it like a
little,
week, or?
About a week, give or take. Yeah, Bemidji's great. I love that place.
Yeah, I haven't been to Minnesota. I want to go because I want to watch some hockey out there.
Minnesota's pretty good. I've been to Minneapolis, and every time I've been there, it's been like,
Minneapolis,
very quiet.
Wait, where was Camp Snoopy? That was in Minnesota, wasn't it? So I might have been to Minnesota just passing through once, because we went to Camp Snoopy when we were kids. Or Mall of America, which I think is in.
Is that in Minnesota?
Minnesota. I
didn't think so. I thought that was more. Not south, but like in the middle. Because Minnesota's...
Bloomington, Minnesota, yeah.
Wow, okay.
So I have been to Minnesota. Huh. I remember I had a Camp Snoopy shirt from there, and it was a pretty cool place. Mall of America was huge.
Tenzin, be careful. You're going to drop that controller on you. I'm going to unplug this.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, either more... And then you said be careful. He's like, I'm going to move more now.
Yeah, yeah. He was just like, I'm just snuggling into this pile of cables on the floor. I'm sure that nothing bad will happen.
I think Camp Snoopy was in the Minneapolis Metro. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Oh my God, how long is this game? Probably Boris forever.
The current quote, based on two YouTubers' like breakdown of this game and assessment, is 114 hours. That's how long this game is. At the start of today's stream, we were at like 62, maybe 64. We're past the halfway point. I know at least that much.
Chris, that isn't the win you think it is.
We're past the halfway point.
That isn't the win you think it is.
Listen, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. We're doing our best. It's crazy, though, to think that this game only lasted a year. on Facebook, but they stretched it out to have this much content. Like, there's a disconnect, right? Like, they probably would have been more successful if they actually had less stuff to do.
Maybe, I don't know, man.
Like I said, maybe I was saying this before. Maybe I can't remember if you were on the stream at that point. But I think this game was trying desperately to find the whales.
Yeah, we did talk about that on stream.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
you have talked about that with me too, to be fair. But yeah.
I mean, that's the whole core design of this game, right? Like, find the whales.
I mean, that's any microtransaction based game, right?
Yeah,
Find the whales.
But also like put as little effort in, well, budget really, not effort, but as little budget into this as you can get away with. And they clearly didn't put enough budget into it to actually entice the whales.
No, and now I'm playing 3s.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you what score I get, guys. It's gonna be shitty.
It's like they designed it to be played forever. Yeah, I mean, basically, right?
Well, and that was supposed to be the idea, right? And then, you know.
Well, yeah, they wanted to just turn it into a money machine. That's EA for you.
I'm curious to know how much they made on the game. I'm sure the numbers are out there.
There are some developer interviews, which I would love to
dive into,
listen to at some point, because I want to hear what some of the devs thought going into this. I mean, they certainly have opinions about the narrative that they created.
Like, I'll give them points for wanting to try and do a narrative. I just wish they would have maybe committed a little bit more to it. I feel like it's just, and again, I know it's also a Facebook game, and so you don't want to have to keep like repeating the same information over and over again that people are going to forget.
I mean, it's probably truthfully just EA doing EA things.
Yeah.
And this was developed by EA2D, right? So like, you know, they can only do so much.
Yeah, exactly. No.
Like, it's probably not, I mean, it could be, but probably not really the developers who made some of these choices. I think they were given specific criteria. I could be wrong. Like, there are plenty of devs that are like, yes, this makes perfect sense.
It could be a little column A, column B, right?
Yeah,
you know, that's probably where it really falls into. Oh, yeah, Bloomington and the South Metro of MSP. Oh, very cool. Okay. And then to have, it's like they designed it to be played forever. Yeah, I mean, and really, like, even if you, I don't know, I'm trying to remember, like, because the only Facebook game I really dove into was Farmville.
I played a bunch, actually.
Yeah, I did not. Just because, like, the time that Farmville took, I'm like, I'm not having the fun I want to be having in this. Why would I want to try another one, I guess?
I mean, hey, you're smarter than me. I was big on the, like, number go up, monkey brain, happy.
Yeah. Sometimes that feels good, but at some point I want more than that. You know, at some point I want my games to, like,
I mean, that's legit.
For me, again, this is just Tony. I don't have that same monkey brain go up, right? I don't like that doesn't always do it for me.
Yeah.
I like, again, because the first game that really got me into video games, right? We're not talking about like the one I was playing on my handhelds, but the game that made me be like, I want to keep playing games was, you know, again, it was a Final Fantasy game, so for me it was story. I want to be transported somewhere. I guess the closest it comes to is Pokemon. Pokemon will always be, man, that's where my monkey brain really kicks in, because I'm like, I want to be the best and fight and level up my guys and catch the things I like.
Sure, that makes sense.
So maybe that's where it comes in. But for everything else, I'm like, I just want to experience your story, man. I want to live in your characters. I want to read the narrative you gave me. I want to see, do I like your characters? Who am I going to use? What am I going to do?
Yeah. For me, it's always been, I think, predominantly gameplay. Like, I like story, but I'm so picky about story that it's not often the thing that makes or breaks whether or not I'm gonna, like, really delve into something. Which is why, like, I'll complain day and night about the story, the writing in Tales of Arise, but I'll still platinum it because I enjoyed playing it.
It was good gameplay. It was good game feel. And at some point, I didn't even care about the story. I actually thought the story was getting in the way. It was a bad story.
Yeah.
Right? In my opinion, obviously.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay if folks like the story.
Love
like,
the story.
I talked to Jen about it a lot, and Jen's like, well, I still enjoyed it. And I'm like, you know what? It's great. Like, all the more power to you.
I don't remember playing any Facebook games. Same with mobile games, but I didn't have a smartphone until 2018. Yeah, I didn't get my smartphone until 2014, I don't think.
Wow, really? I didn't realize.
Yeah, it took me a while. Tony wants to be the very best like no one ever was, right? Hello, monkey brain number go up. Yeah, like sometimes it's fun though, because like I'll sit there, I'll play threes, and I do like getting a high score in threes. So it's fun to get high scores in games, but it has to be a very specific game for that.
Well, in threes is a good example of like, sure, it's numbers going up, but it's
challenge.
It's an intellectual challenge.
Yeah.
Like you actually have to use brain power on that in order to get good, at least.
Yeah. I get very okay at it.
Yeah.
Very mediocre at it.
I think the thing that really brought me into the world of like bad games was actually getting into game design. It was at that point that I like got this fixation on wanting to explore bad games, because, and I still hold by stand by this, but like you sometimes need to play bad games in order to learn from them and learn what not to do, and to kind of like learn the lessons that they might have learned after making the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Mistakes are the best teachers, which I think it's a mix of both for me. It's like, yes, I want to look at the bad ones, but I also want to make the mistake. I need, like, I can look at the mistake, right? I can look at the mistake, and like I'll be like, I don't want to make that mistake, but I think for me, it's like I have to make certain mistakes, right? I don't want to make like something that breaks everything mistake. But there's the big ones like, hey, I don't want to do something that like erases all our version history or something. You know, that's not the mistake I want to make. But I want to say, oh,
that's a technical issue versus like a creative issue.
Right, exactly. Oh, yeah, I see. I didn't make this path clear enough, and now from here on out, I know. Okay, I need to have indicators that really show, or I need to like lead the eye in a certain way to do something.
Yes.
And I can watch and learn a lot about it, but until I physically sit there and do, and that's my learning ability.
Yeah.
I have to make the mistake.
Yeah,
I have to make the mistake. Until I do, I can't learn it totally.
I totally get that, and I'm often away.
Yeah.
A lot of the same way too. I think it helps for me playing bad games though is like I'll remember pretty vividly when I'm like, I hate that I can't do this, or I have to do this.
Exactly.
And like those are really important learnings, because now I can always make sure I translate that when I do anything remotely similar.
Absolutely, and I agree with that, and that's why I think it's good. You need to play bad stuff, right? You need to see what's or things that are messy, or things that have issues, which all games, even the best ones, do, right?
Oh yeah.
But it's good to see those, because then you can say, cool, I hated feeling that for this. How do I not feel that when I do it?
Yeah.
And I think that is so important, you know? 'Cause I feel like sometimes people get so lost in the weeds of like, I want to make the best thing, which makes sense, or I want to make the perfect thing, but it's like, I just want to make the thing that makes me feel good about what I'm making. You know, I don't care if it's perfect. It's not going to be perfect. I know it's not going to be fucking perfect. It's going to be fucking annoying. And it's going to have issues, and that's fine, but as long as it's the best thing I can make and do and be good about and feel good about it, great.
Absolutely.
You have the first thing ain't perfect. It's the first thing. And that's what matters. It's the first thing. And sometimes you have to rip that fucking Band-Aid off and get done with one.
Yep.
Because once you do that, you have it in your bones. It lives there.
Yep.
Even if it's not great.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So thing as a bad game, just happy little accidents.
Bob Ross, probably. So back on the tablet, now that I've added and while I was at it, Metal Snakes to scrub my PC,
nice.
I can use it on tablet just fine.
Hey, nice.
And since I'm back on the
hey, it's
tablet,
Hagen. We found him.
Hey, kill him.
He escaped.
Yeah, there we go. And the bad tablet is getting coffee and moves the balcony to vape. There you go, knock.
Very
the
nice.
Standard knock.
That's the knock experience.
That's the knock you knocked for.
Weird. So yeah, Hagen was not the final wave again.
No, but the whole idea is that when you finally do want to kill him, he will be the final wave.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
It's such a weird choice that he's just randomly slotted.
Maybe it's one of those they wanted to excite people, be like, oh, can you kill Hagen early? Maybe. And then it's like, no.
This time, at least, the quest literally brought us to this point and put an arrow on it, so like we knew we should find him here. The other one, I think it was just random.
True. All right, I'm gonna throw two facts at us right now. Right?
Oh boy.
Two bat facts. So the third bat fact: Bruce's net worth is over $9 billion.
Woo, baby!
Here's some juicy information about Batman. In 2015, Forbes set out to answer the question of who fiction's richest are. At a net worth of $9.2 billion, Bruce Wayne comes at not too shabby 6th place, being wealthier than Richie Rich in 7th, but not as rich as Charles Foster Kane, which I'm not sure who that is, in 5th. Although this puts him on the low end of the world's richest, we don't see Batman complaining anytime soon. On the other hand, you can find out who the richest DC character is on our list. We'll look at that in a moment. Because just in case there's any kind of slip through our fingers again and we need to back him into a corner.
Pretty sure this was a corner, but that's fine.
Wrong corner. There's still no, wrong corner.
Wrong corner.
The next one is another money-based one. Wayne Enterprises is worth over... Oh, cool. Is worth over $30 billion. Why is Batman so rich anyway? Bruce wouldn't be half the bat without the assets provided by Wayne Enterprises, a company that's been in his family for generations. The $1 trillion conglomerate has branches in steel, food, aerospace, biotechnology, chemicals, electronics, entertainment, shipping, medicine, and even private security, just to name a few. The company reportedly rakes in $3.3 billion in annual revenue. Not too bad, eh? Small wonder when the Wayne Corp claims to have built Gotham.
It's like in unfathomable amounts of money.
Yeah.
Oh, we should restart the game. It's starting to chug.
Chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug.
Whoa, what is going on with this dude? Elf caster? Sweet.
I think it's Healthcaster.
Cast my health out the window after playing
No,
this game.
health with an F, as in Frank.
What?
Health. Not an elf, but a health.
What?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
A health.
What? That's not a word.
It's like elf with an H at the
That's
front.
not a
It's
word.
health.
You're making it up.
Health, man.
No.
Health me. Please, help. I need help. I need help.
Help. I need help.
Oh, man.
You lose your marbles, man.
You gotta have fun. Do it. Kill him.
Tony needs help.
Also, truth be told, I don't think I've ever played a bad game. Just a game that didn't resonate with me or a game that was oversold.
I mean, I think that's super real, right?
Yeah.
Like,
but I've played bad games, though.
well, and I get a lot of enjoyment out of a lot of bad games. Like, if we play Sonic 06, like we'll probably inevitably do on this show, like, even despite all of its horribleness, I'm probably gonna have a good time with it.
Yeah. Wow, man. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Knock. What was a smoke a month ago, but yeah, reducing the nicotine and the vape gradually you get to quit. Yeah, I remember you saying that you wanted to use the vape to kind of like.
Yeah.
Tony's health. LOL. What the hell? This is what I'm talking about, man. Comedy gold right here. You just play with some words and you get a lot of fun out of it.
This is why I love having you on the show, Tony,
yeah,
because
man.
truly you are the one. You're the wild card that sometimes you just put things out into the ether and everyone's like,
yeah, man, why not?
we don't really know what to do about this,
Yeah,
but
you
we can roll with it.
I just want to have fun, dude. I live this life to have some fun.
I love it. It's good. Don't ever change.
I got my serious moments in my life, but I don't know. I've subscribed to the thing that like I just want to enjoy as much of life as I can.
And yet here you are, staring at this game.
I don't get we don't get a lot of it, man. We just do not get enough of it. And
it's true.
I spend too much of my time working as it is that sometimes I just want to just do things that are just fun.
Yeah, I get that.
And sometimes I sit here and like I know we're in a society of like, yes, do work, and like, you know, if you're not finding a way to monetize the things you love, you're doing something wrong. And it's like, yeah, but what if I don't?
I mean, I'm certainly not one who can really comment on that because I've basically literally monetized every single one of my hobbies.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, I love streaming. It brings me a lot of joy. And even though it's never going to become my full-time job or even close to that, I'm never going to stop so long as I have the ability to keep streaming because it brings me a lot of joy. I like hanging out with y'all. I like playing games together. It's so much more enjoyable than when I just like play games quietly on my own.
That's really, really fair. What I think I realized as I was streaming, I had a lot of fun doing it, but I didn't like doing it by myself. That was the first thing. I didn't like playing alone. Like just me on the stream.
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying I'm not an interesting person, but I get so much better when I'm with other people. That's when I get like, because I can get into a rhythm with someone. Sometimes it's hard to get in a rhythm with yourself, and some people are very good at that. Like I think you're pretty good at like finding ways to entertain yourself while you're doing something. I was not always good at that. And so that was part of it. And the other part of it was just like, I wanted to beat more games, but now I finally put it back into my time. And I was like, yeah, now that I found a way to actually do it, I didn't need to stream in the same way anymore. And I'll be honest, I just missed being with someone. If I'm going to stream, I want to hang with someone and do it. That's where I have fun.
That's fair.
Even if I'm playing the games, you know, it's fun to sit here. Like, yeah, there's times when I'm like, I could take the mouse and do it, but I don't want to. I just really don't. Like, when we get into Inquisition, I'll be happy to do some stuff in there.
Well, yeah, I mean,
take some time.
You even did this a lot on DA too.
Yeah, just take the controller.
You just like do this to me, and I'm like, yeah, all right,
I'll hand it over. And then you won't let me make decisions, which fine, whatever.
What are these dark elves? They aren't city or Dalish elves. Wait, are they introducing a new race of elves?
Oh man, hell yeah.
It's gonna be weird if this game establishes some things that get carried forward in the franchise.
That would be really good. That'd be really good. Health is short for half elf? No, it's just health. just health.
Just health.
Health. Yeah, someone's probably gonna make you play Sonic 06 someday.
Oh yeah. Well, people are hell bent on making me do a Sonic chronostream, which personally I'm 100% on board.
There's a lot of good games you'll play.
There's a lot of really bad ones.
There's a lot of bad ones you're going to play. There's a lot of bad ones. I mean, when I think of bad games, I think Aliens, Colonial Marine, Brink, Awesome Possum. Wait, did I miss it? Oh, no, I did. Okay. Eternal Ring. Brink, I know, was oversold. Eternal Ring didn't resonate. Colonial Marine admits they stole it and siphoned funds for Borderlands. And Awesome Possum was just a dumb kid. Brink wasn't that bad.
Wait, really?
I enjoyed it quite a bit at times. Oh, I don't think I knew that about.
Colonial Marine? Really? I didn't know that. That's why. I mean, I've seen basically that exact practice happen plenty of times. But boy, to see them admit it, that's crazy.
I'm sure it happens at so many companies. Somebody makes money and you put it somewhere else. Absolutely. No surprises there. No surprises there. Zero surprises. They put it towards other projects.
Yeah, not to speak ill of the dead, but things like that definitely happened at the last company I worked at.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I'm fucking sure. Brink wasn't that bad. I enjoyed it quite a bit at the time. Yeah, for sure. Haven't played it, but I saw Eternal Ring. It was buggy as well. New elves. Yeah, duh. The elves. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm here for. This is the chaos I sow.
This is the Tony Cannon.
This is the magic I weave.
Magic is certainly a way to describe your efforts.
Describe my life.
I really should restart the game. I keep forgetting. I'm just so ready to jump into combat again.
I'm just seeing what time is out.
She's never leaving. She must make pizza forever.
Yesterday was National Pepperoni Pizza Day.
Oh man!
So I hit up Lobo by my Lobo, because they have a little takeout window.
We almost got pizza yesterday.
Oh, I shoulda. I got I think it's called the Borgata pizza, where it's a pepperoni pizza. I think it does a thing you don't like. I think hot honey might be on there, but it was so minor, it wasn't a big deal, but it was good. And then they have a big dollop of burrata cheese on there with a couple of, I think they're basil leaves. I'm almost positive it was basil leaves.
Ooh,
and
baby.
$6. It was $6 for the slice, kind of pricey, but like for that good of a pizza, I walked.
Well, and if it's like a big slice.
Oh yeah, it wasn't like a bocce slice. It wasn't like that New York like.
Well, yeah, I mean, bocces is a whole different category.
But like,
I forgot about bocces.
Yeah, it was a healthy slice. It was a healthy slice. And then I stopped right by one of the Italian ice shops right by Amico's, and I picked up an Italian ice on the way back.
I miss Amico's Italian ice.
So good.
Italian ice is so wonderful.
Yeah, I got a raspberry lime. Oh, it was so tasty.
How could you do this to me?
Well, I didn't. I did it to me.
You didn't bring me Miko's.
I wasn't gonna do that. I would melt
Tony.
it. I didn't see. I mean, I invited you to come out to Half Acre that
true,
night.
You did.
And then we went back and we watched at my buddy Lee's place. We watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the first old movie on Laserdisc because he's a Laserdisc player. Yeah, Lee has and he ordered more pizza. We had some shitty pizza. It was great.
What?
Yeah. Lee has a Laserdisc player, and he had to flip the disc for a 90-minute movie. He had to flip the disc halfway through.
I've never gotten the chance to play with Laserdisc.
Oh yeah, man, it's great.
How delightful.
It's great.
How crazy.
And it's so funny because you have to watch your aspect ratio on the TV to make sure you fit it right. So I think that one was a 4:3 ratio.
Was it was Lee using a digital TV? Or was it an analog?
Yeah, digital. It was a digital TV.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
Yeah.
you'll have to fuss with that a lot more.
Yeah, then because the analog, obviously, it would be fine.
Laserdisc is such a what's the word?
It's niche.
Niche is definitely a
It's
word.
retro. It's obscure. It's obscure for sure.
Yeah. No, it's definitely. All of these words are accurate.
Yeah, I mean, every word you're looking for.
It's one of those things that's been elusive my whole life, and I've seen glimmers of it. And
in school, did you guys never watch anything on Laserdisc? Because we watched it in science class
there
on
was
Laserdisc a ton.
yeah, I think it was my science class also. Like one class, one time, and I was like, ooh, how weird and cool.
Yeah, Laserdisc is wild, and I don't know like what got Lee into it, but he'll try and find movies on there. Most of it's old movies. They don't really make new movies on Laserdisc unless it's like, a jokey kind of thing. But,
Obsolete's also a good word for it.
OMG Laserdisc. Let me see. Scroll up just a little bit. Let me just make sure we did bring a little bit. I think
Come
one
on, mouse.
touch higher. No, right here, right. Okay, so just to cite my 5-second source of Wikipedia, upon release, Colonial Marines drew a significant controversy. According to a report, Gearbox had been moving people and resources off Colonial Marines onto Borderlands and Duke Nukem Forever, while still collecting full payments from Sega as if they were working on the game. Yep.
That's absolutely.
Sounds about
it's
right.
super sleazy. But
it's super sleazy, but not
a lot
surprising.
of companies do
Not
stuff like that.
surprising. Yep. As long as the game comes out, right?
Well, as long as you're meeting your milestone
milestones,
deliverables.
Yep.
And that's where people get real sleazy about it, right?
Yep.
Because they're like, well, okay, we can check all the boxes of this milestone deliverable with fewer people, so let's move people around, and our publisher they'll be none the wiser.
Yep.
And I'm going to be explicitly clear. I am never advocating for it because I think it's a horrible business practice.
Oh, yeah.
And I've never been happy any of the times that I've seen it.
But it happens.
Definitely does happen.
It happens. It's not surprising, but it's sad. Right? That's for sure.
Yeah.
Crazy. And then Tef says, if I'm remembering an old Far Side cartoon of a rescue crew flying over a stranded, on an island making a stone signal, and the pilot saying, oh wait, never mind. It says health. That's really good. Oh man, I hope that's real. I hope that's real, Tef. I hope.
That sounds familiar, actually.
It also sounds very Far-Sidey, and I love Far-Side
does.
comics. I do. Today, one of the comic book shops I walked into was one of the mustiest comic book shops I've ever walked into. An old lady ran it. She had
sounds
an
great.
old CRT TV playing like a tiny one,
Take me
like
there.
this big. Okay, it was like
there.
this big.
Yes.
And it was playing. I don't know. It might have been like I don't know if it was a Godzilla movie. It might have been like a Rodan movie. And the TV was not working well. It was going like it was like scanning and like
hell yeah.
Her comics had a big collection of stuff. Even the new stuff all looked extraordinarily sun damaged, and we're like,
how did you do
this?
so
Looks like
fast?
only a couple weeks old. How did that happen? And you could just feel the mustiness in the air, and you could taste it. I could taste it for like
you leave and
a
your
half an
sinuses are
hour.
all clogged up.
It was an experience. I picked up a couple of books that were in the back area, so it wasn't sun damaged. So that was kind of cool. Duke Nukem Forever. I never played it, but if a game was oversold, it's definitely that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was the game that was in development hell for so long. And it jumped between, 3 or 4 different studios?
Yeah.
Duke Nukem Forever is crazy that it even exists. It never should have seen the light of day.
And it did.
It somehow survived. Oh, here you go. You got a new line.
Oh,
nice try, but you can't win.
Yeah, he escaped again.
I didn't hear the escape music. I must not have listened.
Blink him. We've almost got him now.
No, we don't. I hope this is the corner they're talking about.
It's nice wide open.
Yeah. Oh no, it's probably that one. I'd laugh so hard. Well, that's also like I believe as punishment. The team working on Prince of Egypt was forced to be moved or transferred to Shrek.
What?
Wait, Prince of Egypt or Prince of Persia? Because was there a Prince of Egypt game, or are you talking
about animation?
The animation movie, because that's if you're talking about the animated film, that's also wild.
As punishment, the team working in Prince of Egypt were forced to get moved or transferred to Shrek. Wow.
I mean, 2 great movies. But obviously it's because it's all DreamWorks, so he's probably talking about the animation film and not like a video game. But that would also be funny if people from like the Prince of Persia studio were like, for punishment for life, you have to work on the Shrek video game.
That's another one for the record that I'm surprised that no one's tried to make me do a Shrek chrono stream.
Is there enough out there?
Oh, there are so many Shrek games, Tony. There's, I'm pretty sure, not a single good one.
Maybe it's because nobody wants to sit.
No one wants to suffer. We've joked about doing a Barbie chrono stream, and people joke, but I'm like, I will absolutely still do it, though.
But you won't do a Madden one, huh? You draw the line at Madden.
Absolutely not. Barbie games have a nice variety of gameplay. Are you kidding me?
True.
There's a lot of good Barbie games. True. You might think otherwise, but you'd be wrong.
I think Ange has one, which means now I have one at home for the Game Boy. It might be like a horse riding one.
Yeah, there's a lot of horse riding Barbies, to be fair. That's a very common one. Hey! What's up, Kay? How you doing, my friend?
Kay.
Oh, wait, I gotta hear the clip. Huh.
Oh, damn. Oh, shit. The fuck?
Oh my god.
What's even...
Shit.
This is one of those elite boss fights. This is crazy.
What the fuck am I even looking at?
FF14, my guy.
I know it's FF14, but what is happening?
It's a boss fight. Whoo-wee! What a wild clip. This is that stuff where I'm like, so it gets like difficult like that. Cool.
Wild.
That's pretty wild. That's I already feel like I have information overload sometimes with FF14. That'll really test my limits. But
yes. It is health.
Yeah, nice.
Very good.
But welcome on in, everyone. I hope you all had a wonderful time with Kay. Please go throw her a follow if you've never been over there. She's an absolute delight. Were we doing? You were doing. Well, I think you're at least doing some more FF14 today, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it is still at least spitting out the message. I don't know why it bugged out earlier. Looks like a bullet hell shmup in an MMORPG. I mean, you're kind of not wrong though, actually. 6 hours of mount farming and it only dropped once, and I rolled a 54 on it. Well, better than rolling like, you know, the minimum. Slightly, that's a mark improvement, I'd say. But I hope you had a nice stream, and good to hear that progress on the getting 99 of the redeemables to force your ability to get the mount is going smoothly. New York Post, if you failed on Prince of Egypt, a DreamWorks movie that later flopped, you were sent to the dungeons to work on Shrek. It's so mean. I mean, I could see a world where working on Shrek isn't actually that punishing, but like, the Wi-Fi in here is crap, so.
Yeah, I found like that before I left that.
That's fair. Got 34 of those now. Nice. That's progress right there.
Let me try and see.
But anyway, welcome on in, folks. If you haven't been here before, we do chrono streams. We're playing through every single Dragon Age game in chronological order. We've also been doing Ratchet and Clank on Mondays, and we're burning through that bad boy.
Yeah, Wednesdays, Chris smokes crack.
I definitely do. I did that to Eddie the other day where he said something and I was like, that's absolutely correct. And he was like, oh, I wasn't expecting the agreement.
You got it, man.
Yeah, never let them know your next move.
Yeah, especially when it's coming to smoking crack. You got it.
It's definitely the reputation I want to have.
That's reputation. I'm gonna get a shirt that says Chris White smokes crack.
Dude, we'll put it on the merch store.
Not just Chris smokes crack, because that's too general.
Sure.
Chris Weiss on the back. I'll put your address.
Yeah, it's not even AffinityChris, just my normal
your full name. I said your name on stream. Now people know who you are.
People already knew
Tony
my
Leva. Hello.
People already knew my last name. I don't hide it. I don't know.
You do. You hide under a bushel, man. You hide under a goddamn bushel.
I could, I guess.
On Wednesdays, Chris does things with rings and fingers.
I mean, you know, it's very accurate. I can't even argue with that.
I mean, I've asked Chris to
don't you dare go
ring my finger any day of the week.
You're walking on a narrow freaking line.
I know I was. I know I was. You just gotta swoop at the last second and you gotta give him a curve. You gotta give him a fucking curve.
Backed into a corner. You have nowhere to go.
You said that last time.
Nice line of dialogue there.
Did he just say that?
I don't know.
Oh, I think he said we're going to back him into a corner.
Yeah, and now he's like, now we have him in the corner.
But
that's narrative progress.
Yeah, that's some progress. Yeah, we're making moves. We're making fucking moves.
You are truly.
Hey man,
you are the wild card.
All I said was, you know what I said.
You have nowhere to go now. Chris gonna murder you.
No, not Crass. No. Playa is gonna murder you.
Both can be true. No, I'm getting in the game.
I'm getting in the game.
I'm gonna mess some guys up. We've seen what he did in the Fable universe. That's still truly one of my proudest moments on the internet.
So
is murdering my assassination target and the husband at the single shot and orphaning a child and watching him slowly flee the house as the congratulations Fable music is playing.
So good. So good.
I don't think I'll ever have a moment as poetic as that in the rest of my stream career.
No, not ever, dude. Not ever.
And well, doing it while singing, yeah, because I was singing along to the victory music. Da, 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 da.
This kid's like leaving, like.
That's so funny.
All right, next Batman fact. Ready for this, guys?
Oh boy.
There's a city called Batman. In 2008, Hüseyin Kalkin, the mayor of Batman, a city in southern Turkey, attempted to sue Warner Brothers and Christopher Nolan for using the city's name without permission. Although claiming there was only one Batman in the world, there was no real news about it. Batman first appeared as a comic book character in 1939. The question is, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I feel like you can't. Yeah, I guess if you're made before 30, I guess if Batman was named before 39.
So in the world of law, though, like, categories are really important when it comes to that legal use.
Yeah, one's a country, one's
a person. Yeah, like, it's a categorically different thing.
Yeah.
And at least in U.S. law, as far as like copyright goes, like
there's different kinds.
As long as you understand the difference cleanly between these two things, legally it doesn't hold.
Right, exactly.
In that. And
that wouldn't
that's
hold.
why, exactly.
That wouldn't hold. And clearly it didn't because there was no news about it.
Yeah, right, that seems like a clear case of someone being like, I think I can get money off of this.
And like, I can't. Great. Chris made a Batman in the Fable universe. You did.
Exactly.
You did. But not the country. We have to be very specific. Or the city.
We don't want people to get confused.
We don't want people to get confused with the character in the city. All right, let me throw another one out there. Yeah, because
Also, don't take legal advice from me. Please consult your actual attorneys and lawyers.
Or your physician, whatever you feel better about. All right, number 6. Christian Bale's Bat voice was edited in post-production.
That makes sense.
One of the most iconic things about Bale's run as Batman is his deep, gritty voice that strains the vocal cords of fans and parodies to this day. But interesting enough, The Dark Knight, the infamous growl, was added by Christopher Nolan in post-production, and the actor himself used a more reasonable voice during filming. I would have loved to hear what the more reasonable voice was, because it could have worked, because Kevin Conroy didn't have a grumble in his voice. He just had a very deep Bat voice.
Yeah. Let's gut him.
I really thought he was going to say, let's get him, and then he didn't. No. I was like, oh, damn. It's a lot more vicious. I love it.
Sid Vicious.
Vicious.
Viscous, if you will.
It's very viscous vicious.
What's the next one? All right.
He's gonna really need some health.
He's got some health. He's gonna get some health after
this.
There's a reason Bruce drives a Lambo. These Batman facts are getting juicier. When he's not... All right, article. You can't just all of a sudden... Wow, like you can't tell me what's juicy.
Pat myself on the back.
Yeah,
These ones are getting juicy.
Like, what? Okay, sure. I'll be the judge of that, all right? Fucking medium.com, all right.
That's so stupid.
Right. When he's not hitting the streets in his tank in the Dark Knight trilogy, Bruce drives a cool gray Lamborghini, specifically the 06 model Murcielago. Well, did you know this model translates to bat in Spanish? So fitting. That was not juicy.
Really?
Medium.
Really?
That was not fucking juicy. Not implausible that Bruce would make a voice disguiser for a Yuswan costume. Also
absolutely,
true.
100%.
Like, you know who really made use of that was, even though I didn't love every season of the show Arrow did that. Ollie, like, so Green Arrow had, like, a voice modulator when he was Green Arrow.
Oh, really?
He was, like, a little, there was, like, a voice thing that he had, you know, to do his Green Arrow, which makes sense.
Cool.
All right, I'm just gonna spit these facts through since we're rocking here. All right. You can be Batman with $300 million.
Okay.
In his publication, Batman Unauthorized, author and assistant professor Darren Hudson Hick estimated that it would cost someone about $300 million to equip themselves in a way to become Batman. Most of that goes towards buying a 3,500 square foot supercomputer, a bomb shelter conversion, and a tricked out 1,000 BHP concept car. The list does miss out a custom boat, plane, helicopter, and space station.
Wait, Bruce has a space station?
Well, they're probably talking about the Justice League's thing. I have a feeling that it's probably Wayne money that got that. I don't really remember.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. That does make sense. Checks out.
Did you know if you look at the OST of Batman Begins, if you look at the first letter of every song, it spells out Batman. Ooh, I wonder if that'll be the juiciest fact on here. I'm hoping it's on here.
If it's not on here, then Medium really failed us
really
today.
Fucked themselves. All right.
So aggressive.
I know. The next one, the Batsuit was originally red. The Batsuit hasn't always been dark or stealthy, which I know that's true. Before his infamous black and gray suit, many would remember the Batman probably in the streets in a cape of ocean blue in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
Throughout the years, the tights have varied between ash gray and near black, while the bat symbol has spent time over a yellow circle on his chest. You'd be interested to know, however, that Batman co-creator Bob Kane's original design showed the hero wearing a red leotard and blonde hair.
Whoa, what a different Bruce. Okay, that was okay.
After this one, we'll toss in our facts. There's 30 of these guys. We're not getting through all of them, but you know, here we are.
What's happening here? No dialogue yet. Nice. 5 waves.
More
now
time
the
for
getting's
bat
good.
Facts. Juicy bat facts. Is brought to you by Medium.
How's that guy immune?
As juicy as a pair of what was the Victoria's Secret to the juicy pants? Is that them, right? Who did the juicy on the butt? I give it juicy.
I will not pretend to know.
I'm pretty sure it's a Victoria's Secret.
No clue. Hey, thank you for the contribution,
That was like a
Doc.
90s thing. That was like an early aughts thing. That was like when we were in high school. That was like a comedy.
Truthfully, I forgot that existed until just now when you reminded me, and I'll have you know I'm not happy about it.
I'll wear my juicy pants next time I come over.
Please, let me look at that juicy booty.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, look at that. It's not really juicy. I just have a flat butt.
You do have a very flat butt. That's why you need the juicy pants.
I need the juicy pants so like you can tell.
Or we gotta get you
I'll get BBL.
BBL, thank you. I was like, I don't know what it's called.
I'll get a BBL. That's safe. I hear it's a very safe procedure.
Yeah, it's a safe and very reasonable.
Yeah, reasonable, safe procedure. Yeah. And then I could live in the juice life.
Dude, I think you could benefit greatly from a BBL.
Juicing.
From juicing. Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Which means you drink a lot of juice,
yeah,
right?
Right. That's all it means.
Yeah.
I just really like my juicer. All right. Got beets on lockdown over here. Beets and cucumber juice. Anywho,
thought you were gonna say like something about music, like Beats by Dre, or
no.
like
where's
this going?
I always contribute if I can to the maximum of 2K. Oh, for the
challenges, yeah, that makes sense.
The Storm Blood. Yeah, I could donate.
Tony says he hates Final Fantasy 14.
Sure, why not? If that's the narrative we want to go with, I'm on board. I have 81 points now. Yeah, in this house,
nice.
We hate Fenris as a love interest. We hate Final Fantasy 14, but we truly hate Bravely Default more than all of that.
That's true. That's true. I don't know if that's as contentious.
Excuse me.
I think all of the people who hang out here that love Bravely Default have left a long time.
Oh yeah, we
like,
talked a lot of shit.
We're not hanging out here ever again.
Weekly we talked shit for most of the stream.
I mean, hey, that's truly the AffinityChris promise. Is I'll tell you, I'll be very transparent about how I feel about the games we play, and that's the risk. If you redeem a game, if I don't like it, I'll let you know. Politely as politely as I can. But yeah, if you're not ready for it.
No, Tony hates chat. What I hate? Oh, what I miss? I missed something.
Ooh, got him.
No? Oh, I think I've missed I have 81 points, maybe.
I thought you read that.
I don't know.
I think Snake is just trying to bully you.
Oh, that's fair. Bully me.
Excuse me, princess. Okay, but for real, that show was a lot better than I expected it to be.
I remember you saying that. I still haven't watched it.
I really thought it was going to be complete trash through and through, but it kind of redeemed itself.
Great segue into complete trash. Fact number 10. Batman and Robin is the worst Batman movie. Here's a not-so-surprising fact about the Batman movies. Batman and Robin is considered the least successful and one of the worst Batman movies of all time. Failing the most at the box office and receiving an embarrassingly low IMDb rating of just 3.7, George Clooney's Batman is one that is not favorably remembered. It's even been ranked as one of the worst DC movies ever, too.
Wow, but that's the one that had the cool motorcycle scene.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, man.
I liked that scene.
A 3.7.
That was the scene that made everyone go like, man, Robin's kind of cool.
I was already a Robin fan from the animated series.
Bad boy.
I was already a fan of Dick Grayson from the animated series because I was a kid. He was a kid. He worked for Batman. I wanted to work for Batman. Come on. Robin's where it's at. And he was also the fun one.
It's true.
Because Bruce was like a stick in the mud.
It's true. Bruce is a stick in the mud.
Kind of has to be.
Yeah, I mean, if your entire existence becomes a revenge...
Vengeance, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is vengeance, but it's his vengeance really is masked revenge. He's just doesn't want to take it too far.
Well, it's interesting because, like, yeah, it's like... Because I feel like revenge almost feels more like to the person that did it.
I guess that's
vengeance
a good point.
Is that the fact that he's bringing it on a full scale.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way of putting it.
Thank you. I thought it was too. Because you're talking about games that you hate, I had to one-up them all by bringing up chat. True. That's the original. It was Nipple's bat costume, wasn't it? No, I think that's what really sold it. That's what really sold it. All right, Batman was almost a Yellow Lantern. In case you guys don't know, in the Green Lantern world, there's many colors, and each one is kind of associated with a different emotion kind of deal. So yellow is fear, which makes more sense when you're talking about Batman. So, did you know that the villainous group Sinestro Corps attempted
He freaking escaped again. Tony, why is this happening to us?
We're going to hold on this fact because I'm very excited to see what this story says. Get his ass!
Watch, they're going to be like, oh no, he escaped.
No, wait.
Oh, okay.
No, wait. I can help you. Help us. You were trying to kill us a moment ago.
Prove your worth. Where's Lukish? Spit it out.
Rips his face off.
I am Lukish. I'd work for you instead in a heartbeat. And betray us in the next. Your call, player. Kill him or keep him.
Oh, whoa.
Oh,
actually... I mean, but the quest says defeat and deal with him.
So I think we kind of defeated him by like defeating his crew.
That's true. That's true. What do you want to do? Should we keep him? I'm not really afraid of him.
Me neither. Keep him.
An uneasy alliance. Choosing this will add Hagen to your party. Do you want to
I guess we
continue?
can always read both of these, right? Unless we hit the button and it automatically makes us fight.
Choosing this will kill Hagen and take his things. Do you want to continue? The final blow.
Boy.
Get his ass.
Make us vote and get us to lose more of our coins. We could just make it a vote.
We
and
could.
give people a moment.
You
Yeah,
know what?
make it
You
a
know
fucking
what?
vote. I love it. I'm
been
here for it.
It's been a long time since we've done this.
And while that's happening, Batman was almost the Yellow Lantern. Did you know that the villainous group Sinestro Corps attempted to recruit Batman? Like all their power rings, the Yellow Ring chooses their owner, the strongest provider of the emotion they are linked to. Batman is such a terror to the underworld of Gotham that he was picked by a ring as the one most capable of instilling fear. He refused, however, as Bat's desire to impart justice is stronger than his desire to instill fear.
Kill.
Keep.
Alright, we'll make this a
6 hour.
nice little 1 minute timer. Look at that. Good idea, Snake. Alright, you've got 1 minute to decide if we're going to kill him or keep him in the party.
You got 1 minute to save the world. Save the Hagues.
I think I spelled his name right. Yeah, I did. Shoo! Ooh, okay, we've got 1 person, 2 people on keep.
Ooh.
Wow, y'all are a lot more merciful than I expected.
Merciful gods. Now you're going to see a bunch of kills. It's like kill.
I suppose the prediction is technically the wrong tool for this.
Yeah, but like it works. Like, we're
I was like, all right,
four.
people get points out of this, don't they?
Oh, true.
But I don't know if people can spend points on the other voting system.
Yeah, I'm not really
It's
sure.
fine. It's all the
This
same, really.
works. I don't really care.
All right. Well, it looks like we will be keeping him.
We should just pick kill so everyone loses their
Choose out. Yeah. Thank you. No.
Thank you. Those are hard.
I think this actually just ends up redistributing.
Yeah, it really does. So I think everybody just. Yep.
Complete prediction. Good job, everyone. You win the prediction.
Rumbling in the Senate about that becoming a vote. Oh, yeah.
Cool. All right. Choosing this will add Hagen to more trend to your party. Do you want to continue? Yes.
I swear on my dead relatives, and even on the ones who are not feeling too good, I am your man forever, player.
Yeah.
The tainted elves have Lukesh in the forest. Let's go to get him. Let's go get him. Oh, fuck.
Get a Viridium helmet out of him. Yeah, how good is he? Actually, that's not bad.
Whoa, look how crazy he looks, too. Look at that red.
He's got the double swords. We can't do double swords.
But not only does he have double swords, his one sword has like 2 ends.
Oh, he's a rogue. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, he's
then.
a rouge.
Oh, actually, this might be good because we might lose Sendis at one point, and I'll want another rogue to throw into the back.
Oh, you want Korsnick to be there?
No. No, I don't want any of those random boys. Let's get out of the city and find Lukesh before the tainted elves do something terrible to him.
Tainted elves? I know, there's tainted elves everywhere.
There are
guys.
tainted elves.
Oh, man, I don't want to be a jet. I want to be a dirty shark. When you're a jet, you're a jet.
I mean, I guess I could see... Okay, hurry up. I could give him a whirl. Let's see. Stats-wise, he's like almost on par with Sendis.
Except just that agility. Jesus.
His
so
agility's
much
not
slower.
great.
He's also a little dwarf. He got little stubby legs.
Yeah, we'll see how ranged he is. Who am I missing? Oh, yeah, Isabella. Oh, I guess we have Isabella as a rogue anyway, but... Yeah, okay, cool. I'm gonna laugh if he can't do anything in the back row.
That'd be really fucking funny. I saw Transformers 1 on Wednesday, by the way.
Is that the
Transformers
animated?
animated movie. It was pretty great.
The facial animation freaks me out, but...
It's weird. I was very turned off by the animation style at first, but it worked out really nicely. It turned out to be a really great movie. I had a ton of fun watching it.
Yeah, truthfully, it looked kind of fun, so...
It was a very good time. It was a very, very good time.
Nice.
Because we're trying to catch up, because we haven't watched movies in a few weeks. We've been so busy. So we've been catching up on our movies and stuff, which has been nice.
Oh, sweet. He can use his stealth abilities from the back row. Ambush.
Always stealthier in the back.
All right, Tony.
What, man? Just
All
like
right,
that.
Tony.
Yeah, you're hitting better.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're getting at. You're the one saying all right like that.
All right, Tony.
This seems far more like a you issue than a me issue.
Listen, I have plenty of issues as it is. I don't need this. Just kidding.
I need to pee though.
Wow.
No, I gotta pee, man. I'm a human being who pees.
That's debatable.
I'm a being that pees?
Technically, everything's debatable.
No, that's untrue. No, that's I absolutely disagree with that. Yeah.
I mean, you could debate.
Yeah, I mean, we could debate the.
It doesn't mean that it's.
Yeah.
You're not clearly wrong.
Yeah, I guess. But no, there are some things that aren't debatable.
I don't know.
Yeah. Attendance is a cutie pie. You can't debate that.
You
What
could
a
debate
cutie.
that.
No, you can't.
He's a stupid idiot.
Did I say stupid idiot? I said cutie pie.
Yeah, well, I'm
Are you
debating
gonna call him
you.
ugly? You think he's ugly?
Yeah.
Wow.
To some people.
Damn.
Maybe.
No. See, you can't add your little caveat to it.
Why not?
No, because I'm asking you. Do you think he's ugly?
Some days.
Wow. All right. Well, there you got the word.
I mean.
Also, what's up, mother?
Hey, what's up, mother? No, it's a cutie pie.
He's like, I can't live with that on my soul.
Listen, you haven't seen him in some of his most goblin
I'm
forms.
gonna tell you, man, goblins are cute.
They are cute, though.
Goblins are cute. I think after some coffee, I might still end up stealing some.
Yeah, do it.
Old and tired.
Old and tired Tony. That's what we call him.
Oh, that's big gas.
I'm just kidding. Tenzin is a big cutie pie. Your seat. Tony's cheering to himself that he got me in trouble. You can't take Tony's seat, kiddo. It's his seat. Where's Tony gonna sit if you take it? Tony can snuggle with me on the chair. It's okay, we can both fit. I'm a little guy. Not that little, though. Really like the D&D player character goblin picture. Looks really cool. I don't know if I've seen it. Is this like in the fifth ed book? You can get yourself in trouble just fine. That's just not big victory for Tony, though. It's true. If Lucas is in that forest, we better get going. Okie dokie. There. What's all this other stuff? Is this just pure bonus area? I'm gonna go with a sure on that one. Monsters, the Multiverse book. Oh, cool. One of these days. Oh, unless... Maybe it's not a whole new area. Maybe we literally are just poking around the forest just right outside. Oh, wait, I don't want both. I'm going to keep using Sendus just because he's a little bit faster to use. But I might use Hagen more. But one of these days, I swear, I'm going to get pulled into some, like, full D&D stuff. People have tried. And I've put up so much resistance. But now after so many podcasts and shows, I feel like it's inevitable. Do love how dopey and lovable your Tenzin voice is. I'm glad you like it. I sometimes like almost turn him into a Homer Simpson voice, and I'm like, oh, he's not Homer dumb. He's just a little bit of a dummy. He's doggy dumb. Nice. Merge. Oh, merge. Oh, it's so much quieter when Tony's not here. Hear him. So loud, even out there. Unbelievable. Can you believe this? Does he look like a bitch? I showed that to Jen This is a meme for anyone.
One of
It's
the funniest.
it's a mashup of that one song from Grease. Grease, right?
Yeah, that's Grease.
And it's the song where they're like, "Tell me more, tell me more," and then it cuts to
Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, saying, "Does he look like a bitch?"
Can we put it on? Can we put it on? I know we should. Let's not. No, but like.
Yeah, no, probably safe not to.
Yeah, it is. So that's like probably like 10 years old now, maybe 11 or 12 years old now. Because one of my college friends showed it to me from ISU, and I watched that like 10,000 times when she shared it.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's.
And I cried every time.
I showed it to Jen like a month ago. I was like, "Wait, you've never seen this?" So I showed it to them, and yeah, I don't remember how much they were laughing, but they definitely were like.
I showed it
found
to
it
Anne
very, very
right
funny.
away. I was like, "Did you see what our friend put on Facebook?" She's like, "No, I didn't see it."
Whoa, that is really cool.
That's a rad fucking goblin.
I mean, that's the kind of image of a goblin that would make me want to play a goblin. Look at those cool spiky armbands and what do you call those? Pauldrons almost?
Oh, yeah, they're pauldrony. All right, I'm going to do one more bat fact.
Wait, hold on. We probably have narrative.
Oh, fuck your narrative.
We need to head into the Vimark wasteland and find Lukish.
I'm never going to find Lukish. Let's be real.
Get 400 experience. That's a new reward.
Okay. I'm going to do one more bat fact. Hold on. I'm going to find... You keep going.
That's a bat fact.
Wait. I'm sorry. Are you telling me that you got this from another spot medium and this isn't even the full...
You okay, Tony? Oop, oop.
Oh, look at that. I looked at pictures and everything? Wow.
What is happening over there?
Bullshit.
It probably is. Chris just sounded like Lemmy from The Simpsons.
Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
I don't even know if I could reproduce that sound, but...
Oh, we know this one.
Tony has just fully disassociated from the stream right now.
Also...
It's okay. It's probably healthy.
Now I'm paying attention to everything. I looked at the cool goblin, and I fucking bullshit. Okay, this is not only diehard fans. Okay, all right. Question for the non-diehard fans. Did you know that Batman has a son?
No.
Okay, I retract it. Never mind. Okay, never mind. All right, back to your own world. All right.
Is he really?
Yeah, he does. Damian. He's the fourth Robin. Fourth Robin.
Oh.
Talia al Ghul.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think she may have, like, I don't know if it was consensual for him.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I recall, it was not, it was not handled well. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean...
I could be wrong, though. I don't remember that fact. Let me double check. You know what? This is probably going to be put on a list, but whatever.
It feels like it would make sense, though, because I have a hard time imagining Bruce wanting that. Unless he was happy, but he never is happy.
Here you go. I'm going to ask you anyway, how is Damian Wayne?
Oh, interesting. So Snake says, I thought the act was, but the use of his material wasn't.
That's what it was. Yes. So.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
Because it's an artificial womb to spare Talia the labors of pregnancy. Okay. I mean, still kind of shitty, right? Like, that is still, like, removing some consent. But yes, I could not remember that, and I'm glad it wasn't as gross as what I thought it was, so. Yeah, but there's some level of the act of the child part was non-consensual, at least. Having a baby was not on the list of things he was consenting to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Eesh.
But even if you wrap it, you know, it doesn't mean you.
That's true. That's true.
With 98%.
There's something very wrong about these tainted elves, playa. This is you.
Oh, what are you saying? Their coin isn't good?
Of course, that's what you're thinking. No, they seem to have some form of darkspawn taint in them.
To be fair, Batman canonically fucks, but there is an established canon about his protection practices. Exactly.
You know, that's fair. I guess I didn't think about it that way, but you're right. He definitely has had
Oh,
kind of romance.
that is also true and so fucking funny. Canon changes story to story. Version I heard was drugged, so non-consensual. And then the only other canon we know is apparently Batman doesn't go down on women. And yeah, that's absolutely true. They pulled up some panel somewhere, and it was a couple of years ago that this all came out, and it's so fucking funny, and it made this huge discourse online. Everyone's like, "Why go down? I go down," and it was so fucking good. Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, so fucking funny.
Batman's not a giver, man. Oh boy.
What's his name? Cusco! No. You know what? No. Actually, you know what? Yes. All right, I'm gonna give you guys fact number 30 for the last one.
30, wow.
Who was the mother? I don't get that part. It was Talia al Ghul. That's Ra's al Ghul's daughter.
Okay, that's who I was like.
Yeah, because so Damian Wayne. What's kind of crazy about Damian is he is the heir to like the Al Ghul everything. Like he's like the heir to the dragon, I think is what they call it. So for the what's that clan called? Fuck, the ninjas. The League of Assassins. He is the heir to the League of Assassins. He's also, you know, Batman's kid, so he also is genetically, you know, Bruce is just genetically better than everybody because comics.
Of course.
So yeah, it's kind of wild. Depends on the Batman. The Adam West Batman does like his life depends on it. He likes to screw. Excuse me, did you pin over my message?
Chad hit the wrong button and pinned someone else's message on accident, so then
that's what that comment was for.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to that in the comments, so I'm like, oh, what? It was not a great one. I'm not mad at all. Look at this can of worms you've opened. You know what? I need to get some excitement going. And then the community challenge. Natalia al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul's daughter. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Isn't Terry Batman also canonically Batman's next son? No. Unless there's something weird in the comics. In the show, no, he's got his own mom and dad. Now you're making me think.
Yeah, we're definitely well past the point of my Batman knowledge at this point.
What?
He is? Blowing Tony's mind right now.
Wait, did this happen in the show and did I just fully forget about this?
That's possible. Snake is like, did I just out-comic Tony? Listen, though.
It's very possible. I am not afraid on everything, but wait, what?
Tony's also more of a Marvel guy than a DC guy.
I fucking love Batman Beyond. That's... Okay, no, hold on.
Oh! Terry from Batman Beyond. Actually, yes. I think I do remember this, too. It doesn't...
Oh! Okay.
Is that the initial thread that brings them together, or was it circumstance?
No circumstance.
Oh, okay.
Because I've been rewatching Batman Beyond recently. I just watched like the first couple episodes.
Gotcha.
He goes over to like fucking mess with some of the Jokers, and Bruce is there, and then like he brings Bruce inside, and then he like goes into the cave, because there's a bat stuck in the.
That's right.
Fucking,
okay, yeah. I should rewatch it.
So hold on.
I love Batman Beyond.
Cool. No, I understand what happened. Hold on. So, alright. It's through weird bullshit, okay? It's not like Bruce fucked Terry's mom. So, like, that's not what's exactly happening.
I mean, that makes sense, though, especially in that universe. There's a lot of, like, weird genetic things going on. Especially with Joker.
Although, actually, this might have
not just with Joker.
The comic. Because now they're talking about the comic book. So I think it might have been in the comic that was like based in the animated universe after.
Sure.
So I don't think it ever happened in the show. I don't think.
Oh. Isn't it revealed Amanda Waller used Bruce's DNA in Terry's birth?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's Amanda Waller in the birth. Yeah, that's exactly. That's I'm trying to find the exact like.
Very interesting.
source on it because like
Ra's al Ghul must be pretty old, or there's weird comic time stuff, or Lazarus Pit stuff. Wasn't the lore that Ra's al Ghul is immortal?
Yeah, Raish is immortal, but like Raish keeps getting brought back by the Lazarus Pit, which makes him nuts. Because Lazarus Pit just kind of slowly drives you insane. Again, from my understanding, my bat facts go all over the place. Got confused, like what canon-y things and what's like video game and what's like movie and all that shit.
That makes sense.
I think in the comics, he does have a limited lifespan, but he just keeps getting brought back. And like, yeah, there's a whole young thing. All the Warren McGinnis was the husband of Mary McGinnis. Unbeknownst to him, Amanda Walder. Oh, here we go. So Warren McGinnis was the husband of Mary McGinnis, right? Unbeknownst to him, Amanda Waller had him injected with a nanite solution that rewrote his reproductive materials into an exact copy of Bruce Wayne's. As a result, the McGinnis' first son, Terry, was born resembling a younger version of Wayne. For unknown reasons, Warren and Mary McGinnis divorced soon after the birth of their second son, Matt.
Wild.
I want to know when they reveal it. That's what I'm more curious about. Was it in the comics?
Well, in fairness, the 4 shows are a complete mess. The final episodes of Static Shock, Batman Beyond, and Justice League all got wrapped up together. Oh, that's fair. Lazarus Pits are extending his life through Rebirth, depending on canon. Ra's al Ghul is hundreds of years old.
It was a comic.
Called Ra's al Ghul being perhaps the heaviest user of the Lazarus Pits.
Yep. Yeah, Raish started losing his mind.
So then Nanomachine's son.
I mean, technically, like, it rewrote the data inside, or rewrote fucking Warren to have, like, an exact copy of Bruce's
That's crazy.
DNA. That's wild.
Oh, hey, Kodab.
That's really fucking funny.
You're for real this time.
Yeah, for real.
Hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
This stretch kind of sucks, too.
I'm here for you. Oh, yeah. Hi, Kodab. Oh, is that a Tony? It is, Kodab. What up, buddy?
Oops, I actually paused the stream up there.
Oh.
I was like, oh, has it not updated? But no, it's
just paused.
Paused.
Oh yeah, it is a Tony, Kodab. Yeah, I'm out of the streaming game, man. I'm tired and old. And
tired.
I was just canceling so frequently. I was like, it's just not. Yeah, it has been a long time because I feel like for a while, I want to say it was either my Saturday streams for a bit or when I was doing Sundays for a little bit, those early mornings, I'd run into a decent bit. But yeah, it was just, I was canceling so often. I was like, yeah, I think and you know, it doesn't mean I'll never not pop back in there, right? It's just more that like, you know, maybe if they drop a DLC for Spider-Man 2, you know, I'll pop back in. We'll do a little stream weekend for that. I'll beat it. Or stream month for it, whatever it takes me to beat.
Yeah.
You know, do a bunch of random one-off streams just to fucking...
You should give that game a shot.
I fucking love those games. I think its mileage will vary for people.
I think I would like them. I mean, Spider-Man was one of my heroes of choice.
Yeah, no, Spider-Man's great.
I mean, I guess of the Marvel universe, I've probably watched the most Spider-Man stuff and read the most Spider-Man
Which, I mean, that
stuff.
makes sense. It's kind of like Batman in the DC universe, right?
Yeah,
like Batman is the quintessential for DC. Like whether you want to argue is Superman more popular than Batman? Well, no, Batman's more popular. That's just like fact. But you know, when you look at cornerstones of things, like Spider-Man was the kind of the cornerstone hero of the Marvel universe because of things like the animated show, just like the X-Men in a lot of ways were the a big cornerstone for a long time. Because that's what we as kids got to, you know, absorb.
Yep.
And consistently, Batman and Spider-Man are the top comics on the, you know, seller lists, you know, time and time again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I hope I can see them if you do. I also haven't been catching you on Chris's streams either, so I'm glad I got to see you today. Of course, Kodab. Yeah, I am usually here on Saturdays.
Yes.
Most Saturdays, I pop in. I can't stay for the full length, though, just because I pick up Ange from work. And that's just would get really expensive in Uber costs after a bit.
Yep.
And that'd be like, not all her money wouldn't be going to Uber because she makes good money there, but enough it would.
Yeah, I mean, when you're... I made this assessment a lot when I was taking a lot more lifts back in the day, which is like, if you work all day at a place and then you like spend like even 10% of your paycheck just to get home or even there, it's like kind of sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. it fucking blows. And she just has to do it, you know, for 2 shifts or 2 days a week, you know, because she does 4 shifts in 2 days usually. And so she's there, you know, all day on Friday and Saturday. But that's just the nature of the beast. She's also not really a big city driver, which makes things challenging. Because on days when she can do stuff, now granted, where she works is in a place called the Gold Coast, which there is not free parking there. So like you'd have to pay anyway. So you probably end up being in this almost the same mode as Ubering.
Yeah. City parking is not cheap.
Yeah, no, not really. But
wait, over there by the river, is that Marsa?
I'd recognize the gleam of that blade anywhere. Looks like she's got trouble.
These are the other rando people that have been in a party.
We've got you cornered now, Marcel. You're dead.
Playa?
You have bad timing.
Or great timing.
Great timing, yeah, man. You can't tell me. The only thing, but like when she films and stuff, usually when they're filming for things, it's not in a place where she can't find parking. I'm just like, man, I wish. I mean, again, no big deal or anything, because then it's her call. She pays for Ubers. You rock thing. But I'm like, you should just take the car. I was like, especially on days when I don't need it. You know, I don't need it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I am only allowed to have so many opinions because I also hate city driving.
Yeah.
And I will go out of my way to walk or take public transit.
Right.
If it's like an Uber or a Lyft, that's where I'll be more like amicable to getting off my butt and driving.
Yeah.
But I'm like, if I can get away with public transit, I'm like, I will never drive somewhere.
Sure. And she used to do public transit on the way there, but she'd have to, because of where it's at, she'd have to like leave almost 30 minutes earlier, 40 minutes earlier. Yeah. I get it. Because she wants to maximize her time. And I was like, yeah, she's paying for it, so she does what she needs to do.
Yep.
But part of it's just like, man, just to save those extra bucks. I know it's still gas, but like on the days when she's, you know, filming and like there might be a lot she can park in, I'd be like, man, we should take the car because that we don't have to, at least you're not using your money for you're not using your money for like, you know, parking.
Yep.
It's not fun. You know, but yeah.
I mean, for me, it really is that I just hate driving.
Yeah, I don't mind driving. I like it.
I think it's one of the least enjoyable things in the world.
I think for me, because I do so much, I listen to my podcasts. I mean, it's good for walking too.
Yeah.
But like, it's like, especially for work, that's like my zen time before I have to get to work. But it's just like walking, right? They were taking public transit. You have headphones on, same deal.
Yeah.
But it's just me in the car.
I guess that's a good way to view it though. Like I love walking. Like I think it's a really enjoyable experience.
Yep, 100%.
So that's why I'm also like, why would I drive when I can just do this really nice thing?
Yeah, and I love walking too. I'm in the city. If I can walk places, I'd much rather walk somewhere.
Yeah.
Or if I'm free parking where I can, even if it's a little farther away, and just walk to places once I get somewhere. Because I would much rather walk. But when I work in the suburbs, driving's the only call. Driving's the only call I can really do.
Yeah, it's weird. I've been this way since I was a kid too. Like I would walk to school, like, and that was just always my thing.
I was never close enough to walk to school, like where like you're not really supposed to or whatever. I mean, I guess you could no matter what. But,
I think I was in the sweet spot where I was close enough to where buses wouldn't really pick me up. But I was far enough of a walk to like have it be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It was not bad though.
Yeah. I'm gonna just turn off my computer because it's always about the time that answers messaging, and if I could say
Sure. When I worked downtown, I ended up carpooling or taking the train, and my city has one of the worst trains imaginable, so I get it. Oh yeah, I mean, and that's where I'm spoiled, right? Chicago is a really good public transit system.
Chicago's got solid public transit.
There was a fun Half-Life 1 mod where different heroes from all over the place, Superman, Batman, Beyond, Spider-Man, Goku, Mega Man, and Spawn, if I remember correct, were engaged in a death match. Don't recall the name though.
Wild. I love driving, but I do wish the burbs had some better public transit. Yeah, I mean, the suburbs are basically like, it's non-existent. I mean, obviously there are buses, because there's a bus right by my job. But like, I think it'd take me 2 hours to get home, or 2.5 hours I think to get home via bus. It already takes an hour, so what's the difference? I guess at that point I could bring a book and read.
Yeah.
That's really where the change would be. I'd be like, oh, I can read comics on a bus ride.
Truthfully, I sort of hate taking the bus too. Not because I don't like riding the bus, it's just, it takes so long. It's a really
Buses take forever.
oftentimes I can walk somewhere just as fast as the bus will take me.
Yeah.
So I'm usually, well, I'll just walk then.
I guess if I ever really wanted to transit, there's a neighboring town that has a train, but then I'd still have to get some kind of Uber or walk way too far, and where there isn't sidewalks. Really unsafe walking to get to my job.
That's not ideal.
Yeah, and that'd probably be a 3-hour trip altogether, which is like, yeah, if I work 8 in the morning, I don't want to start my day at 5 a.m. to move and groove.
Yeah. That's legit.
And then take 3 hours to get back home, right? That's the really big part.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like my off work time. I need it.
Yeah, man.
Like the other day I worked way too late, and I went to bed at an earlier time than I did the other nights, but because I'd worked so much, I was still tired when I woke up the next morning. Because it wasn't fun stuff I was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I end up staying up way too late most nights, because I'm like, if I don't do something fun.
Revenge time. What's it called? It's like
yeah, revenge time.
Revenge whatever. And it's really
revenge
such
sleep deprivation or something.
Yeah, something very common and bad, and I do it too, so I feel I love driving. I also like the train too. I love driving, but I read that already. I like driving, but not in major metro areas like Chicago would be.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Like, I don't mind driving as much in the burbs because traffic is a lot lighter. Like, you basically will always have a place to park. It's a lot less stressful for me. Still don't love driving even then, but
I really do like driving a lot. I think it's just because I was the main driver for like all of high school, and all of my college experience. So I was usually the driver for things.
Kind of a mixed bag for me. I think my friend group mostly rotated. I stopped being the driver though when I was like, I was like, if you want to hang out with me, you pick me up.
Yeah, right.
And then so I got to a point.
No one was hanging out with me. I'm kidding.
This is where it's weird, right? Because I wasn't a popular kid, but I definitely got into this mode, and this is kind of where I was like a butthead of a friend sometimes, where I was like, whoever gets me is the first one who reaches out and picks me up, and so I don't know why that worked though, because people are like, that's fine, yeah, and then we got to a point where I would have people just show up and be like, get in the car, Chris. But then I'd be like, but I already made plans with someone. And
I can't.
Separate friend groups are like, but I'm here though. And fighting with each other for my time. I was like, I don't know what to do. This is a weird situation that I never thought would happen.
Wild. Well, because I remember when I first met you, I didn't know, because a lot of people when I got to college, I was like, oh wow, you never so there's some people who just didn't start driving or just didn't drive, and because I remember I would drive you a lot to our sessions for things, in the old days.
Yeah, well no, I don't think I knew you in the period where I didn't have a car.
No, because I think you had a car when I knew you. I just didn't know you. I didn't know you had a car. I'll be very honest, because I picked you up so often.
Because I hate driving, and I was like, if you're
and I was always on the way. When I lived in Lombard, and where you lived in, what was it, Downers Grove or whatever, right? Yeah, Downers Grove. Is that what you?
Competitive Chris nabbing. Okay, but here's the thing. For real, there really was a day where 2 separate groups showed up at the same time. And I had people physically pick me up and throw me in their car. It got out of hand. I don't think it's that they even liked me that much. I think that it just turned into a game.
Yeah, man, you gamified it. You gamified your friendship.
Well, it still worked out that I didn't have to drive, so I was like,
you know what, you rock it, dude. No, yeah, but you were literally on the way back and to most of the places I had to go to. Literally, you were off of a drag that I drove down, and I was like, yeah, I can pick you up. That's fine. And that's where we got so many good memories from, just driving.
Yeah.
Getting tickets.
So many tickets.
2, and then running out of gas.
So many times you ran out of gas.
Twice!
So
Again, it was just twice in one trip.
I think.
Okay, 2 times one trip.
No, it was there. Well, yes, that happened. I think there were at least 2 different days, though, where it also happened. I'm 90% sure.
Because there's only a handful of times it happened. The one time was the twice in one trip because I just couldn't make it to the gas
Yeah,
station.
yeah.
Once was I was on my own and I was like, I don't want to do that. I just need to get gas, right? And then there's only about 3 or 4 times all this happened. For me, it was more my tires. Now I can change a tire like a boss.
There's also that time where
I broke your glasses. I know.
That too. Tony got a flat tire. I helped him change his tire, and he stepped in my glasses.
Accident. Again, absolute accident. I felt awful about it. But no, now I'm a pro at changing my tire.
I think I even drove out to help you. And so I had to drive home without my glasses.
You might, yes.
I remember driving blind, and I was like, this is dangerous.
Maybe? I thought we were together.
Well, I think you dropped me off, and then you left, and then you got a flat close to me.
Maybe. Because I feel like, at some point in my life I was changing my flats on my own, like, consistently, but that wasn't until you were in Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, that was still pretty, we were young.
Yeah, I was not good at that yet. I got very good at it though because because my dad basically taught me to buy jank tires.
That's why I knew how to change my tire too,
dude,
because it's the same thing.
Jank tires, and you're just like, great. I learned how to change my tire on 290.
In the most stressful environment you could.
Yeah, luckily I was pulled over to the side though where you had lots of room to do it.
Yeah.
But I got good at it there. My Impala was a piece of shit though too. That Impala was.
Oh yeah, man.
Like it was okay at one point, but even when I first got it, I had battery issues where it wasn't grounded properly, and we had to get that fixed, and it ungrounded again. So it was crazy.
None of these guards deserve to live.
Psst, Tony, what's Chris's
I'm not
address
sure.
for reasons? Is 100 points the maximum points I can?
We got some narrative.
Oh, sorry. Darkspawn in the trees.
Leave these traitors to their fate. Saves us the trouble. Okay.
We have. Is 100 points the maximum points I can score in Chris the board game? Oh yeah, for the gamification of Chris's friendship. No, the max is no points because Chris is a curmudgeon. You just get some level of affection, maybe. We have 2 neat apps. The first, Scotty, is giving you the best buses and train options for your trip and details on when to get off and where to walk to your connecting bus/train. And the second is Fairtick, which gives you the cheapest possible tickets for your trip. So I can't complain about public transportation. Well, I also feel like outside of the U.S., public transportation is just better.
What the hell is Marsa? Okay, we have another choice. Do we help those corrupt guards and fight the Darkspawn that are attacking? If we fight the Darkspawn, it'll anger Marsa. Whoever the hell that is. Or we can leave them to the Darkspawn, and this will please Marsa.
I feel like we should stop the Darkspawn.
Oh, is Marsa... Maybe Marsa's the
that
guard
red-headed
captain?
one that we just saw? I thought Marsa was that red-headed person.
Well, yeah, but she might be the guard captain
she a
that
guard
we
captain?
sided with. Maybe that's who she is.
I broke down an I-85 and had to use my Dates stocking to rebelt my engine. That was fun. Woo! In Chris the board game, you start at negative points. I have the first to 0 in. Yeah, kind of. But it's also a little bit like whose eye is it anyway, where the points don't matter, and so yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, Chris just arbitrarily chooses at the end, and it's usually just himself, and that's okay.
Let's see. Save guards or leave? Save.
Leave. I like how we're using the polls and then the points just go right back to people. I guess if you vote wrong, though, you lose your points.
Interesting. I don't know. 50 points for additional. Start poll. Cool. I actually don't know if I've ever used this poll. Oh.
Oh, you don't pull instead of vote the prediction.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you could set chrono coins as like whoop.
It's Batman. It's Batman.
Batman. I wish it didn't. Well, I guess I don't have to do it that way. Sounds like nice MacGyvering. I mean, when it comes to cars, being good at MacGyvering your stuff is a pretty good skill set to have.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of Roosevelt, somebody's trying to find that cool shirt. Because the answer hasn't mentioned me yet. She thought she was gonna be done early tonight, and of course.
It's always the opposite of what you think it's gonna be.
You know, my life is just always the opposite of what I think it's gonna be. I always thought it was gonna be bad, and you know, I have a pretty good life.
All right. Well, we've got a resounding vote for saving them. Oh, cool.
And then Chris like, I'm gonna kill them. I'm going to leave them to their fate. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Everybody loves the Spider-Man. Oh yeah, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man. With that, I just chose.
So we'll upset Marsa, but I think this is doing the greater good. Even if they're corrupt guards.
Oh, wait, they're corrupt guards? Oh, we should let them die.
I laid that out clearly before we entered this.
I was not listening.
I know you weren't.
And did you lay it out clearly when the choices were there, or earlier when you're like, the guards are corrupt?
Both. Both times. I did. I really did. Don't know if I did it right, but it got us off the interstate, which is really all I needed to do. I mean, that's exactly it, right? Like, you just gotta do what'll get the job done.
It's a short sleeve one, but like,
that's pretty wonderful.
So
I think that's one of my favorite shirts I've ever
so
seen.
Good, but $70, so it's like,
boy, you pay for quality though, man.
Yeah, I know.
And the licensing.
And the licensing, baby.
Official licensing is expensive.
Yeah, I don't think they do long sleeve shirts for the most. I think they do mostly do short sleeves.
I mean, I kind of like long sleeve or short sleeve button down shirts.
Yeah, no, they work, especially for the summers.
Yeah. I never really had them before. There was one period of my life where I was getting
You're nice to people?
I've never been nice to people.
I know.
What's that service where they like pick clothes for you and they ship it to you?
Oh, Stitch Fix.
Stitch Fix. I did Stitch Fix for a little bit because that was part of the period where I was like, I feel like I can't find anything I like. Please help me. Turns out Stitch Fix couldn't do it because they just never had black clothes. Like straight up, I was like, please stop sending me things with color. Send me only black clothes. And then they still wouldn't. And I was like, I think you just don't have any, do you?
That's really funny.
It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
But they did send me a couple of short sleeve button down shirts that I genuinely really like.
Yeah, right. You have a job to kill the Darkspawn. So
That's true.
Take their corrupt guards to jail, or kill them too. You know, just.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, if
Dragon Age is the game of just killing everybody.
If they won't fix their stuff, then yeah, they shouldn't be sentenced to death. They should be punished for their crimes.
Unless they're slavers, then death is the only option.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Death is the only option in that scenario. Ooh. But I don't think that's what we're dealing with
I'm
here.
not leaving yet. I'm just getting my stuff ready.
Tony's ditching us. He's going out for cigarettes and he's not coming back. Oh. Oh. I don't think you're getting picked up on mic, but I think that was really sad.
No, my dad never left me for cigarettes and never came back. My dad doesn't smoke either,
so instead he just left with no...
I mean, he's in Texas. He kind of didn't really give us notice when he moved.
That's true. That's true. But you know, at least you're already an adult when that happened.
Yeah, you know, nothing surprises me. He called me a month after my birthday to wish me happy birthday. I was like, you know, you remember. It's close enough.
Better late than never.
This was 15 days or some shit. Do I text him on his actual birthday or call him on his actual birthday? Yes, I do.
Your dad is a character, though.
My dad is a character.
He is absolutely a
I think
character.
all of our parents are characters, and if we ever have kids, they will also think we are characters.
Yeah. That's okay. And in his disappointment with Stitch Fix, Chris went to Found Goth Closet. Okay, but for real though, that sounds delightful. I would do that. There was definitely a period of my life where I was actually planning on taking classes on fashion design because I wanted to make my own clothes. Because
like,
even teenage Chris was like, I still don't like everything.
You can't be serious.
If I just make it myself, then I'll always be happy.
You take the left leg, we'll take the riverside.
Whatever, at least we don't have to fight alongside them. Great. Oh, we're back to the Dragon Age book.
Yeah, you know, why not?
Okay, do me a favor.
No. Yes.
I need to hit the toilet.
Okay, I'll click buttons.
I'm going to start punching it rapidly.
You set stuff.
The old 1-2 punch.
I'll finish it up. I'll finish your dirty dick.
Wow. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, I'm gonna kill everything, and maybe I won't. I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna do this to you. That didn't really do much. I'm gonna do this to you. I don't really do much. What other abilities do I have? I'm gonna do this. What does this do? Oh, cool. That killed some things. Then we're gonna do. What does this do? Oh, I don't know what I just did. What about this? Oh, wait. Oh, that's... How'd you heal that person? Hey, that did not... That was very, Damage military... Hey... Okay, well, I don't know if I wanted to do that, but that's fine. I'm sure there's a better move I can be making here, and I'm just really unfamiliar with this after this long. Mana Rasp, Holy Smite. What was the one that did like damage to everybody? What are these moves, man? I don't even know what I'm doing here. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I guess we'll do that, move to you, and then we'll do that, sure. I don't know what the good moves are for this one, guys. I'm just kind of trying things out. Ooh, I'm curious what that will do. Okay. Wait, what's one that like the one that just did damage to everybody? That wasn't super exciting. I'll be honest, man. I don't know what any of these things do. So it's like sitting here. I'm like, let's do this one. Sure, it's fine.
Truthfully, if you just hit the like, attack them with your main weapon button enough, you
yeah,
pretty
that's
much get through
also
it.
fair.
You know, telling that story about how I had two groups of friends show up and literally pick me up and throw me into their car and drive off with me has me thinking about how throughout my life, for my teenage years through my young adult life, I've had a lot of friends who just show up and will physically pick me up and just try to like take me places.
Huh.
Like,
I don't think I was ever one of those friends.
No. And obviously, like, I'm small, but I'm not, like, tiny, right?
No.
I have a lot of really just tall friends.
Yeah, muscle mass.
Well, like, I have a lot of, like, tall, like, big friends in general, right?
Well, you're also little. So.
I'm shorter. Very average. Slightly below average by the current year.
This is my favorite way to just slightly get under your skin. It's just like that very little, like.
But I literally had friends show up to my apartment once and be like, "Come on, Chris, grab something. We're gonna go do this thing." I don't remember what it was, but they said something specific, and I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Come on!" and physically picked me up, and I'm like in the doorway, arms up against the doorframe, like, no, I don't want to go. And they're like, come on, Chris.
It'll be fun.
It really did turn into a game for them, I think.
People are fucked up, man.
I mean, it's mostly fun. It was funny.
All right.
I just think it's crazy how consistent it is.
I don't recall if I read this last time we were in this book, but let's talk about character creation, right? That's what's interesting.
I don't think we did. Well, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I think we started to. Okay, so, all right. So, we all know the basic steps to character creation, but in case you're like, I've never played a TTRPG, Tony, so Uncle Tony, please just read to me.
Teach me, Uncle.
Yeah, no problem, kiddos. So step 1, you create a character concept. This is a rough idea of the sort of character you'd like to play. See the following section. Cool. 2. Oh, actually, no, that's how we'll do it. I like it. I see how they're... How are you dividing this? Are you making sense in how you did that? Oh, you are. Okay, good. I just have to check because if I get distracted.
Tony's looking for any out.
Oh, I always am. 100%. Especially for this game.
Ooh,
lion's head.
It's a pretty beefy hammer. I don't think it's better than what I'm using, though.
I'll wait to see if there's some text. Kiddos, I'm 42. Hey, well, you're a kiddo here.
I mean, I'm what, 34?
Yeah, Chris, you're 34. Me too, man. We're there.
Yeah.
34.
Yeah.
That was the year Columbus sailed the ocean blue. All right, so character concept. Before you sit down to make a character, you should know a little bit about the setting. If you're already familiar with Thetis from Dragon Age video games, you're probably ready to get started. If not, you might want to skip ahead a bit in the book and read through Chapter 7. Welcome to Thetis. It'll give you an idea of what Dragon Age characters can be like.
Okay.
Assholes. That's all you need to know. All of them are assholes.
A lot of them are mean.
Only care about themselves or the chantry.
Sometimes true. In 2 different ways.
Yeah. Or they don't like blood mages, or they like mages, but not everyone doesn't. No one likes blood mages.
What's your personality? I hate blood mages. I love the chantry and hate blood mages, or I hate the chantry.
And I hate blood mages still. I think the consistent thing is no one likes blood mages, and it's just it makes sense, right? Doing something with blood gets weird. All right.
And yeah, you can always be a blood mage.
Although this next sentence is perfect. Now that you know more about the setting, you can start thinking about what kind of character you want to play. You'll be making the 2 most important choices, your background and class, in steps 3 and 4 of character creation. But before you get there, it's a good idea to come up with a basic character concept. This can be quite broad to start. The process of character creation will help you focus it. When coming up with a character concept, remember that one of the conceits of the game is that your character begins as an unknown and struggling adventurer. You don't get to start play as the crown prince or a senior enchanter. You have to earn your honors with deeds, and you can be sure there will be a price. So start thinking about who your character is and how they became an adventurer. Here are some examples. Example character concepts. Now, I think what they're getting at is depending on the setting of the game too, right? Like obviously, if you're playing one where like we're all high level people, maybe that might be different.
That's true. I mean, it would be kind of fun to play like a crown prince that's like fledgling, right?
And I think part of the idea too is to avoid like the whole the shitty say was like I'm royalty, so I'm important, Instead, like I think there's something more fun about being like, I'm just a random dude on the street.
It depends, right? Like, yeah, I always go back to our Burning Wheel campaign. Highly recommend the system. Hate the game developer though. Yeah. Where like you can kind of have a bunch of life paths where like you are born noble and and it's always used in interesting ways in the narrative setup.
And that's true. No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. I think there can be something fun with noble borns. But I guess there's always that level of, it's kind of like when in some games you choose like destiny as your thing, Sure. It's just like, well, yeah, sure, but I'm always a fan of anybody can be destined for greatness no matter what.
I mean, that's fair.
I think that's why very often although I think even in my Dragon Age Origins, I think I went with the noble born just because it's a fun story to play. But I always prefer like somebody who, and that's the Tony character preference. I like people who are just thrust into a weird situation, like, well, now I have to make this work, I guess.
Yep.
But I would love to play like a royal vizier that like got like fucking exiled because he fucked up, and now his goal is to become a new vizier, and like either for shitty intentions or good intentions, or to make up or go for past mistakes. But I thought they're all murder hobos. True warlocks don't ask how to play, like natural disasters don't ask how to eradicate thousands of people. Although, of course, I start reading this. You know what happens the second I start reading?
Andrew
messaged me. I was like, hey, you could leave now. I'm like, great. So, on that note.
Wow, so rude.
I'm GTFOing. As always, I appreciate you guys letting me hang out with you. I will be back probably next week, I guess.
Thanks for hanging out.
Hate my life, but I'll be back. Because I hate myself, and I like you guys.
Well, hey.
And everyone likes to watch me suffer.
We'll at least have a reprieve, minimally, after next week, because I'll be in Japan.
Oh, you're not gonna beat this before you go to Japan. I remember you're like, I want to try and beat this before Japan.
Well, I'm doing bonus streams.
You're like,
I'm planning on streaming tomorrow. So
every fucking day. Okay, cool. Righteous. Then I will be back next week and see what new area you're in.
Tomorrow?
No. No, I will not.
Wow.
Because I like myself.
Unbelievable.
I like myself. I'll catch y'all later.
Cool. We're gonna throw on the BRB screen for a hot second. I need to.
Thanks for watching me.
Need to take Tenzin potty. And
then,
you
do have to take Tenzin potty. That's right.
Yeah, because Jen's gone.
Having party times.
They've left.
Party.
It's just me now.
Party.
True warlocks don't ask how to play like natural. Oh, sorry. That's a translated quote, but out of a German WoW warlock form. Oh, that's fun. All right, cool. Be right back. Hang tight, folks. Speaking of which, oh, Eddie took his socks off.
Hey.
Damn, I thought people had to pay for that.
Yeah, no one's actually gonna see that.
Hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Yeah, that's when you know you're in trouble.
Settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense.
I'll kill you.
What's this?
Hi, I'm AffinityChris, and I believe the Earth is flat. That is my belief, and you are wrong if you think otherwise. No, you left it?
Ditched your Magitech armor. Fool of a Lalafell.
Oh, come on. Fool of a Took is talking to a Lalafell, basically. Ahmed, you sons of guns and your references.
She's all yours if you think you can do any better.
Oh, good. There's just a whole bunch of people hanging. We've come to a very nice place, it seems. How's it hanging? Ooh, too soon, too soon.
My voice is just a little wonky, so I want to give myself just a couple of days of rest before I start. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'll bring the trash can over here.
Oh, I was just about to do that myself. Nice. Yeah, pretty good. You know, for all things considered, that was not too bad.
It smells like whipped cream in here.
It smells like Teen Spirit for sure. She's cracking up. Well, good. I'm glad. You know, that's why we do this. We do this for the bit.
Anyway, blood magic.
What? Oh, what?
Wow.
We can fuck them both.
Wow.
Do it. Do it.
Wow.
Have your cake and eat it, girl. He kind of fucking ghosted you and acted cold to you. All right.
Oh,
I'm gonna like slap the controller on and click the button.
As much as I'm ever likely to.
There are too many of them. There are too many of them.
No, there's not. Get me. Not right now. Oh my gosh. You're amazing, Tony. You're my favorite person to play games with.
Oh yeah, I'll help you. Falls down the pit.
Considered a bonus target? Interesting. Skill point, Minesweeper. I mean, this definitely feels like a flux rifle kind of moment. Oh, I don't think he has the range, but I do. Ha 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 ha! Ah ha ha ha! Ah ha 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 ha! Oh, thank goodness for the flux rifle. The Wonder Bread. What's the point? That's fair.
Can you give me the rolling pin that's over by the sink?
Yeah.
You want to beat it? Woo! Violent.
Whoops.
Iota.
I don't love this 2001: A Space Odyssey eerie sound. It's very upsetting.
Then leave.
All right. Audi 5000. One who has endured great suffering. If there's anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. What will you say? Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Curse my enemies, Father. Call down divine vengeance upon those who have butchered my friends. The wild roses are dead, Father, and I know not what to do. I mean, this is the only reasonable answer. Although I really love option 2. I don't want to go to a party. I'm tired. I'm old.
I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it?
It's because you like each other's bods.
Aye, that ought to do.
Did you forget I was here or something?
He forgot you were here. Isn't that cute?
What a cutie.
What a cute. Look at him. He looks so nice.
I don't know about this.
I don't know about this either. I forgot how to do this. Oh, God.
Well, I'm out of stuff.
Oh, hey.
Well, on the plus side.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled. I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will.
It's called diplomacy. I don't understand. That guy.
So stupid! We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn, the ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
That's what I've been saying. Edith's got it, man.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Ooh, oh, this is cool. Ah, it's a Pokemon battle course. Definitely not a, like, rooster fighting pit arena. Actually, it looks not that dissimilar from doggy training. Hans, what are you doing here? Well, I'm gonna kick your ass. Yeah. Oh, this door is slightly ajar.
No, it's completely ajar. Oh, damn it.
What? 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 Oh, big guy break door.
No. You said this door is slightly ajar, and I was trying to make the pun, no, it's entirely a door. But I said it's entirely ajar.
Yeah. You just missed the level where we had to deliver cows to the barn, like pick them up and bring them to a barn to get them to milk so that a bucket gets filled to open the gate. But some cows are explosive and you need to bring them to a bathtub full of water to defuse the cow bomb so that the cow wouldn't explode, and then you can bring the cow to the barn to get milked. Did you ever play Earthworm Jim? Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks antecedent. I take my leave of you. Finally, we see Midfilia doing something. Administration.
Coming soon to stream. Chris shown in artful lighting, perfectly stopped aperture, Swiss-made optics on Japan's finest medium format SCMOS sensors. Got to get that bokeh, bruh.
Fucking right. Whee! Oops, sorry, I landed on your head.
Right on the fire! You put it out with his feet!
I tried to jump in, it didn't work. I was paying attention this time, though. I mean, they're able to get this thing moving. It's not that broken. I guess it's limping. That's not how damaged machinery behaves. Ooh, ow, ooh, ow, ooh, ow. My leg. My little robot leg.
The theme song for the game. Tony Hawk. Absolutely is the thing.
Have you lost your marbles?
No, it's a real thing. Ooh, that's a cool little cart.
Except I still need a steering mechanism.
Where do you
put
get
a
that
steering
at?
wheel over here?
Hey, that looks like something.
Oh, there's a steering wheel. Nice. Steering handlebar?
Oh, wacky. It's
Granted, it's a different building.
No, it's definitely the lights. 100%
Yeah,
the lights.
It's the lights. I felt like it was hard to like stay awake. Maybe I didn't drink enough coffee. I should have done cold brew when it was hot out, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, it may have taken us 6 years, Eddie, but we learned.
We all figure it out eventually. Hey, Chris, I don't mean to alarm you, but there's a smoking hot dude next to you. Watch out so you don't catch on fire.
Oh, maybe I wanted
Where
to
is he?
burn. I'm gonna replenishing foods, but we'll see. I'm gonna laugh if there's like a Lionel up here. Actually, it might be another King Gleok, in which case I'm yep. There he is. In all his wonderful glory. Stonk wind. Oh boy. This is the choice I made.
That are just called dragons, Chinese dragons. Hey, Eddie, guess what? What? Do it. Yeah, Eastern mythology. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Wait, no, Eastern well, Dragon D's nuts.
I got him. Amazing. Well, see you later, Eddie. Are you taking my snake?
I wish.
Artists would need it.
Poetic, one might even say. Here, I'm gonna see if we can overwrite one of these saves. Yeah. I'm gonna see if we can rewatch that cutscene. I was trying to pause! I hate games that just like skip the cutscene as soon as you hit the start button. Cinematics. Yeah. Okay, this has got to be. He shoots up. You call that a labyrinth? Booby Trash is a name, certainly. So is that person to wait for you. That was very nice. Get it? Dan didn't make it. Oh no! Oh, poor Dr. Dan. Hey, we did it! Get to see Tofu.
Yeah.
I remember Eddie was like, oh, Tofu came out. There you go. Long-haired boy.
You know,
back.
not all of those expressions were happy.
I mean, that's Malort.
Oh, butts. Come on. Well. Oh, wait. Okay. Check this. Boom, baby! What's up? Yeah! Wow, what a time for... This Saturday, we're going to be live for 24 hours straight playing nothing but Monopoly. I'm going to be joined by Geek Arius and the Radio Tom, and we're going to be playing Monopoly for 24 hours, raising money for the Children's Miracle Network as part of Extra Life. But come hang out with us. We got a whole stack of Monopoly games. Here's half maybe of the games, half of them. You know what? He seems like a good guy.
The truth is, you fight for whoever bloody well tells you to. Can you not see you're being used by the Scions, the City-States, even the Crystal Braves? They none of them care a whit what you want, only what you can do for them.
They're not using me. I'm using them to have an excuse to kill.
Damn it, I completely failed at like doing that correctly. No, it's 100% a door. I don't know what you're talking about.
Absolutely amazing. Maybe I should do 2 magic.
I think 10 and 2 is the way to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I truly start dying a lot faster as soon as I stop having magic.
Right?
Okay, now let's make some progress. Did I do this yet? I'm gonna sneeze. Ah. Hell yeah, how'd you fun? Hell yeah. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Sorry that took a hot second. I decided to eat a very quick dinner while I was up and about. And now I feel alive again. So alive. Beep. I guess it's a little bit too big. Good enough. Eight years at Subway taught me how to slam down a sandwich really quick. Oh, hey, and thanks for the follow. Sorry, I'm just catching up now. I once played a D&D monk who, before the events of the campaign, was an upper middle ranking army commander who became disgusted with the actions that the war had driven him to do and fled to start a new life. I love that. I love character concepts like that. I think it's a lot of fun. Oh, I forgot to turn off Tony's mic. All right, I'm just going to get up and turn it off.
Tenzin. Ah, your chair is back.
I made a sort of similar to that. I once made a mouse guard character. So anyone who doesn't know mouse guard, it's a comic graphic novel. Really, it's a graphic novel series. Wonderful series. I highly recommend it. Where it's basically mice who can think and behave like people, and it's like a low fantasy because there's no magic, not really. In like a mouse medieval setting, kind of. And there's a wonderful tabletop RPG that was made in that universe. And I played a mouse as part of the Mouse Guard, which is like the governing force who was part of a local military and was so disgusted by the things he saw during like wartime that he vowed to never kill a mouse again and to never use a weapon. So he was purely a shield mouse, and he joined the Mouse Guard to basically just be a speaker of peace and to like always get in the way. So it's a similar idea. I love that style of that character, the ones that are like jaded from the horrors that they've seen and try to like make the world better. It's a good trope. It's a great trope. I just read one clip was made by me. Can't remember I ever clipped anything since the clip mechanics on the mobile are just terrible. And, you know, it's always possible too that it could be a clip that maybe you just even accidentally hit the button once, and sometimes even if you don't like finish making the clip, it still makes it anyway. Twitch is a little bit fussy like that. But no clip repeats. That's great to see. But yeah, thank you folks for waiting. Hope it wasn't too long. And of course, when I took Tenzin potty, he had to watch Tony get in his car and just stared at the car until he drove up. Like, Tenzin's like, "Oh, don't go in the metal monster, Tony. I want you to stay here." Alright, now that Tony's gone, I can actually focus on the game. I'm just kidding. There isn't really that much to think or do. Poor Tenzin. I know. It's so funny though, because when we first got up, you know, Tenzin wasn't in the room anymore. He just kind of like was like, "Well, fine. If I can't go on my chair in the studio and Mom's not here, then I'm gonna go sleep on the bed." So I found him and I'm like, "Come on, buddy, let's go potty." And he's like, "No, Dad, I'm sleeping." And I'm like, "It's like an hour past your normal potty time." I'm surprised he's not like more excitable. So I had to like coerce him and be like, "Come on, man. Tony's leaving. You can come hang out with your buddy as he's going." Waving the nice like fish jerky that he gets. And he's like, "Yeah, okay, I guess I'll come with." And then he's so like, as soon as he's up, he's like, yeah, now I'm hyped up. Where are we going? What are we doing? I gotta go do something fun with my good buddy, Tony. How will he cope? Now he's just moping next to me like, all I get to do is sleep. All my friends leave. He does act so dramatic sometimes, where he's like, "I'm bored all the time, Dad." And I'm like, "Buddy, you like get this talk, like see in so many people and so many dogs every day." I literally, we've got a dentist kind of by us, and he's, of course, Tenzin's made friends with all the dental workers there, and he sees the one lady sometimes, and we saw her yesterday, I think, and she's like, "You're such a popular guy. I see you making friends every day outside of the you know, the store." She knows. She's like, Tenzin is our little personal local celebrity, because our whole stinking neighborhood knows him at this point, because he's one of those dogs that's like, "There's a person over there." Like, "Oh, I'm gonna go up and say hi." Zero hesitation, happy as can be, and like, how could you ever be like sad to see a happy dog approach you to be like, "Hello"? Every now and then we get people that are like, "Oh," and I'm like, how could you behave that way to a happy dog? My character's country had been fighting a defensive war against a terrible invading king who, if I recall correctly, was under the influence of the big bad, but he realized that in trying to hold off a monster, he had become one. Ooh, yeah, that's good stuff. That just makes me want to play like a proper high fantasy D&D campaign, which I guess I have sort of done in the past. I don't know, every D&D campaign I've ever played has just been weird. But I listen to so many podcasts with great D&D campaigns, so I'm like, it's gotta be good, right? That's okay. I truthfully, I love bouncing around the different systems anyway. Like, we've been playing a system called Lancer, which has been mostly focused on combat, which is maybe the worst part about it. But man, the combat in it's really good though. It's one of the most fun combat systems I've played in a long time. Just because it feels like there's so many things you can do and customize and reconfigure and strategize. It's neat, but it's not like complicated at the same time. At least I don't think so. Oh, that's a dead end. I wonder if it'll turn into something though. Somehow D&D did pass me entirely. It never came up in my friend circles. I mean, yeah, sometimes that happens, right? I'm actually surprised that in my like very active tabletop RPG group, because we've been gaming since, gosh, since I was like 16? Oh. Almost 2 decades we've been gaming together. Mostly the same group too. I've only played D&D with them maybe twice. One was 4th ed and one was 5th ed. I think. It's been a while. Oh, we really do bounce around systems a lot. I mean, we do a whole sprinkling of White Wolf games, so that would be like, or like World of Darkness settings. So we've done World of Darkness, or no, we did World of Darkness, we did Hunters. Mostly did Mage the Awakening though, which I think Mage is great. Most of the rest of the White Wolf stuff I think is kind of hit or miss. We did do Vampire. I don't remember if it was Vampire the Masquerade or if it was Vampire. There's another edition of Vampire that goes by a different name, and I don't remember what it is. Vampire was fine. We've talked about doing the werewolf one, which would be kind of fun. That's all the White Wolf stuff. I think they did Exalted. I can't remember if that's World of Darkness or not, but you're basically playing gods, which sounds weird. Burning Wheel is a huge one in our group. We've done... Torchbearer is made by the same people as Burning Wheel. We did it once, and I thought it was really fun, and then we got 2nd edition, and then we never played it. But a whole box set and everything, and it's sitting on that shelf, completely unused. The Tormented Guy was kind of struggling living the monk life, so the master directed him to go find himself on the road where he met the adventuring party. Oh, nice. I like that. That feels very, well, no, I guess it doesn't feel as like classical D&D grouping up, because there could be any number of things that happen finding them on the road. That reminds me of the, it's a self-driven tabletop RPG where, or a GM-less, maybe is a better way of putting it. There's no GM, and it's called You Meet in the Tavern, You Die in the Dungeon, or something like that. At least close to that, if it's not exactly that. And I think it plays by like a card draw system or something. And I think we did it once. Either that or we've talked a lot about doing it and then never did. But that's a really silly idea that I think I love to see. And the whole point is that you just keep... I think we did do it once. Because, yeah, you really just keep playing until you die. There's no... You can't actually survive in that game, which I think is really funny. It's quite a name. Yeah, right? Let's see, what else is there? We played Mouse Guard, which I talked about. We played Mouse Guard quite a bit. We played a... I still really like it for what it's worth, but we played a really terrible system called Alpha Omega, which I think they had a lot of really good ideas. I think the only reason it's bad is because the system is, well, it's obtuse. There's like 10,000 charts and tables that you need to address to like fully play the game. But I ran that game as the DM for a little bit, and I didn't think it was that bad. But the actual problem is that it's insanely easy to break the game. It's super easy to min-max. Can't believe we just helped those guards. Where did they go? Looks like they didn't want to have to think you were player. Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought it might go that way. Oh well. We tried to play a campaign about 2 years ago, but we epic failed since nobody used the characters' abilities to get information on what's going on. We were just not aware of what characters could do or how to utilize it. Yeah, I mean, that's why it really helps to have someone who has been gaming for a little bit. At least, if not running the game, at least guiding the players, right? It turns into... Oh, Marsa's in the party now. Interesting. It's super helpful. I've seen similar things. Part of my brain reads that name as player or playa. I kind of do too, to be honest. I think that's partly why I find it so funny. Oh man, we're fighting these guys again who take 10,000 hits. Well, I could lower his resistances. The first real tabletop RPG game I ever played was a system called Rifts. It was made by Palladium Games. And it's also not a great system. But man, I sometimes get super nostalgic for it. It's a weird, wild setting, but it's still kind of fun. I ran that system for a decent bit too, because I liked it a lot. Like Monty Python and the Black Beast of I'm happy I knew that one. It's just what it says. Black Beast of One of my friends' cousins has volunteered for GM. He is a seasoned D&D player who told us we did nothing wrong or better what we didn't do to get further. Told us what we... And told us what we did wrong or better what we didn't do to get further. So meaning... I guess that could mean a couple of things. So did he like, was he like ridiculing y'all to be like, you did all this stuff wrong? Or was it more like he was trying to nudge you in the right direction? Because one of those is cool, the other is definitely not. We somewhat recently played a game called, it's called Savage Rifts, but it's based on a system called Savage Worlds, and they worked with Palladium Games to make a Savage Worlds version of Rifts. And man, oh man, it like made Rifts so much better. One of the happiest discoveries we've had in our gaming group in a long time. Afterwards, like a debriefing. Okay, I like that. A debrief is great for a gaming crew. In fact, we kind of, I mean, even though we're all seasoned gamers at this point, like tabletop gamers, we still sometimes will do debriefs. Like, even when we did Witcher on the show, I think we mostly, yeah, we did the debriefs live. I think we all kind of chit-chatted on stream about a lot of the stuff. But I think that stuff is great. And like, even as the GM, like the Game Master or the Dungeon Master, I think it's really good to give some of your players at least a peek behind the curtain sometimes, to like let them know what the possibilities were and what they might have missed because of their choices. And it's like, you know, never supposed to like spoil anything. It's only ever meant to like help give them ideas for the future. We wanted no help, like learning on doing. Oh, really? I mean, both are fine, I'd say. It sounds like they needed to nudge y'all more during the sessions. I think both are you could actually have completely both. But yeah, if you felt like you weren't getting enough during the sessions, then I could see y'all being frustrated at having a debrief. I mean, here's the thing too. When you're doing tabletop gaming, it's gonna be messy until you find a good rhythm. So this is why we do a lot of like session zeros for most campaigns, or any long form campaigns, or like, you know, even most, especially when we're jumping into a system for the first time, and even not. Sometimes it just takes like a few sessions to kind of warm up to it and figure out like, how do I actually want to play this game, or like, what do I find fun, or even like, who is my character? That's always the thing for me. Like, long past are the days where our like GMs would be like, we want you to have a detailed backstory and like write something up and then send it to your GM. I feel like those days are long gone for us, where instead we'll still like build our characters together for the most part, but like this Lancer campaign that I'm in right now, like I was like, I don't know, my character is a bit of a like southern blue collar kind of guy, like super talented mechanic, and like a great mech pilot, right? And I was like, I don't really know what his personality is going to be, but I'm just kind of like feel it out and wing it. And now I love him. He's like one of my favorite characters I've played in recent memory. But it took like 4 sessions really for me to like kind of figure him out. And his name is Tugboat, and his first mech was named Steam Whistle, and his second mech is called Dredger, and he is his mechs are grapple based. It has like a huge like hook hand that he can like send out and grapple enemies and pull himself to them, but that's why Dredger felt appropriate, because he can grab and like drag things around, dredge things up in the deep space. Tugboat's great though. I'm having fun with him. Tabletop gaming is a weird thing. You can have like the best gaming group in the world and still sometimes have like bad weeks or bad sessions and get frustrated at everything. Tugboat, get over here! I mean, that's kind of the idea. It's such a weird, wild mech game too, because it pulls reference from almost every single mech kind of thing you could imagine. Like, pulls reference from things like Armored Core or Gundam, but it also pulls things from like Evangelion, where you get kind of weirder things going on. It even pulls things from like weird deep space like Chthonian lore, where you get some like kind of Lovecraftian style mechs that are crazy. It's cool. It's a lot of fun. But because of that, you know, you get a lot of different mechanics. So every single combat, you're like, if I don't have a lexicon of what all these mechs are in my head, it's gonna be a learning experience. And even then, like, they can configure their mechs in any which way. So there's a lot of like prodding and kind of trying to figure out what everyone can do to figure out, like, okay, what is the smart way of approaching our situation? I like that. Anyway, that we had like 2 weeks of preparation for our characters, but the lack of knowledge of the game mechanics and the urge to move the main content quickly became our downfall. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, one of the big things that always trips me up is anytime I play a game in a new setting where the GM expects me to know the whole world. And I'm like, y'all gotta slowly lead me into this because I don't know what the world is and help me out here. And when they get mad at me for not knowing stuff, I'm like, I don't have time to read a new textbook every time we play a new system. Maybe I did in my early 20s, but not anymore. It's growing pains. That's how it goes, though. Sometimes that's actually why I, like, kind of wish we would do every now and then a more, like, standard fare, like, D&D style campaign, right? Where it's like, well, I guess D&D has a very specific setting as well. But you can still kind of like role play as you go, right? To be like, it doesn't have to be an existing setting. We can kind of world build together on a session by session basis, and then when something's established, cool, then that's how this world is, within reason, obviously. But then you have to stay consistent with it, which that can always be fun. That takes a lot of imagination and good role playing to be able to do well, though. And that could be really exhausting too, even for a GM, which is probably why you don't see that happen as much as seems ideal. But that's how it goes. And every player party is going to play differently, right? Like, you might have some groups that only care about combat. You might have some groups that only care about dungeon diving. You might have some players that only care about role-playing and narrative play. And you get a lot of players that want variety or a mix. I think for me, it honestly just changes based on the setting. So I like all of it, but sometimes I like some more than others. I guess it depends on, like, what the inspiration for the campaign actually is. I think one of the best campaigns we ever played was, it was a full campaign based on the Banner Saga. And man, first of all, if y'all haven't played the Banner Saga, highly recommend it. Stoic Studios is a wonderful team. They actually just put their newest game on early access called Towerborn? Something like that. But the Banner Saga, one of my favorite series of all time. It's super, super good. And it's tactical. It's like a tactical RPG, kind of. I don't know if RPG totally describes it right, but it's a narrative game. We have to make a lot of really, really hard choices. And boy, oh boy, does every single choice matter. And they did a great job making that true. And you know, you do make your characters better and equip them with stuff. So I guess that's like the RPG mechanic of it. It's very, very good. Very emotionally exhausting game. And so that's why tabletop RPG inspired by it was a really good time, because we had to make a lot of hard choices to survive, and it was really cool. But that works for some people and not everyone, right? Like, sometimes people don't want to be exhausted from a role-playing game. Yeah, I guess I didn't have to do that. I just wanted to. Ah, well, we still have another wave. That's all right. One of, I think, my favorite campaigns that I've run was a system called Dead Rain. It was a zombie survival game. And that entire campaign, every single session, I didn't plan a single thing. The entire thing was improvised through and through. And I loved it. It was so much fun. It was hot off the heels after I read the book, the Zombie Survival Guide, so I was ready. They keep spawning more boys. Maybe I should just get rid of all their mana. That's probably the smart thing to do. Now here I am, desperate to play as much Baldur's Gate 3 as I can find the time for. But Jen in my schedule doesn't align a lot, so we don't have that much time where we get to sit down playing games together. Where are we going? Oh boy. Alright, we're back on the long stretch. Of course, as soon as Tony's gone, we've got like these super long combat stretches. I also feel like the game's lagging faster than normal, but I wonder if it's because it's got a lot going on screen. I don't know. At least these guys aren't as much of a pain. Those beasts were the ones that really sucked because they had 1,000 health. Oh, wow, your mom's home. It's a lot earlier than I thought. Howdy. You gotta shake it out. Welcome home. Yep. Yeah, he actually left not too terribly long ago. Tenzin got to see him out. Had to watch the car drive away. Yeah. I don't know why Tony didn't let me hop in the car too. I wanted to go in there. I want to be Tony's doggy now.
No, you're my dog.
You are mine. Yeah. You're mine. Yeah. Did you have fun?
Yeah.
You're home a lot earlier than I expected.
Yeah.
Just exhausting.
We went to Replay for. They did get food, but I ate before, so I'm like, whatever.
Were they out here or were you at the other one?
No, the Replay in this neighborhood.
Oh, you were here this whole time?
Yeah, in this neighborhood.
Oh, I thought you were like taking a lift and going out there.
No.
At this point, I just assume y'all are never going to be in this neighborhood since
No, they wanted
B
to
left.
be, and I was like,
oh, sweet. No wonder why you're home a lot earlier, because it's.
Yeah, I just couldn't walk home. But yeah, we went to the Replay, and then we went to Farragut's. And
Classic.
B and Taylor stayed at Farragut's, but Justin, Brian,
Mm.
I'm like,
At that point, it's
I
like,
want to go home. Like,
Yeah.
it's loud.
sure, yeah.
I've had enough of it. I'm done.
Yeah.
I want to go home.
And that's fair. Tiff says hi.
Hi, Tiff.
Whoa!
Chaddington Bear.
Chad! Thank you for the gift sub, my friend.
Thank you, Chad.
To justice. How appropriate on Batman Day.
It's Batman Day?
Apparently. So says Tony. Hey, and the biddies.
Tony would know. It's raining.
It's raining biddies. Thank you for the biddies. And Chad also says hi. Yeah, Tony was laying down all the Batman facts today.
I overheard some of it.
That was fun.
About different actors.
It's a good time filler while we're in between the drawn out narrative beats of this game.
You're alone playing.
Sure are. Only me the whole way down. It's okay. I mean, like I've said on stream already, like, it's an incredibly boring, drawn-out game, but like, I still don't start these streams loathing the idea of doing it. I'm like, no, I'm still kind of excited to hop on and just like hang out for a while. So it's not. This is why I don't think that this game is bad as the Hitman Sniper mobile game, because that was a burden. That one I genuinely was like, I don't know if I can do this today.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Gotta maximize my coinage. That's fair. Comic facts are malleable. I mean, it's also true. Also, how's it going, Zem? Well, I believe we've put in. Well, you know what? I can just pull up my spreadsheet.
Oh, nice.
Cause I've been trying to keep on top of it. I know. Calm down. Okay, so we've put. Yeah, I think it's been about 62 hours, plus the like 5 hours so far from this. So we can round to, I don't know, we'll say 67 hours. The estimate that I have is 114 hours. So a decent bit is left.
Gross.
It's a little bit too long. Just finished all the Realm Reborn side quests. Oh, wow. I feel like that's no small feat. Because there's a lot. So I only have Heavensward, Endwalker, and Dawn Trail side quests left. Nice. Well, GG. Trying to stay awake on my bus ride home. Ah, nice. We'll definitely stay awake, get home safe. Zem.
Safe, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how well Jen's...
On public. Well, not public transit. I fell asleep in lifts. That's
Which is still not
dangerous.
good.
Don't do it.
You should not fall asleep in your lifts.
Don't do
It's
it.
not. It's very dangerous. Don't do it. Don't be like Jen.
Fall asleep.
And this is why I have to text Jen when it gets late enough to be like, "You're still alive, right?"
I've gotten better because I'm aware that this thing that happens to me.
Mm.
My coughing to keep me awake.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's
For this game, it's the. No, you're definitely not. And you've always been that way too, right? Like, this is why we've been talking a lot about the gaming group, but like they've given you a lot of crap for getting sleepy in our late night sessions, right? Like, it's like that's just how you are.
the chat can't.
Jen's doing.
Yeah, shrug.
For this game, it's the ideal time to engage in ranting about random things with chat. Absolute 100%. And I think it's a lot of fun. That's why when y'all fall silent, I just default to like, I don't know, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna use this. And then every now and then I'll be like, and you know what? I have this idea about this thing that I want to talk about. And then I'll go back to being like, this. it's really truly what do you call it? Flow of consciousness? Stream of consciousness. Thank you. Loved Heavensward. Yeah, we're still pretty early in Heavensward in our playthrough of it, but I'm liking it so far too. Got to the end game, but then sub ran out. Yeah. Oh, that sounds familiar. I think I remember us kind of talking about that. Endwalker scenes still consistently make me cry. Heaven's Word was probably my third favorite expansion story. Fair. Heaven's Word made you cry as well. Ooh, nice. Flow of Consciousness is freestyle rapping. FF14. It's the expansion that we're currently playing through.
I want to cry.
You could play FF.
I want to cry in a video game.
You could play FF14. People will really die on the hill that Endwalker is like the shit. You have to get through A Realm Reborn. If you focus on only main story quests, it's fine. It's still an enjoyable story. It's just a little bit long.
I don't think I'd ever get it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, you'd have to really enjoy the sort of the ebb and flow of the game, right? Like in the mechanics of it.
I always get sucked into side quests that I don't want somehow, and yet feel like I need.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me in FF15.
Well, that's what happened with me initially. The first time I played FF14, like back when, before we did anything on stream, and I was kind of trying to do it with friends for fun, while I was waiting for friends to do main story quest stuff, I just kept doing side quests, and then I got burnt out, and then I just stopped playing. But I think once you get used to it in Final Fantasy XIV, you don't feel the pull.
Didn't FF14 come out before I
Yes. Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, FF14's been around for a decent bit. It actually went through a total rework at one point. Like, original FF14 came out. It was not great, and it was slowly dying. And then that's where A Realm Reborn came from, which was like a full redesign of it. And they kept some of the like narrative elements, and I think they kind of like alluded to this. I think y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but the story kind of like is past the point of the original version.
Sure.
And they're like, okay, that stuff happened. Now this is the new FF14. I could be wrong though. The thing I'm forcing Chris to play. Yeah. It's caught unawares by the A Realm Reborn endgame. Yeah, right? Like, it gets pretty good at the end, and it just sort of sneaks up on you. I mean, they put enough, like, pieces of the puzzle down to kind of, like, be like, I kind of smell what's going on. I think Realm Reborn is good as an MMO, but if you aren't used to that somewhat convoluted style of an MMO, it can feel like it drags. Yeah, I think that's a good perspective. Acting like I didn't get him to play it, and now he's getting everyone else to play it. Yeah, you would be happy at that. It's true, though. Chad has been a huge motivating force in getting people to play it. You're not wrong. Also, it's easy to accidentally bury yourself in side quests and content like crafter, gatherer classes too early and never become interested in an amazing story. Yeah, and that's why, like, once you kind of get past that, like, desire to do all side quests, it becomes better. Because the side quests in at least A Realm Reborn, the base game, it's not really worth your time. Maybe, like, the gathering stuff once you kind of get far enough, but yeah, you'll burn yourself out on it otherwise. Yup. So on one of the Alexander trials, I ended up completing it once the other members of the party went down. Oh, that's fun. I don't really know what that is, I don't think. Not yet, maybe. We'll give you the laurels for getting me to come back and playing it on stream. Your streams 100% got me back in. Now I'm trying to drag other people down into the story hole with us. I mean, that's K for you. Yeah, Chad's giving kudos to Chaotic for her streams. I was the off tank and had invulnerability ability up, and the boss had less than 10% health left. Nice. I've done my job. Alexander is the coils of Heavensward, technically. Ah, okay, cool. The Dravani in the area of Heavensward. Okay, cool, cool. Haven't hit Alexander yet, but you will as part of the Heavensward. It's the trial series. Cool. Okay, nice.
Off topic. Just don't, fight anyone who disagrees.
I think most people, except for Tony, agree with that. And Tony will fight you that Salma is the best. It's probably true, honestly. You are a lot scarier in martial combat than Tony is. He's just big, but you've got technique. It's true. He looks like a roadkill.
Shins is on the floor in front of
He is cute. Yeah, he's like, now I can rest because Mom is home. Finally, I don't have to be worried anymore.
I don't need to
I don't need to have anxiety. I guess I'll just get rid of it now. Sleepy time. Yes, the revamped FF14 2.0 premise is that 1.0 got destroyed and you're playing in the aftermath of it 5 years later. Okay, cool. I'm glad I wasn't crazy because I thought that's what folks told me, and I'm always worried that I'm making things up.
Tap is great. It's a floppy
It's true.
practice. It can still
You-
cut you.
you've-
I've been cut.
You've got to practice Gian.
But it will
Training Gian. It will cut you, you're right. I don't know if you can hear Jen too well, but they said, I have cut myself with it accidentally. Mosa is also on the floor next to me looking like a roadkill. That's the doggy way.
It's the puppos.
It's the puppos. Also, Paladin and Red Mage for life. Red Mage would be fun. I don't know anything about Paladin though. The opening cinematic of 14, A Realm Reborn 2.0 was the literal ending cutscene to FF14 1.0, after which they turned off the server's literal game over. Whoa, I didn't know that part. That's kind of cool, actually. Yeah. Still sort of wish I could play 1.0. I know it's not what I really want, but hey, this is coming from someone who's been playing through Dragon Age Legends for 67 hours. So,
Oh, really?
yeah. 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 No, you don't. So cool, right? It is really cool though, I agree.
If we just
That's a good question. Are you saying that you would like to do that?
I'm not saying I would like to I would say
Oh,
I
sure.
would do like a rando where we just feel like it one day.
I mean, okay, that's a question for y'all. How would you feel if we like randomly streamed where we randomly are in Baldur's Gate?
Like, you don't know what we've done so far.
Yeah,
I'm
like
not gonna go bad.
just popping on the very rare occasion.
And like I just feel like it's because I'm introverted.
Yeah, I guess I always assumed that folks would want the full
Yeah, I would assume because that's
experience. Yeah, and
it's a fair want on Twitch.
yeah. But I mean, I've been wrong before, so got so much garbage. Sell it all. Yeah, I liked your outfit too. Well, that's what you get. Yep. Beauty is pain, as they say. That was almost good armor. So close.
We love him.
When we tell Tenzin that we love him? Yeah. He absolutely knows. He knows what kisses are. He knows what snuggles are. He knows what the sweet voice is. Tenzin's a very smart boy. He even knows when I'm talking shit. He gives me that look like, stop it, dude.
I just tell him I love him all the time, and I hope he knows because I love him mucho mucho.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna restart the game because it's starting to lag out.
Boo!
It does that. It's not very well optimized for offline play.
No way.
Yeah. I was there on the server when the servers were shut down, but I think the ending itself was posted to YouTube later. Oh wow, that's pretty cool.
Chat's like, I was there.
Just watch
1,000 years ago.
Just watch the video that Jesse Cox made on FF14 1.0. I mean, that's a good idea, actually. Don't remember seeing the cutscene in game. Yeah, I mean, it might have been. Well, I don't know. I mean, I won't pretend like I know anything. The Bahamut cutscene was first played after they turned off the 1.0 servers. You could see an old as heck YouTube video of someone there at the end of 1.0. Sky is Aflame. A ambient version of Answers was playing in the overworld, and when the world faded to black, they played the Bahamut cutscene without the second half of the FF14 Realm Reborn intro movie that showed the Warrior of Light showing up 5 years later. Oh, very interesting. I'm here for ranting and derailing, not particularly for the game content. I mean, that's fair. I tried farming for that mount some more after stream, and it didn't drop at all, so I'm the big sage. I'm sorry, Kay. I believe in you. You will get the mount through sheer determination. And hey, that's impressive still. You fine with seeing your Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough without context? Okay, that's fair. Time to put what Chris said about VIPs not needing permit to the test. Nice. Well, hey, that one definitely worked. FPGA SPC playing Beach from the game Plock. That's what the totem's for. Yep. Are you having fun down there?
I just see your toes.
It's just laying on the floor with Tenzin right now. Got a glow up in Dissidia Final Fantasy. Warrior of Light. Oh, sure. When you're luck as shit and you have to beat a boss 100 times to get their mount. The K lifestyle. That really is it. Gonna DM you a picture of Mimosa last night. I had to put on her cone because I was leaving to go out with friends, and as soon as I put it on, she gave up.
Oh, baby.
Seriously, it's an amazing track. Okay, let's give it a listen. Hi, Jen. Oh no, we'll get in trouble though for playing too much of this. Yeah, let's skip ahead a little bit, and then I might not be able to play too much more. Yeah, I could definitely jam out to that. That sounds great. I'm gonna keep that open in another tab. That from Plock? Yeah. They say Shigeru Miyamoto was shown this game and he thought the SNES had been modified. Oh, that's cool. Like a Snowboards Kid track up in here. Yeah, nice. I agree. Okay, we can unmute all this. Yeah, okay, cool. I could definitely jam out to that. That is good. In Dissidia Final Fantasy, the Warrior of Light is much closer to the Amano concept art. Oh yeah, I played Dissidia. I actually used to own it, and then I think I lent that game and my PSP to a friend, and then they lost both. And I think I still have the case for Dissidia, but I don't have the game. Good times with that. That's why I'm very particular about how I lend out my stuff nowadays. Too many times people don't ever return it and have bad excuses for not returning it. Oh, I didn't look before I clicked. talking about Block and I missed it. Yup. Snowboard Kids. Snowboard Kids is great. I actually played that. I mean, it was probably a couple of years ago at this point, but still reasonably fresh in my brain. End of 1.0. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that later too. I want to see. Modified for audio, that is. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured you meant. Well, Penton's back on the chair now. Put over 200 hours into it. Whoo-wee! Just barely started when I posted the music from the beach level. Yeah. Color Ray. Snowboard Kids 2 is great. Snowboard Kids 1 is kind of jank. No, that's fair. DMD the pick. Show Jen later too. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a sad cutie. She really does look like a, well, I'm just gonna lay here forever, and I guess. Oh, Mosa is a cutie pie though. Sad baby. Dogs are so dramatic, man. It's so funny to me. The 1.0 video in the Discord. Ah, thank you, Chad. That is even better because sometimes I accidentally close my tabs and then I'm like, wait a second, I had stuff I meant to look at. Oh, also thank you, Chad. Literally as soon as I put it on her, she did that. She's just like, well, this is my life now. It makes me think of, this is actually more of an involuntary response, to be fair, but it makes me think of when you tie something around a cat's abdomen, it totally throws off their center of balance. So they'll just collapse on the ground and just lay there to be like, well, I guess I'm stuck like this until someone gets me out of this situation. And I've tested it. It's real. Like cats, I mean, maybe not all cats, but like most cats, like they just can't do anything. They'll like, if they try to walk, they'll walk as if they're drunk. Doesn't your browser save closed tabs? Probably. Yeah, you got me there. I probably just... Really what it is I think I close it down for the end of the night, and then truthfully I just forget that there were things by the next morning. It's actually the problem. The problem's not the browser, the problem is me. I'll accept that. I know who I am.
Stop awakening me!
Oh, I guess I should have used a different ability on that guy. But, oh. How much do I have? Not do anything? Nothing. Fine, I'll just take your magic, stinky wizard. Ah. Only inevitable that the bots would show up. They've actually not been as bad lately, though. Last couple of times. I am anti-tab hoarding. Well, yeah, it's usually not good, right? Because it kind of bogs down your system if you keep too many tabs open. I'm usually not too bad about it, but actually I'm the worst about it at work because I'll just open tabs because I'll be like, I have to keep this open to drive myself crazy to force me to do my job, because otherwise I'll like things will get lost in Teams, which don't recommend. Teams is the worst platform to communicate at work. Like email's actually better than Teams. I hate Teams. So instead I have to open 10,000 tabs so that things don't just disappear forever, basically, because people talk so much. And then it drives me crazy, but it makes me do the thing so that I can close the tab and feel alive again. Bro, we use Teams and it sucks. Right, thank you. It's so bad. Why are all businesses like, yes, Microsoft Teams is the ideal choice to manage communications for our business. Like, bruh, Slack is literally better than Teams. Although Discord probably be even better, truthfully. Give me Discord and email. We good. We're golden. Problem is between the chair and the keyboard. Yep, you're right. You're definitely right. Use Slack and I think it's fine. Never used Teams before. I genuinely liked using Slack and email at my last company. Because I would email for things that could happen whenever. Just here's the thing that can enter your queue when you get time to it. There you go. Don't delete the email until you do the thing. Slack was more for like, hey, let's talk immediately. Easy, done. Have 10,000 channels, great. Custom emotes, although you can do custom emotes in Teams now. But even still, it's convoluted in Teams, and I still hate Teams. Teams is bad. We used Google, then we got bought out, and now we use Teams. I'm like, no! I never used Google. But I've definitely seen other people use it before, and it seems fine. I assume it's because Teams is built in and free. I don't think so, actually. I'm pretty sure you need a business, for any company with more than 50 people, you probably need to purchase an enterprise license in order to let your company use Teams. I don't think it's free. Slack is free. That's definitely true. We use Google Suite stuff, and a while after being acquired, we switched to Microsoft. Like the rest of the company, that's a real shame. Good time for me. Good night, Chris, folks. Good night, Chad. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Hope you had a good time, and I hope you get some nice rest. We have so many dang custom emotes in our Slack. It's a wonderful thing. There was like a huge movement at my last company where we had people, coworkers who became mascots for the company because they were so memeable that we made 1,000 emotes after all 3 or 4 of them. And it was great, and I love them. That's where this emote comes from. Where is it? It's here somewhere. That's where this comes from. This was the original Phosphor co-worker mascot emote, meme emote, Ben phase. And then we had literally 20 different Ben faces at one point, and all of them were great. Partially because we all loved Ben. Well, I still think Ben's great because he's still alive and with us, but I don't work with him anymore. I miss working with Ben, actually. But yeah, I thought it was really fun. And I mean, I guess there's always a worry that someone could use it for bullying, but nah, it really was mostly fine. And yeah. But Google is obviously better, right? Teams is, in my opinion, objectively the worst out of all of them. And it's so funny because I think the reason why everyone adopts Teams is because it's oh, it has so many features. But no, those extra features does not a better product make. I'll die on that hill. Still use Chris's beloved Jira though. I'm so good at doing Jira things. Actually, what's actually cool to say that won't get me in trouble? We still use Jira, and I like Jira well enough. Atlassian sucks because they don't listen to their customers, and they actively do not try to make a better product. After using Jira for more than a decade now, I can say with confidence, Atlassian doesn't listen to shit, and it drives me crazy. But I'm very good at Jira, and it drives me even crazier
that I am not allowed to be an admin at my job. I've been an admin for Jira for more than a decade. I know more than you. Let me do this. Let me help you. Just gonna ask, is that where Benface came from? Yep, 100%. Atlassian, I do what I want. I mean, they kind of do, though. There was one point where Atlassian was like, yeah, we're gonna just kind of completely overhaul, like truly overhaul everything. And I get it, like every now and then you gotta do that to like kind of rebuild major infrastructure to make the long term better. They turned everything off though, and then when they turned it back on, we had like 10% of the feature set that we had before, and it took literal years to even start to come reasonably close to a functional product. It's crazy, absolutely insane that they thought that that was a reasonable, rational choice. Everyone who was using Jira Server, where they could control their instance, was doing way better. Way better! I can't believe that they did that to all the cloud users. I mean, this is talking shop at this point, but it's crazy. Atlassian is an insane company. I love Jira, but I hate Atlassian. That's really the message here. Teams definitely has the most useless apps, but it ties into Outlook stuff, so the office use it. Actually, that's fair. I do like the Teams like meeting stuff. Like, it makes it really easy to set up meetings. Unfortunately, I hate meetings, so I don't want any system that will encourage meetings. I'm so tired of meetings. That's a company culture issue, not necessarily a product issue. So I still agree that integration that's actually a good thing that I'll give Teams. And maybe that's heresy for a producer to say, because, you know, theoretically, like, that's my job, is to run meetings. It's not, though. It's really not. People want to think that's what producers are supposed to do. It's not. It could be part of it, but it's not my job. You all can run your meetings without me, actually. You should include me, but you can run them. I don't have to be your note-taking monkey. That's what assistant producers do. Not like the non-assistant producer. Like, that's why you hire junior people, so they can train up and learn, and they can still bring you value by being those note takers if you really can't take notes yourself. I'll die on this hill. I have a lot of opinions. Maybe a year we had to move our Jira and Confluence over to the cloud versions from on-premises server. Yeah, and that happened to us at IG at one point too. And for the most part, that actually was pretty okay. And by the time, like, because Atlassian, like, they stopped supporting it a while back, but then they were like, hey, like, it's fully not supported anymore. Like, you kind of we're forcing you to kind of upgrade because it's just not going to work anymore. But at least at that point, cloud was okay. It was in like reasonable shape at that point. So that at least is good. Trade making teams work for my ship in the Canadian Armed Forces as a whole. It is as. I'm really happy though. It's not just me, because like, you know, I have my coworkers, right, to like talk shit on Teams, but you know, it could be easily an echo chamber. So it's nice, it's validating to hear other people be like, I too don't like Teams. Chris's meeting, why I hate meetings, Tuesday at 10 a.m. room 108. You know, Iron Galaxy does do, like, this is like for fun, but they'll do like PowerPoint parties, right? And now you've got me thinking, Tev, that I should do a PowerPoint during our next PowerPoint party on why I hate meetings. How long ago was the raid, by the way, I was out? It was a decent bit ago. Also, yeah, I guess I didn't say hey to you yet, Distant, but I hope you're doing well. Let's see, the raid was 3 hours ago, so says my activity feed. Welcome to the party. PowerPoint parties. I mean, to be fair, it's usually silly stuff like, well, I won't pretend like I've actually attended any of them because I hate meetings, so voluntary meetings I don't go to. But I'm pretty sure people have had PowerPoint parties on like it's silly stuff, right? Of like, this is the best pizza in Chicago, like that kind of thing. And, you know, it's a fun like co-worker bonding activity. Like, there's no hate for me on that. If that's what you would like to do for fun, cool. All more power to you. My coworker bonding is talking shit with my direct team and then going out to get drinks and then talking shit some more. Although, truthfully, if I'm happy with things, then I don't talk shit needlessly. But man, that's never happened. It's always something to complain about. Gotta vent, gotta get it out. That's the thing too, like, companies don't like you talking shit, but like, better for me to talk shit in my time and vent it out than to just like, keep it all in and brood and get angry. Then talk shit about talking shit. I mean, you know, sometimes. I have definitely said, though, and plenty of times in the past, that I think genuinely what will make me lose my job, and has almost made me lose my job in multiple places already, is my loud mouth. Here's where I think things are really funny, though. I'm kind of a quiet person most of the time. Like, off stream, I kind of mostly stick to myself. Like, I'll be pretty quiet the majority of the time, but when I'm pissed off at work, I'll be pretty loud about it. And it's gonna get me in trouble someday. There's a small village on the outskirts being oppressed by greedy raiders. Okay. I've already given you most of my food. My family needs the rest to survive. Whoa, that's a wild axe. Huh. We could just leave your pitiful village to the Darkspawn. Is this that same group? I shall let them die. Wait, these guys don't look right, though. Who is this? Tough guys, eh? Move along and there'll be no trouble. Are they bandits or are they, like, corrupted somehow? Leave the village. Choosing this will leave the villagers in the hands of the raiders. No, I don't want to leave them. I'm gonna kill them all. We'll play the heroes. I'm cool with this. I'm shocked at how much money, though, we're generating at this point. This is kind of crazy. How far into Legends are you now? Sort of past the halfway point. Doing good. We're doing great. We're burning and churning. We'll get there. We'll get there. Time to be heroic. Ah, yeah. So 20 more days. Could be. Could be. Maybe. Hopefully not, but maybe. Is it so long? Like, sheesh. I know. It's a little bit mind-blowing. I can't believe how much I underestimated this game. Even from a game development standpoint, this feels crazy. Like, I've worked on live service Facebook games that were live for more than a year, and I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that they were not this long. Not even close. And they had more interesting things to do than just fight over and over and over again. Whew, baby. I mean, that kind of is on par, though, with me being like, I think that this team was probably understaffed and under-resourced, and they just had something set up where they could kind of hit the lather, rinse, repeat button a lot and just sprinkle in a little bit of dialogue here and there and call it a day. And that's how the magic happens. It is still a bit of a shame, though, that there are some of the later Facebook games and maybe it's just a Facebook game. Well, actually, I don't remember if it was Facebook or not. But I think there's 2 Dragon Age games after this that actually aren't playable, which I think is a bummer, but maybe that's a little bit of a saving grace because it means that there's no risk of this happening again after this point. It's kind of nice. But I think I can pretty confidently say this is probably the worst of all the Dragon Age games that are in the entire lexicon. Because it seems like the other Dragon Age Facebook/Flash games after this point were, I mean, they might not have been short, but I think they seemed like they were better. But hey, everyone has the potential of being wrong, so I too could be wrong in this very moment. I don't have any mana. Well, fireball you then. Is there a game I don't want to say regret working on, or better way to put it, one that you would rather your name wasn't attached to? Ooh, that's a very good question. Certainly nothing controversial that I can think of, so that's not a problem. Like, I'm gonna pull up my LinkedIn now, because I have my every game I've ever worked on is listed on my LinkedIn, except for the stuff I'm not allowed to talk about, which is honestly most games I've worked on at this point. I am allowed to talk about. Anything that's obviously active in the development is not. Where is it? See more. Here we go. Okay, bottom of the list, Sound City. You know what? I have some regrets there because it felt like a bad manipulation of a studio that didn't deserve to be treated the way that they did. That was the first game I ever worked on outside of college. It was actually an internship, and it was the internship I was hired, or the company I was hired by for the internship, who didn't pay me, it was all volunteer work, was a indie music publisher who got contracted, I think, by a small Chinese studio who was trying to make a Facebook game about like having your own nightclub. You'll regret this moment. Okay, great. Anyway, they pulled us interns in to fully redesign their game for them and tell them what to make. This is like a team of like 20 people. I'm like, they don't deserve to be bossed around by a bunch of stupid freaking college kids. Like that one I have some regrets over, but didn't really know what I was getting into until I was already there. And then I did the Wizard of Oz Facebook game. Hit it rich casino slots. I don't really care that my name's attached to it, even though it really, there's no way to know because games like that don't get credits. But you know, I left that company because they were making slot games, so I did not care to make slots. No interest, no desire to be part of that industry. Then I left. Then when I got hired at Phosphor, I worked on Batman verse and Jurassic. Oh, I have a typo in there. Ooh, I should fix that. Jurassic World verse. I wrote Jurassic Work. It was work. So I was a QA for those. And those were fine. They were kind of crap-tastic games, but like they're fine. They were mobile VR, so you put your phone in a little VR headset. It's very low quality stuff. Then I did the Brookhaven experiment for mobile devices, and then I did a Halloween update on the console release, and that was also QA work. And I still think the Brookhaven experiment was really cool and a fun little VR game. It's basically an arcade shooter VR game, horror themed. This is fun. That was I think that was one of the games that like gave Phosphor a lot of clout in the VR space, and I still think it was good. I worked on Days of Doom, essentially the alpha version of that game, and that was with Atari. And then Days of Doom ended up going to another studio. I think I have the physical version that they ended up releasing on consoles. Sneakbox, something like that. They did way better than we did, but we got it to alpha, and I thought we did okay. Predator VR was my first one doing production for, and that's the one that almost made me leave the industry completely, because I hated working with Fox so much that I was like, if I ever have to do this again, I will go crazy. And I will still never work with the dude from Fox ever again. If I see him working in a company, I will quit that company rather than work with him again. Absolutely insane individual. I will die on that hill happily. Then I worked on Daka Squadron, which is Warhammer. That was pretty cool. And then we did the PC, the full like rework for PC, which was awesome. And then I left Phosphor, worked at Iron Galaxy. Rumbleverse was pretty good. And then I can't talk about what I'm working on now, but yeah, I don't regret any of those. If anything, the only thing I regret is ever being abused by any of the companies that I've worked for. It's not really project specific, it's actually more company specific. Like I mentioned last time, that it went from a presumed 40-hour game first to an 80-hour game, and now more like 120-hour. Yeah, the secret games that Chris worked on for the CIA. That would be way cooler than any of the other NDA games. Yeah, I guess there are some things that I worked on that aren't in that list, but that's because they never released. There never was a like version of that was out in the wild, and that's how it goes. I can say that I own the PC version of Daka Squadron. Yeah! Well, I hope that you enjoyed it if you ever played it. It was a rough game. Like, it definitely was pretty unpolished in a lot of regards, but like, it was definitely one of the better projects I've worked on in my career, in my opinion. Because I mean, like, all the circumstances around it are crazy, and I actually am not legally allowed to talk about most of those circumstances. But our partner, I can't say who, did drop us at one point, and we finished the game on our own because the license was already paid for by our partner. So and they allowed us to keep the rights to work on it, which was very generous of the partner, because they paid for everything, so they could have just been like, no. But I think they felt bad dropping us partway through our contract with them. So yeah, we finished it. We finished the mobile version. We put it out in the wild, and then we decided to make a full PC version of the game. And I don't know what the details were for that with Games Workshop, because we might have had to pay to license the PC port, but also Games Workshop might have been like chill about it, since it was sort of the same game, just with a full rework. And that PC version was pretty freaking cool. Like, still a little rough around the edges because it was a dinky indie studio that was running out of money. But yeah, we really did just get to like focus on working on it instead of dealing with an insane amount of bureaucracy from some of the other projects that I've worked on. And of course, that's the one that my boss at Phosphor was leading until he stepped down. I don't know if he was required to step down, like, or if it was truly voluntary, or if he was let go. Actually, he might have just been let go fully because the company was running out of money, right? Like, it's not much else he could do. And so we needed a producer to do it, and I was the cheaper person, so I did it. But he set that one up pretty well. I actually had fewer issues with that than most other stuff. Been looking at Deca Squadron, looks fun. I'll still preface, it's a little rough sometimes, but I think it's fun if you can get past that. I genuinely enjoyed playing it too when I streamed some like launch stuff. I was actually kind of the face of that game for a little bit because I was the only one at the company who knew how to stream, and I streamed it, the launch of it on the Steam front, like on the Steam page for the game. Like I did a live stream there. Anytime we launched updates for it, I would stream it. Like I actually got to be our sort of marketing effort for it, which was really cool actually. And there are a lot of people that tuned into it and asked questions and stuff. And I actually met some folks who hang out here. Like they followed my Twitch after that, which I actually did not expect to happen at all. But yeah, DACA was pretty cool. It's another one of those ones too where I'm like, really don't know that much about Warhammer other than the little bits here and there. But every time I hop back into that franchise, I'm like, nah, it's kind of cool though. Honestly, I haven't gotten to it yet. The backlog is real, and that's okay. 100%. I mean, I feel that. Like, even if it's a game I worked on, like, I'm never gonna have any hard feelings for that exact thing, because I'm like, yeah. It's actually more impressive that anyone wanted to pick it up, because I'm just like, cool, you saw value in this thing that I worked on, and that to me is kind of special. I mean, obviously I want people to like it too, but I don't know. Especially when we start releasing games for Affinity Archives, like that's the only hope, right, is that people will genuinely find the things that we work interesting, and that they'll want to, like, whether or not they know who I am, like, hopefully people will see it on like a store shelf and be like, oh, this looks neat. That's all I really hope for, right? No regrets buying it. Nice, nice. Well, I appreciate that, Tev. I actually really wanted to pick up the latest version of DACA because they I don't know who did this, because I was not with the company anymore at this point, but somebody contracted out a port of DACA Squadron to the Switch, and I was so excited when I saw it because I was like, no way, I can't believe that another company actually wanted to get involved and port this to the Switch. So I really want to pick up the Switch version and play through it at some point, because I want to see if it's exactly the same, if they tweaked anything. Phosphor might have put a couple of, oh no, they definitely put a couple of updates out on DACA after I left the company too, because we were making some new ships that you could play as by the time I left, and I'm very sure that they ended up releasing all that stuff too. But I stayed with the company just long enough to make sure that the base game got launched, and then I was like, peace, you're not paying me on time, so I gotta find something stable. That's how it goes. I still do miss working for that company though sometimes. Like, the business was not particularly well run because, you know, they were very slowly dying company. But I really liked working with that team, and I think that still has been one of the more, strangely, one of the more positive experiences of my career so far. they got the company no longer exists. They ended up getting acquired by People Can Fly, which is pretty cool because People Can Fly, they're huge now. I don't get to talk to too many of those folks nowadays. COVID kind of ruined a lot of the industry gatherings that were happening for a while, but I bet you the I forget what his role is. Well, he was CTO, I think, at Phosphor. I don't know what he is at People Can Fly. But I bet you he still hosts some industry nights. I should like sneak my way in there at some point. I was afraid that everyone hated me after I left, so I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to hang out anymore. I'm sure it's mostly fine. Maybe some people are pissed at me, but I don't know. At least I think most people would understand why I left. I'm trying to remember what People Can Fly's big claim to fame games were. I think the big things for People Can Fly is Painkiller and Bulletstorm. Those are at least like the two big names that I know from them. I haven't actually played a ton of their games, but I genuinely have meant to pick up a bunch of them and just haven't gotten around to it. Barely keep my eyes open at 7 a.m. here, so call quits. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, Knock. Hopefully you didn't stay up too late, but definitely get some sleep. But yeah, People Can Fly is pretty big now. I think they're sort of a global company at this point because they must have made enough money at one point to go around kind of buying a bunch of studios in different parts of the world. And I think they're based, I could be wrong, but I think they're based in Poland, if not somewhere in that general region. And then yeah, like obviously they have a couple of studios in North America. They've got studios in, I mean, all over the place. Which I think is pretty cool. Like, good for them. Somehow figuring out how to make sense out of the chaotic nature of game dev. And we really truly are at the point where there's kind of not a single combat that we've had where we're actually in danger of losing a single person. I mean, part of it's probably that we have a party of 6, but like, weird. I feel like these guys are starting to get tougher though. It's taking a lot longer to kill these hordes. Ironbark shield, ooh, that's not bad. Two more. Already 30% through this area though. Yeah, maybe I should be using more of these acid potions because it lowers their defense. It'll make beating them up a lot faster. Yeah, I think that's the choice. Okay, I'm gonna start doing that a little bit more. I think I was undervaluing that. It's a little bit harder to justify when there's fewer enemies on screen, but like, It's not that bad. Yeah, and this is the whole benefit of having higher agility is I can just fight all of them before they even get a chance to do anything. Nice. I do wonder if at some point we might want to look into getting a better mage than Morrigan. She just hasn't really been cutting it anymore. And that's also assuming that we can find a mage that can, like, do big AoE effects. You're correct, Chris. People Can Fly is based in Warsaw. Nice! Okay, cool. I'm glad I'm not crazy. I think maybe Warsaw's also where... I could be wrong about this too. But I think that might be where Wargaming is based out of. Those are the folks who make World of Tanks. And they have a Chicago office also. It'd be interesting if they were in the same city. Like Warsaw's a little like game development hub in Poland. It'd be kind of cool actually. Yeah, I've known a decent handful of folks who've worked at Wargaming also. Sounds like that place is mostly good, although years ago they could have definitely stood to treat their QA better, but that's also sort of par for the course, I think. But other than that, like, I feel like I've never really heard that many negatives from the dev team other than, like, they're not really allowed to change much in World of Tanks, which, you know, when you've got your, like, very embedded player base, yeah, it's really not too surprising. I feel like people bounce around between companies a lot too. Especially during COVID, there was a like big movement for a lot of folks to just go fully remote, and then any studio that started going hybrid or full-time, people would be like, cool, I'm out. And now I'm like, man, I don't actually know if I know as many people in some of the local companies here anymore. Like, I used to know a handful of people who worked at Jackbox. Yeah, I don't know if they're still there anymore. I know at least one person that was there definitely is not there anymore. And he's still cool. Used to go there for playtests a lot. Because it was open to everyone. And I just always volunteered because I thought they were a fun group. I feel like not enough teams in general do that as much as they should. Like, private but open to the public testing for your games. Like, we still have to sign NDAs and such, but like, You didn't have to be in industry to volunteer to test some of Jackbox's earlier games. I think that's really cool. Nowadays, I have no idea. I mean, they've got a totally different, like, department head for the one that was running those playtests back then. Ooh, nice, a crit. Did they get the acid? I don't think they did. I guess it's not too late. I have none mana. Never mind. I love that move is just like throwing rocks in the air. Yeah, we are almost level 40. We're definitely getting higher levels way faster. You idiots! You're welcome. Wait, what? They were the only thing holding back the Darkspawn. We'll all be dead in a week.
Blast it. Nothing for it. Where are the Darkspawn? We'll clear them out.
It didn't seem like that was gonna keep you alive, to be honest. So... Cool.
Apparently the Darkspawn are coming from that forest to the east.
Oh, well, we needed to go that way anyway, so no big deal. Ah, yes, the pile of very tough... Oops. Got to actually add the party. I just opened up the slots. Ooh, nice. Piece of cake. Okay, now I'll use the poison or the acid. I don't know if that'll do it. Ooh, it did. Yeah, I think those acid potions are the way to go. A little bit pricey, but like so effective. Minus 50% defense is just, that's a no-brainer at this point. Yeah, sure, why not? Just don't remember how many of these acid bombs I have. Oh. Oh, sure. Make him a walking bomb. Why not? Oh, yeah, baby. That'll do it. Piece of cake. On the plus side, I have so much money now that I really don't need to worry that much. But maybe... Take a look. Fire bombs. Poison cloud bomb. I thought I had more than this going. Maybe not. I'll make more. Yeah, wow, now we're making 13 per. We're doing good. Alright, where the heck is the... This? No, it would totally be over here. Poison bomb, smoke bomb, acid bomb. Oh, to all. That's just right there? Oh. Wow. Okay, well, we've got 76. I mean, I could just do this and this. Not cheap. Wow, acid bombs themselves are cheap. Sweet. Oh, I'm gonna go nuts with these. Hell yeah. Okay, Wolf is walking bomb. Oh. Oh yeah, and then I could get more storage rooms if I want to carry more acid bombs every combat. It's not a bad idea, actually. Oh man. Oh, that worked.
I am Sandis.
Truly absurd. Yeah, I guess I should put that on someone else. Oh well. These wolves. Piece of cake. Although they might summon more if I'm not careful. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Easy. Weird. Like different resistances. Wow, killed the other wolf. Damn. Obeying the big boys. Nothing a little lost defense can't handle? Help? Handle? I don't know, my brain's starting to melt. Starting to be all liquid up there. As was foretold by every single stream of this game. We hit that point near the end of the night where ooh-wee, brain does not want to do anything anymore. Nice. Ooh, fancy. Oh, man. 9 attack, 4 agility, 75% dodge. That sounds way better than anything else I've got. Better attack. I lose the stamina. I lose that magic defense, but I gain a dodge. I think that's absolutely a good trade-off. Besides, we already have really high magic resistance, so honestly, I think we're fine. Cool. Yeah, I think I can just sell this. I don't really see a world where I'm gonna, like, go back to that. Yeah, that's definitely not good. Okay, cool. Oh, baby. I'm still here, still awake, still alive somehow. 12:30 in the morning. It's not that bad. Still got plenty of steam in us. Nothing will stop me from playing this game. That's cheating. He just summoned his own little friend bear. There's a bomb. I do that and then the power hit. Perfect. Okay, or not. That's fine. I've got other means of making them pay for their crimes. Oh, there we go. That's a little bit better. Wow, nice. Yeah, that works. At least if our level's any indication of how much progress we have left. I'm pretty sure the other players beat this game around like mid-level 50. That's actually better progress than what the other thoughts would suggest. Maybe it's not too bad. We'll find out together. Yeah, now it's starting to hit me. Now I'm starting to feel that exhaustion. I suppose I could have gotten a second coffee, but definitely too late for that now. It's dangerous at 12:30. Okay, we're kind of getting there. So this is definitely not the exit point. Are we gonna be going? Oh no. Yeah, we're gonna be in the Vimark wasteland for a hot second, I think. Whoo-wee. All right. Time to buckle on up. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, not nice. I don't use that move enough. It keeps being like the thing that I use to end the round, but like maybe it'd be better to do it sooner. Oh, should have done that. That's what I really should have done. Tenzin's dreaming. He's got the little twitchy paws. Ready to not be dealing with the giant animals anymore. Kind of liked fighting the normal darkspawn a little bit more. Nice. Punch the wolf. Oh, but... Oh, it did more than I thought it would. Alright, I'll take that. Nice. Piece of cake. Colossal armor. Oh, it's not that good. It sounds cool though. Nice. Look at all that poison. All right, folks. Well, I think I'm starting to doze off a little bit. It's gonna try to go another hour, but I think I should call it here before we get too ahead of ourselves. But thank you all for hanging out tonight. Hope you all had a good time. We'll be back probably tomorrow with more of this game. Let me check my calendar real quick. What does the old calendar say? It says I am doing nothing. Great news for us. So, not sure yet what time. Maybe toward the afternoon/evening. I just need to coordinate with Jen really on Tenzin's schedule and all that jazz. Sleepinity Chris. It's, you know what? I should have some Sleepy Chris emotes in there because it does happen every now and then. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for hanging out, Za. Hope you had a good time, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so we'll be back tomorrow with more Dragon Age Legends because gotta make that progress. That's Sunday. Monday, we're back with Ratchet & Clank. We're going to finish Full Frontal Assault and start into the Nexus. Wednesday, more Elden Ring. And then Saturday next week, more Dragon Age Legends with Tony. Always a good time here. Thank you, Zah. I appreciate you. Let's see who we can go through the raid over to. Follow tab says we've got a decent smackaroons of people. Let's hang out with I feel like it's been a little bit since we've thrown Ash a raid. I think she's still going for a little bit. Oh, she's been going for 8 hours. Playing Cult of the Lamb. I like that when she decides to put her camera on, she calls it a flesh day. Truly unsettling. Well, she might be in wind down mode right now, but that's okay even if that is the case, because I don't get to throw raids her way very often. She'll still be going for a few hours. Okay, cool. Nice. Well, I hope y'all have a good time with Ash. I think she's a wonderful streamer and heck of a good time over there and has such a wonderful community. So I hope you have a good time. Already gave my spiel on what's coming up. So I think that's it. I think we're done here. Cool. Thanks again for hanging out, folks. We'll catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
About trying to do it today, but I didn't really have a good opportunity.